They're off at Saratoga.
Saratoga Live is brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net. Another stellar afternoon in Saratoga Springs, New York on this final day of August, closing weekend. Fans soaking up all they can before it's time to say goodbye. As we welcome you to Saratoga Racecourse, I'm Lafitte Pinkai. Yes, the 151st season of racing is almost done. And as trite as it may sound, we have saved some of the very best racing for last. 3 Grade 1 races over the next 3 days. Today, the Grade 1 Woodward will go as race number 11 on the program. You'll see that and 7 other races during today's broadcast. As I'm joined by my co-host, champion jockey Richard Migliori, New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling. Gentlemen, with the last 3 days closing weekend, what are some of the stories that we're going to be following closely?
Well, I think the jockey race is one of the most intriguing things going. Two brothers dominating the standings, Jose Ortiz, Irad Ortiz, his older brother trying to reel him in, and it feels like it's going to go right down to the wire. And that's the thing I'm most excited about watching, to watch two such talented young guys that are brothers on top of it. It should be fun, and I'm not counting Irad out yet.
Right when it looked like Jose was going to run away with it. He had an 11-win lead last week, now just 4 races separate the two. Andy, what about for the owners and Seth Klarman, who won last year's title here at Saratoga?
Well, he's got it wrapped up. I mean, it's basically over. I don't even think the second place finisher has enough starters to beat him. And they won 21 last year. They've won 19 this year. And obviously, the most important thing is winning some big races. Annals of Time winning here. Bricks and Mortar didn't win here. He won at Arlington Park. And 2-year-olds. And they've had some 2-year-olds as well to run some good races. So there's promising horses. And we'll see good governance for the barn running in our Sarinac in just a race.
Good governance. Morning line favorite for the Sarinac. 3 graded stakes races remain on the program. Let's go ahead and set the conditions on this picture-perfect Saturday. Track weather conditions brought to you by Piranha Fly Spray, the preferred fly spray of Saratoga Racecourse. Piranha on, pests gone. Temperature around 80 degrees. Main track is fast, and the turf course is firm. Today's schedule for the broadcast races 5 through 12, about 5 minutes to post for the 5th. Graded stakes racing on grass, Sarinac, Glens Falls, races 6 and 10. But the Woodward is the main event, race 11, post time 6 o'clock Eastern. Speaking of race 5, let's take a look at the field. Corresponding odds, 2-year-olds, extended sprint, 7 furlongs. The purse, $90,000, maiden special weight conditions. Scratch number 4, risk profile. Famished, drawn inside, from a morning line of 5-2, the current 6-5 favorite.
And he's the rightful favorite off of his first race, but there are a few things he needs to overcome. The first being post 1 going 7 furlongs for a horse who did not break very sharp. We're watching Joel Rosario.
How about his behavior?
Well, warming up without the pony, and he looks like he got pretty strong. And I've seen him in the barn. He is a very big, strong horse. And the other thing, Andy, and maybe you can speak about this, 21-day turnaround. You know, John Kimmel usually doesn't run them back that fast.
It feels almost like John Kimmel's thinking, I want to try to get this horse to the Champagne, and if I'm going to get him to Champagne at Belmont Park, I got to get this race into him and not worry about maybe getting in at Belmont Park. And I'll tell you something else. You mentioned the rail. The rail, to me, on the dirt, not necessarily the right place to be today. So I agree. Joel's going to have to get his position and get him to the outside.
But Famished is supposed to have that kind of upside and potential, a potential, Grade 1 Champagne-type racehorse?
Well, the horse who won his race, Tumbling Sky, is a very promising Steve Asmussen runner. And the second-place finisher, Bellavia, that horse just sold to, I think, Robert LaPenta and Sal Cuman, and they transferred to Todd Pletcher for a lot of money. So that was a good field this one's coming out of.
Bookends from Famished, the 6-5 favorite, to the Coast second choice. This I'll Defend, who was 6-1 on the morning line, 9-2 now with 3 minutes to go.
Well, what you got to like about this horse is the post position. 10 is actually an advantageous post position going 7 furlongs. And the fact that this is his 3rd start for a trainer who races his horses into condition, and he's already had a race at 7 furlongs.
I agree. He ran well last time. I liked him last time, and he took a bit of a tough beat. The problem I have with him is I'm just not sure he's really fast enough. And, you experience the 7 furlong races, though, is a huge advantage. And I think that's one of the things about the 3 height. I know he finished behind this I'll Defend, but Bill Mott's not exactly a trainer, especially with colts, who has them cranked up in their first start.
It's a very good point. He is a trainer that builds a horse into a career as well. And he did, close ground and, obviously should improve.
Yeah, I think he's going to run better. I'm also a little interested in the number 2, Sonneman.
At 25-1?
Well,
give us a sales
here's
pitch.
one you'll like. I imagine that some of you remember the Dam. The Dam won a horse that's kind of a big name on today's broadcast. The Dam beat Rachel Alexandra in her start following the Woodward when she won her 4-year-old debut. And, of course, she was trained by Zanyara's trainer, John Sheriffs. This horse is bred to go long. Curlin, Zardana. I don't care what this horse did first time out at 34-1 and 5.5 furlongs. Isn't he a horse that should improve going 7?
Potentially live long shot, 27-1. With 2 minutes out, we say hello to Maggie Wolfendale.
Hey, Lafitte, and Andy bringing up some good points with number 2, Sonneman, but going to take a look at your current 6-5 favorite. He's been holding strong at that price throughout the wagering for this race, and Famished, I liked first time out, but thought that the 6 furlongs maybe on the shorter side. He gets the 7 today. He's so much more fit. He's so much more professional. The only knock I can say is that he does show up wearing front bandages for this second start, something he did not have in his debut. So that's a reason to be a little bit cautious with this horse, as Mig was saying, is turning around on somewhat quick turnaround. Number 7 is Hometown Pride. It would be nice to see Mary Lou Whitney win a race on Woodward Day, but Hometown Pride, as Ian Wilkes' horses often tend to, need that first start. And look at him. I mean, he's a lot more sharp. Settle down there, boy. But he's a lot more sharp than what he was first time. He's a lot more fit. He doesn't want any bit of 5.5. He wants every bit of the 7 furlongs, if not more. But the fact that he's sharp puts him right in the mix, and that distance should hit him right between the eyes. I think he's a little bit of an interesting long shot. And then as far as first-time starters go, it's hard to bring down a field of horses that most of them have experience going this distance at first asking, but I could not get over the looks of number 8 in here, Mud Pie. Richard Valentine, he's actually known for being a steeplechase trainer, so what he does with a first-time starting dirt 2-year-old, I'm not sure. But Mud Pie is one good-looking son of Morning Line who we've seen be okay with his 2-year-olds. And this horse has a nice gate breeze coming into this here at Saratoga. And like I said, he moved beautifully out there. He was very professional. And he's just so much more mature-looking than many of these in here, Lafitte.
Yeah, he does, Maggie. Look at him swatting flies. Mud Pie, he looks like he's ready to roll.
He really looks good, and I actually watched his gate work on August 23rd. They had asked my rider to work him, Chris Lenderos. He wasn't available. Kendrick Carmouche got aboard. I thought that was a really solid work, and Richard Valentine, like Maggie said, gets steeplechase horses fit. I'm sure he can get a 2-year-old fit to go 7 furlongs.
Yeah, and the horse worked 59. It's just sort of unusual to see him with a horse in there, and kind of unusual things like that. They always catch your eye.
Mud Pie, 10-1 if you like him, as they have reached the starting gate. Famished, even money, drawn inside for Peachy Johnson winning trainer John Kimmel. Joel Rosario in the saddle. Rosario to ride the Woodward favorite Yoshida this afternoon, post time, 6 o'clock Eastern. To the voice of New York racing, to the voice of the Triple Crown, Larry Colmus with the call, post time, race 5, live from Saratoga.
Mud Pie has moved into the starting gate. Here's Made Sense and Stick Figure. This I'll Defend will be the last one. This I'll Defend comes forward, and they're all in line. They're off. Mud Pie was a bit slow to get going. Great beginning here for Hometown Pride, who goes out to the front. Noble Empire on the inside comes on through to battle for the lead, and it's these two just ahead of Stick Figure, who's away running in third behind them. Famished is fourth on the inside. Then it's This I'll Defend, fifth by a length and a half over Sonneman. They're followed by Made Sense, Height on the inside, and after that slow beginning, Mud Pie is the trailer. 23.38 was the opening quarter mile. Up the backstretch, Noble Empire has grabbed the front from Hometown Pride, who's 3/4 of a length behind at the half-mile pole. Then This I'll Defend on the outside of Sonneman. Famished is fifth as they make their way around the turn, just about 3 lengths off the lead. Then Made Sense on the outside, followed by a ground-saving Height who's got 6 lengths to make up on the far turn. Mud Pie is next, and now Stick Figure is the trailer as they make their way toward the top of the stretch of 46.62 half. And it is Hometown Pride on the outside of Noble Empire as they turn for home. Famished is 3 lengths off of them. Sonneman is down toward the inside as they arrive at the 8th hole. It is on the outside. Hometown Pride digging in toward the inside. Noble Empire. Farther out, Famished is coming on. And then comes Sonneman. And they're coming down to the line. And here's Famished. Famished got up to win by a length. Sonneman was second. And there was Noble Empire and Hometown Pride.
Driving finish. Famished. Even money from that inside post with Joel Rosario able to outduel the long shot. Sonneman to the wire. Famished graduates in his second career start.
It worked out that inside-out trip from the post one. It seems like Joel Rosario is in tune that she wanted to get out in the clear. Big run from the 2. Sonneman, a horse you liked, Andy, stretching out with that pedigree and a start under his belt. Real good run from him.
No, absolutely. And Joel Rosario did the right thing. Famished broke well, and he got his position. He got outside. Now, Jose Lezcano stayed inside, but he got off the rail when the race running was to be done, and I saw him in and got a nice second in there. I had a 1-2-7 try. I'm allowed to whine a little bit.
That'll work.
No, the 7 was 4th. I did not use the 6.
You can whine a little bit. That one I'll give you.
I had the exacta.
The 25-to-1 shot, completing that exacta. And what you were talking about, the rail, Andy, 4 of them across the track. Noble Empire, Hometown Pride, and I realize it's an even money favorite, but still, and in the end, it was the 2 horses on the outside that ran 1-2, Famished and Sonneman.
I will say this, though. Noble Empire was on the rail every step of the way, a first-time starter from Wayne Lucas, and he hung in there pretty good, so maybe the rail's okay.
Yeah. Too bad it wasn't dead.
Yeah, I mean,
and the 7 could have been 3rd.
Well, exactly.
I think you're right, though. It's a good point.
Yeah, this morning, actually, at 10:30, I saw that they were blading out the rail towards the outside. It looks like they were taking some material away from it, maybe to even it out.
And I was kind of hoping I could use the rail as an excuse for Tom Amos's horse running 3rd earlier today. And you've just blown that one out of the water, Richie.
Right out of the water.
But you are correct. It's a very good point by you.
1-2, 6-7, Famished takes down race number 5 here at Saratoga. And here is a look at the morning line favorite for the second of 4 graded stakes races. Good Governance, who overcame worlds of trouble to break his maiden in his debut. The Sarinac favorite on his way over.
This colt in particular has got a great eye and presence. He's intelligent, he's practically tireless and just always wants to do more. And I know that when he's in the hands of a trainer at a grade A track, they're going to get a lot out of him. He has a lot to give. Just a really cool horse, always at the top of the pack out there. And I think that reminds me a lot of Run Happy.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com. Sign up now for a $200 new member bonus with promo code SPA at NairaBets.com.
Eclipse champion Blaine was considered by many as the breakout stallion of 2018. His top runners included Grade 1 winner and Eclipse Award finalist Marley's Freedom, plus Grade 1 winner Fault, and graded stakes winners Morale, Beyond Blaine, Miss Kentucky, and Blaine. This year, his 2-year-olds have sold up to $700,000. Outstanding results, outstanding value. Blaine, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live. As always, our coverage brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Handicapper's doing very well in that 5th race. Hammered, famished throughout as he breaks his maiden. Smiling Joel Rosario, Megan. You were talking about the depth in the John Kimmel stable in terms of 2-year-olds.
This is the strongest John Kimmel's been with 2-year-olds in probably 20 years. I used to ride First Call for John. I was heavily involved in the barn. I've spent a great deal of time at the barn this year, Andy, and I just really love his lineup. Mike Morton, Toby Morton, his wife, have spent a lot of money at the 2-year-old training sales, and John's a good scout. He can pick out young talent.
Well, I mean, if you go back into the early 90s, John Kimmel was as dangerous a trainer with first-time starters. Very often horses he bought for $30,000, $40,000 winning. He was probably one of those dangerous first-time starter trainers in the game.
Dangerous in this race, had famished, ready to rock and roll. He graduates, and John Kimmel standing by live with Acacia in the winner's circle.
He is. Thank you, Lafitte. Now, John, we talked about Famish last time before his first race. Having that debut under his belt, he was just so game and impressive coming down the stretch today.
Yeah, you know, he had a tough first race. He got kind of squeezed a few jumps out of the gate. He's never really been a super quick gate horse anyway. And then, you know, he got back, I don't know, 12, 15 lengths at his last race, made a good, solid effort. And, you know, we're running him back on 3 weeks, which is always a little bit questionable for me. But he knew what was going on today, and I'm glad I schooled him yesterday.
How did you see him develop from the first race to the second?
Oh, I think he looks terrific. You know, I usually don't run horses with front bandages, but he nicked himself during the week and had a little tiny cut on his ankle. So I just wanted to keep it covered, and there was no issues with him. And, you know, he was really good today. He really got a good education. He took dirt. He was in between horses. He moved and changed lanes. And when he put him in the clear, he responded. And I'm kind of looking at this horse, you know, the further we go, the better he's going to be.
Talking about distance, 1 1/8 miles coming up a little bit later for a very special New York bred, Mr. Buff, coming off of 2 wins. What's it been like training this horse and now stepping back up to big company in the Woodward?
Well, when he arrived as a 2-year-old, he was like this big, gangly, 2 men in a horse suit looking character. And as he got bigger and older, he started to actually develop, and he started to look like a racehorse in his 3-year-old year. And then as a 4-year-old, he really started to put things together, and we came up with the right plan that using his big stride length and going around 2 turns at 1 1/8 miles seemed to be like the perfect pattern for him. And you know, hopefully he steps up here today against some very good competition that, you know, he can kind of use his big stride and his #1 post position and get a good trip today.
John, thanks so much for your time. Best of luck later in the Woodward as well.
Thanks, Acacia. Bye-bye.
All right, we'll be looking to Mr. Buff coming from Post 1, as trainer John Kimmel did mention. A very overachieving New York bred, if you could say, in a good Woodward field later, Lafitte.
You guys give him a shot? Mr. Buff in the Woodward?
Well, speed's always dangerous. He's going to have to prove he can do it against that kind of company. It seems like he looks so dominant against New York breds. What I find interesting, and John didn't say in that interview, is John trained the grandfather, the grandmother, the father. I mean, he's had the whole family, and I think that's a big advantage. You see it with Shug McGahee a lot when they have a familiarity with the family, because they can foresee trouble with or habits with certain horses before they actually become problems.
Absolutely, and I applaud them for taking a shot. It's a tough spot, and it's going to be tough for him to win, but sometimes you just got to take a shot.
Yeah.
Speaking of taking a shot, Andy Serling's best bet of the afternoon. Who is it?
Well, you know, I got to say I was much more confident on my chances until I did the pre-race handicapping show with Andy Beyer, and he picked the horse as well. And that's in the, I think it's the 9th race. The 9th race, the number 10, Brucia Laterra, going out for Barclay Tag. She looked very promising earlier in her career, breaking her maiden first time out, and then running second behind the very talented Jaywalk in the Brezette. And here's that maiden win, an off-the-turf race, but an impressive win nonetheless. And then she kind of went the wrong way, but she indicated a return last time off a 6-month layoff on the turf, which is probably not her preferred surface, that she can still run a little bit. And now she gets back to the right surface, and as a 2-year-old, she was running speed figures that, you know, put her 3-4 lengths behind the better horses in here. Well, natural progression says that she could improve easily that much, if not more. She drew a good outside post, and she should be a decent price. So I thought Brucia Laterra was an interesting play in the night.
Brucia Laterra in race number 9, 12-1 on the morning line. Andy Serling's best bet of the afternoon. So we touched on the graded stakes racing underway a little bit earlier today. We had the Priorus 3-year-old fillies running 6 furlongs, $250,000 purse, scratch number 1, south of France. All eyes on break even. 3 to 5 at post time, 6 for 6 coming in. Larry Colmus with the call, the Priorus earlier today.
They're off in the Priorus. And it is kept true on the far outside. Break curfew and break even coming out for the early lead together. Now it is break even to the front. Break curfew goes with her kept true, sits off of them after a sharp beginning. Then a break of 2 back to Risky Mandate, who's racing on the inside of Royal Charlotte. Up the backstretch, 3.5 lengths off of the undefeated filly Break Even, who speeds by a 21.87 opening quarter mile. A flashy first fraction there for Break Even, who leads Break Curfew by a length on the far turn. Risky Mandate pinned in on the inside. Kept True goes up 3 wide there. And in between rivals is Royal Charlotte. She's not far behind either. Break even on top as they make their way toward the top of the stretch. And Kept True is looming large on the far outside as they turn for home. And then it's break curfew in between horses as they arrive at the final furlong after a 44.76 half. Break even in front. Royal Charlotte Kept True. Break curfew and then Risky Mandate on the inside. Break even trying to get another 16th. Here's Royal Charlotte running at her on the outside. And Royal Charlotte takes the Priorus, pulling away late to beat break even for her first loss.
Mild upset in the Priorus. Royal Charlotte, Javier Castellano for Chad Brown runs down break even, handing her her first career defeat.
And she was very good. You knew her last race was too bad to be true. She didn't have to win the test, but you don't expect her to get beat 20 lengths, better than 20 lengths. Got a great ride from Javier Castellano, but she was very good on the day. I'm a big Sean Bridgman fan. I'm a friend of his. I just question how much hold he took a break even down the backstretch. I just think when you have speed, you don't have to send them. Just allow them to use their stride.
Well, use it as a weapon, their speed, and that's something we don't see enough in this game. I think Javier Castellano won this race around the 3/8 pole when he got her inside between horses and he was able to save that ground and get that good position. And you watch a race like this and you understand why Javier Castellano may not be leading in wins behind the Ortiz brothers, but he's leading the nation in wins and graded stakes.
Well, I think it's better to win the right ones than to win all of them, although winning's fun no matter what kind of race it is. But he definitely has found his niche as kind of a big race rider.
Yeah. In this filly, big performance, Royal Charlotte, again, the first career defeat for break even. So that was the Priorus earlier today. Still coming up, the Sarinac is next. 5 horses, 3 of the 5 going in, have won their last races, and I don't know that you can just arbitrarily dismiss any of them. Competitive edition of the Sarinac.
It may be competitive on paper, and I don't disagree with you. I have a little trouble making the horse in the rail, though I don't want to expect. I don't want to dismiss any Jason Service horse.
22 races yesterday.
But the betting says it's not competitive because based on multi-race bets, I'm not sure you're going to even get even money on Good Governance.
Wow. Just his second career start. We'll look back at his debut and why he is the even money favorite in today's Grade 3 Sarinac. 17 minutes to post, 5 of them in the Sarinac. But later this evening, it is the Grade 1 Woodward. Can that horse successfully defend his Woodward title? Yoshida, good news, runs very well at Saratoga. Bad news, he hasn't won since last year's Woodward.
There are a million reasons to play Saratoga, but Naira Bets customers have a million more. Naira Bets customers can earn a $1 million single ticket bonus on the Late Pick 5 at Saratoga. Join Naira Bets to play the Late Pick 5 today. Visit NairaBets.com for details.
Storylines we've been following.
It's going to be a star-studded lineup.
They're not going to beat her.
Wouldn't spend $1 on her.
And we haven't gotten any argument yet.
Find yourself in the winner's circle here. It's the greatest feeling on earth.
Saratoga Live has you covered every race day, all summer long.
Our win program. It was a big day.
By your side in the Sanford.
That's the finest breeding program in Central Kentucky.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. AmericasBestRacing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
The thing I like the most is he's a nice bay colt with a little bit of white, just like his dad. I really think he's coming through, and he's out of an Empire Maker mare, so we feel like we've got speed on distance, and breeding a son that looks a lot like Run Happy is just kind of what we were looking for.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
They're off at Saratoga.
You're looking at the favorite for the first of 3 graded stakes races on today's show. Good Governance, the Sarinac favorite, currently even money, talented, but light in experience. And later, Grade 1 Woodward Yoshida is the defending champ. 5-2 morning line favorite, does his best running at Saratoga, looking to secure a 3rd career Grade 1 victory on the 10-year Woodward anniversary of the filly who raised the Raptors at Saratoga. A look back at Rachel Alexandra's exhilarating Woodward victory. Saratoga Live is brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net. The August place to be, the Labor Day weekend place to be. Saratoga Racecourse in Saratoga Springs, New York. Could not ask for a better day for thoroughbred racing. Welcome everyone to Saratoga Racecourse. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. Less than 15 minutes until the Sarinac coming up. Quality group of 3-year-olds running a mile and a 16th on the inner turf course. Now, Good Governance is the heavily backed favorite. He is trained by Chad Brown, but if experience still counts for anything, therein lies the concern. As I welcome in my co-host, champion jockey Richard Migliore, New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling. Guys, why don't the handicappers seem to care that Good Governance has raced a grand total of 1 time?
Well, it's a Chad Brown factor partly. People get excited by buzz horses, right? And he's a buzz horse. He was extremely impressive in his debut and ran fast. And I picked him. I think he's a bit of an underlay in this race because he's meeting some talented runners.
Well, I think there is concern about it. There are horses with a lot more seasoning, like a horse like Global Access, you know, and he seems very consistent. He shows up and runs good every time. So I understand why he's getting bet, maybe not, like you said, to the degree he is. But Good Governance, he's still got to show me he can step up against a much tougher field.
I completely agree with you. I mean, this is a very different field. Now, he beat a good horse in Doswell, who's going to be a heavy favorite in the first race on Monday. He has had a giant trip. Good Governance, according to track, has covered 64 more feet than the 3rd place finisher.
Significant. Trained by Chad Brown. There is Chad Brown, Seth Klarman there on the right. And the pilot to ride Good Governance coming up very shortly in this Sarinac. Irad Ortiz, currently 2nd in the standings at Saratoga. Brown will also be represented by 2 fillies and mares in the Glens Falls a little bit later on this afternoon. So this is the 113th running of the Grade 3 Sarinac, named for a village in the Adirondack Mountains about 2 hours north of the track. And Andy just told me that Richie used to be a camp counselor at Sarinac. Is that right?
Yeah, I used to teach kids how to kayak. Actually, that's footage from that period of time.
Right there.
I feel like I've seen hiking pictures of you up by Lake Sarinac. Richie, you've hiked the entire state of New York at one time, haven't you?
I have been all over Lake Sarinac, all the way up there. Tupper Lake. I'm an Adirondack outdoorsman.
You are. You are. Sing Kumbaya, roast marshmallows.
Yeah.
Those 2. Chad Brown, Irad Ortiz, what a meet. So much damage they've done this summer at Saratoga, and looking to do more with Good Governance with 11 minutes to post until this race number 6. There is number 2, Good Governance. And let's go back to his debut. This was about an hour after the Saratoga Derby, and here is Good Governance. Pretty much everything that could go wrong does go wrong going into the first turn.
Yeah, I mean, he's tampered with that tough outside post to begin with, and Doswell's inside him, the eventual 2nd place finisher in those green blocks. You see how close he is to the front, and then he not only gets pushed way out wide, but he ends up last. Irad Ortiz, coming back on him in the winner's circle, said, worst winning trip ever.
Well, and that's the thing. You know, how many races as a jockey you ride tremendously, and this was no fault of his, just a bad post and he couldn't find it. But if you win, it's a great ride. If you lose, you know, it was a bad ride. We're so result-oriented. He did everything he could with the hand dealt him. He was lugging in a little bit through the lane, a little bit green, and still got up with that wide trip. You can see why people are betting him, besides having Irad and Chad Brown as his team. But again, tougher field. Projects to get a better trip, though, in a smaller field.
Absolutely. And he is one of 5 horses purchased by Chad Brown and Carver Stables over in the Tattersall sale 2 years ago. 4 of them have run. Every one of them won their debuts, and that includes Digital Age, newspaper of record as well.
Riders up for the Sarinac, down to occasion the Paddock.
And as they start to head out of the paddock, we'll start with the #1 Power Player, who did have an impressive wire-to-wire win last time out for trainer Jason Service. And this horse is a little bit of a wild card because he had a layoff. He moved from the Bob Baffert barn to the Service barn, all of a sudden showed a bunch of speed, and now is stepping up to face much tougher competition. However, he looks great. He's got great energy, very fit on the muscle as well. He does have to tackle with the likes of the 2 Good Governance, and he has just been the ultimate professional from the time he stepped into the paddock, putting the tack on, just a calm, cool, and collected customer. He really acts like he has so much more seasoning than he does. So he really has just an incredibly classy way about him as well. He's not overly huge. He was working in company and maintenance with Digital Age. He's just looks like he's coming into this race well. I tried to beat him, but man, he's really just kind of blown me over here in the paddock. The 4 Global Access is the most seasoned in this field. Now, he's a son of Giants Causeway. He comes out of the Grade 2 Hall of Fame last time out, where he got a bit keen. He was kind of having to be held very hard. He's handled himself much better today than what I have seen from him a little bit in the past. It looks like he's also gained some fitness, too. Given that he's a 3-year-old, having raced 10 times already, that's definitely going to be a plus for him. The 6 Seismic Wave is turning back in distance. He's been running much longer distances. He's been very chill today, too. There was actually a beautiful moment of him standing in the last stall where trainer Bill Mott does like to saddle, and he was just rubbing this horse's face, just petting him. He had his head down, looked like he was about to fall asleep. So he's very relaxed, heading out for the post-parade, Lafitte.
That post-parade brought to you by OCD Pellets, celebrating over 10 years of supporting the equine industry with their 2-in-1 bone and joint supplement. For more information, visit OCDpellets.com. There is Power Player.
Power Player broke his maiden first time for Jason Service off a layoff last time, but he did it while setting a very slow pace.
Good Governance, favored, won the last race, Saratoga Derby Sunday.
Overcame a very difficult trip to get it done. Should take another step forward, but he faces a lot tougher with more experience than him.
#3, Rinaldi, quick New York bred.
It should be on the lead unless Power Player is really aggressive here, and he comes off far and away his best effort to date, and he's done nothing but improve in his 3 starts.
Currently 7-2 shots in order here with Global Access, 3rd behind Casa Creed and Sombaye in the Grade 2 Hall of Fame.
Just a horse with the most experience, making his 11th start. You know, he has that seasoning, that foundation. That's who I like because of that.
Scratch #5, Tracksmith, Seismic Wave, defeated. Belmont Derby favorite, 10th in the Saratoga Derby.
It has been a little bit disappointing, but he kind of drops in class, if you will, to a Grade 3 after competing in Grade 1s and a $1 million race that wasn't graded yet, only because it was the first year it was run.
The cut back in distance for this Sarinac could help out Seismic Wave as we gear up for the Grade 3 Sarinac later today. The main event, the prestigious Grade 1 Woodward, some of the finest older horses on the grounds to do battle at the 1 1/8 distance in search of the winner's share of a $750,000 purse. The Grade 1 Woodward on Saratoga Live, post time 6 Eastern, right back to Acacia.
Lafitte, thank you. I'm here in the paddock with trainer Michael Trombetta, who does have the #4 Global Access. And Mike, this is the most seasoned horse in the field. How do you feel he is coming into this race, having kept some really good company recently?
Yeah, he has, and he's trained good. You know, we feel good about his chances. I think John learned a little bit about him last time, and hopefully, you know, they get along a little better today than they did last go-round.
You mentioned John Velasquez aboard last time. He did get a little bit keen early in the race. Have you seen him settle and maybe be a little bit more mature this time?
He's just one of those kind of horses, you know, if he gets in a little tight and a little crowded, he gets anxious. So hopefully the smaller field helps him out.
Now, he is stretching out a little bit in distance to the 1 1/16 as well. Tell me your thoughts about him and just how he fits in this sort of 3-year-old turf division.
I think he fits good, and the distances, I think, should be to my favor. I think the mile might have been a tad bit short for him, so the little bit extra ground should help.
Mike, thanks for your time. Best of luck today.
Thank you.
Global Access making his 11th start now. We'll see if he can get a little bit of a smoother trip than last time, guys.
And yes, the edge in experience for Global Access over the likes of Good Governance. Are you liking what you're hearing from Michael Trombetta, Richie? Because I know you like him, Global Access, in the Sarinac.
Yeah, I am, especially what he said. He's not a horse that likes to get in tight in a small field with only Seismic Wave drawn outside of him. He has more natural speed than him. He projects to get that kind of stalking outside trip that a horse that might be a little timid would covet.
Well, it's hard to know he's going to be run, but he's supposed to be sitting third or fourth behind the likes of Rinaldi and Power Player in all likelihood, especially with Tracksmith out. And I just think he's a good horse who's running well in his last race was very good.
Global Access, there's a look at Seismic Wave, the Juddmonte colt, at odds of 10-1, managed to beat one horse in the August 4th Saratoga Derby, ignoring the Saratoga Derby, ignoring the Belmont Derby. This is what Seismic Wave looks like on one of his better days, guys.
Yeah, now, I don't want to be critical because if he runs the race he ran here, he may well win this race. He should have won because he's got a great Joel Rosario, typical Joel Rosario ride, saved ground, angled out to make that patient last move, while DeMarchelier arguably moved a little too soon. He had every chance to get him and didn't, but he still ran a reasonable race.
He does look like he wants to hang just a little bit. Even the races he won by half length and neck. When he gets there, it doesn't look like he really wants to finish the job, and that's problematic when you're facing good horses.
Well, it's funny because in his second career start, he had a similar loss to Marchelier, and he couldn't have gotten a better trip that day. And a very valid point, and I'm not saying he can't win, and he's a square price if people like him, but it's hard to get completely past his last race. Was the field a little bit tougher? It was a little bit tougher, but he didn't run a step.
2 lifetime wins, both at Gulfstream. Joel Rosario, Bill Mott teaming up with Yoshida, the favorite, later in the Grade 1 Woodward. Another look at Good Governance. So how do we know what his running style is based on Irad Ortiz just kind of having to play the hand he was dealt in his debut? What do you think the strategy and approach is today? Do you have any idea?
I think that's a great question. And judging by that race, he's not that slow. They went 22-4, and had he not been carried out in the first turn, he was right there. Chad Brown's horses are rarely in front, but I have a feeling they'll be looking to have early position. He could be sitting in that pocket trip with the 4-1 in front of him.
Well, I think he absolutely will be sitting in the pocket trip. And he was in the bridle, and horses generally tend to get more in the bridle the second time because they're clued into what's gonna happen. He could not have looked better in the warm-up. You actually pointed him out to me on the screen, Andy, and I'm picking the 4 because I like his races, how consistent he is. But if I was just going to pick on looks, the 2 could not have looked better on the racetrack.
But from a value standpoint, it feels like I like Good Governance. I'm not saying like he's wearing 3 to 5 is a little bit ridiculous.
The imposing, those colors, the intimidation factor for the Klarovich stable, the presence of Irad Ortiz, Good Governance trained by Chad Brown, odds-on favorite 3 to 5. How about the gelding who will break to his outside, number 3 in Rinaldi, who will try to take this field as far as he can, as fast as he can. Power Player drawn to his inside quick as well. How do you think things stack up for Rinaldi early on?
I think Rinaldi's the fastest horse if he wants to lead. I mean, you're talking about a horse that can go some pretty quick fractions. That was at Belmont. So I don't see why Jose Ortiz should do anything different than Luis Saez did, but maybe Luis Saez, they rode him before, is on Power Player, and he's thinking, I don't want to let Rinaldi get in his comfort zone. And those Jason Service horses, they always have speed.
And Luis Saez likes to leave. He's aggressive. He's a good gate rider. He's not bashful about going for the lead and being drawn inside. I think he comes out running and up, and Jose might defer and follow. But I agree that Rinaldi, I think, has more natural speed. I just think the race shape could set up that the 1 goes and he stalks.
I don't disagree, and I think you'll see Good Governance and Global Access sitting second, 3rd and 4th behind them.
Farthest Rinaldi has ever tried to carry his speed, 1 mile and a 16th. One final time before this Sarinac, we check in with Acacia.
Lafitte, thank you. I spoke to trainer Jim Bond the other day about Rinaldi, as he has been just a very good New York bred stepping up, and he said he just really felt like he deserved the chance and had no qualms with the distance. Now, I don't have any problem with the distance either. He has good size. He's a good 5-1, and that speed really is his strongest weapon. Given the way that he won last time out going 1 mile, he certainly deserves a chance to step up in competition in here, and he has really good energy on the track too. Just looks very fast, and expect him to come out running. Wanted to touch once more on your 4 to 5 favorite, the 2 Good Governance. And as I had mentioned in the paddock, he just acted like a professional. Look at how he's handling himself. The position of his head is important to me when I watch horses on track. And he's been able to put his head down, bow his neck a little bit, just kind of
be well within himself. That means he's conserving all of the energy now. And for a horse that's only raced once as a 3-year-old, still a colt, the way that he's acting is super professional and very impressive. And not to belabor the point with a 4-5 shot, just, again, all class with this horse. Good governance. If he can, step up and transfer that class over to the racetrack today.
It's an important observation, Acacia, because if you were concerned about the lack of experience and you see how Good Governance has behaved himself from the paddock to the warm-up and now in the gate, those concerns are readily dismissed.
No, he looks very professional in the first race. Certainly didn't shake him up.
Right, and he learned something. You learn something from a trip like that.
Post time for the Grade 3 Sarinac. Here's Larry Colmus.
They're off in the Sarinac. And Rinaldi comes out running with Power Player. Good Governance takes back just behind them. And then it's Global Access and Seismic Wave. So Poker Player out to the early lead here. Opening up a length and a half from Rinaldi, who will sit second. Rad Ortiz reins back the favorite Good Governance into third position now. And racing 4 lengths off the lead as Poker Player speeds along up front. And then it's Global Access, who goes 3 wide into the turn as Seismic Wave saves all the ground there. And they're racing about 6 lengths off of front-running Power Player, who heads onto the backstretch in front through a 24.49 opening quarter mile. Power Player the leader by 4. And then it's Rinaldi running in second position. Good Governance on the outside of Seismic Wave. And outside of them, it's Global Access, who's now just 5 lengths behind. They tighten up the backstretch. Power Player's lead is down to 3/4 of a length. Rinaldi is second through a 49.66 half mile. And then it's Good Governance on the outside. Seismic Wave and the trailer Global Access is 5 lengths behind, moving for the far turn. Power Player all the way so far, heading for that turn in front by a length and a half. Rinaldi is second. Seismic Wave is down on the inside, needs a way through. In the meantime, Good Governance comes rolling up on the outside and up and after the lead right now. Seismic Wave had to wait. Now is at the back of the pack as they turn for home. Here's Good Governance moving on the outside of Rinaldi. Power Players down toward the inside. Global Access in the center and Seismic Wave. Good Governance trying to get there. Here comes Global Access on the outside. Rinaldi digs in. Good Governance and Global Access. Global Access has got it. Global Access has won the Sarinac over Good Governance. Seismic Wave and Rinaldi were next.
Thrilling stretch duel. The veteran of the crew, Global Access, wears down the least experienced in the field, the favorite, Good Governance, in the 113th Grade 3 Sarinac.
That was just a really good horse race. And the difference between the winner and the runner-up, the winner had that seasoning, that experience. And also keep an eye on the 2 Good Governance here. He gets to wanting to lug in a little bit on the 3 Rinaldi. And every time Irad had to straighten him up, correct his forward progress, the 4 Global Access made up a little more ground. You're going to see right here again, he's going to have to just slightly, correct him and pull him to the outside, and that's when Global Access got the best of him.
And maybe we can get the head on the stretch, and those are great points. And listen, John Velasquez has made like no wrong moves in the last couple of weeks around here, to say the least. And I think it was somewhat trips in here. You saw the 6. I mean, Irad Ortiz did not want to get stuck inside with Good Governance, and Seismic Wave went in there, and he got himself in trouble around the turn from that inside position. And here's what you're talking about, Richie.
Yeah, you keep an eye on Irad Ortiz's right arm. You see where his elbow is. He's going to have to see how he pulls out there. Now he goes to lug in again. Now he's got to correct him again. That slows a horse down in their forward progress just a little bit. And when you get beat in the neck by a more experienced rival, Good Governance ran a terrific race. He's going to have to get over that propensity to lug in to realize his full potential.
I agree, but you can't knock Global Access. He just continues to run well for Mike Trombetta. And I think this is clearly a situation where experience did matter.
Another look at the head-on. On the outside, Global Access, red cap. To his inside, Irad Ortiz, Good Governance, doing everything he can to keep him straight, Richie.
Yeah, he is. He actually comes out towards the winner, Global Access there. But then you see how that move to the inside. And if you keep an eye on his right arm, when a rider has to pull their elbow out to the right like that, they're correcting him. They're breaking that horse's stride just a little bit, but he can't allow him to go in because then he's going to bother Rinaldi and wind up getting disqualified.
Wonder what Velasquez and Ortiz said to each other just after the wire.
Can we say something else? Did Seismic Wave run as well, if not better than anybody in here, and finish third, given the trouble he had?
Cold, right. Yeah, trying to come through on the inside. Yeah. Global Access, though, at 4-1 with John Velasquez. What a finish in the Sarinac. Global Access runs down Good Governance, Results, Reaction when Saratoga Live continues.
Go from Railbird to Winner's Circle. With My Racehorse, you have access to top horses and trainers, backside tours, exclusive ownership experiences, and fast payouts to your online account. With shares starting as little as $100, the Winner's Circle is waiting for you. Go to myracehorse.com or download the My Racehorse app today to join the thousands who have already started their journey as a racehorse owner.
What could be better than standing one Triple Crown winner? Standing two.
Here comes American Pharaoh. Justified turning for home in front. And American Pharaoh has Justified. He's unstoppable. The 37-year wait is over. American Pharaoh. Justified has won the Triple Crown.
Coolmore, America, home of Triple Crown champions.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
Crowd still stirring following that Sarinac here at Saratoga. We welcome you back to Saratoga Live. Coverage brought to you in part by Run Happy. Race medication free stands for $25,000 at Claiborne Farm. Another look at that replay here, Richie.
Yeah, and just again, I like this tight shot because you're really going to get the feeling of what I'm talking about. Irad Ortiz making his move on the 2-horse. You see, he constantly has to break his hand away from that horse's neck, and he pulls his stick to the left hand. But watch when he has to correct him. He's not gonna be able to push forward right in here. Look at how he has to pull on the horse's outside rein to correct him from going in and bothering the 3-horse. And that just breaks the horse's momentum just a slight little bit in a pitch stretch drive like that. To me, that was the whole difference.
And John Velasquez, on the other hand, is able to get that clear, smooth run on the outside and not lose his momentum.
Exactly, and you can see the difference, the position of their hands as they were driving. In a perfect world, your hands are on the horse's neck, urging them forward, not having to correct.
And I think it has a lot to do with what we talked about, experience.
Experience.
If Good Governance making his 5th start, it's unlikely he would have done that. And he didn't have the experience that the winner did.
Exactly.
For Global Access, his 11th lifetime start. You see John Velasquez in the Live Oak Plantation colors. Won a Breeders' Cup Mile wearing those silks. World approval a couple of years back. Of course, you hear Live Oak Plantation. One name comes to mind, Charlotte Weber with Acacia in the winner's circle.
That's right, Lafitte, the one and only. Thank you, Mrs. Weber. Looking at the performance from Global Access, now a graded stakes winner on both the synthetic and the turf, having a little bit of a tricky ride last time out. What does it mean to see him get the win today?
Oh, well, I couldn't be more pleased, and I think Johnny got to know the horse and placed him perfectly, and you can't ask for better than first.
He's been so consistent just running to his competition no matter what in his 11th start today. Talk about the journey with this horse, if you will, and how he's developed.
I think the only thing I can say is I have a lot of patience, and patience paid off.
Certainly an important attribute to have, and again, looking at some of the ups and downs with him getting the win today, were there any nervous moments as he was coming down to the wire?
There are always nervous moments coming down to the wire. These are animals, they're unpredictable. But he's very honest and straightforward, and once Johnny got the right button to push, he pushed it and we got there.
Well, huge congratulations to you and the whole team on the win for Global Access today.
Thank you very much, and it's the team that makes it work.
She's absolutely right, Lafitte. A team effort and Global Access getting that graded stakes win on the turf today.
Team effort. And Charlotte Weber said it, straightforward where Good Governance was not. And it cost him in the Sarinac.
Cool horse. He runs once a month if you look at his PPs.
Yeah.
Keeps sound and good.
That experience, that Consistency pays off in a big way in the Sarinac. Now in the books. Race number 7, more 2-year-olds. Maiden special weight conditions. That's where it gets exciting with a $90,000 purse. Scratch number 2, field of 9 with 3 technique. Owned by Bill Parcels, the 5-2 favorite. Of course, it is Woodward Saturday. Hard not to mention the Woodward without thinking about Rachel Alexandra, the filly who made a career of beating up the boys, including the older ones. Rachel's Woodward when we come back.
It's been home to some of the sport's biggest moments, monumental achievements, and extraordinary records. At Santa Anita, we'll set another before the first gate even opens, as the Breeders' Cup returns for a record 10th time. This November, the stars will shine, champions will be crowned, and when the unbelievable happens, you'll want to be there to see it. The Breeders' Cup World Championships.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com. Sign up now for a $200 new member bonus with promo code SPA at NairaBets.com.
Hip 621, a filly from the first crop of champion sprinter Run Happy, out of a stakes-winning half-sister to Chasing Bubbles, winner of the New York Stallion Series Stakes. This New York-bred filly will be offered by Woods Edge Farm at Keeneland, September.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 4 millionaires, including Claiborne Farm stallion Lee. Recent top runners include Cutting Humor, winner of the Grade 3 Sunland Park Derby, plus 3-time graded stakes winner Sharp Samurai, and international star Shamal Nibras. This year, his 2-year-olds have brought prices up to $310,000. First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Thanks for spending part of your Labor Day weekend with us on Saratoga Live. Our coverage brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm, 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. Has it really been 10 years since the spring and summer of Rachel Alexandra? What more could a filly possibly do? She won the Kentucky Oaks by 20 lengths. She beat the boys in the Preakness Stakes. She beat the boys in the Haskell. But then came time for Rachel Alexandra to make her first ever start right here at Saratoga.
Walking over for the race, she really had a race day feel about her. She really exuded a lot of confidence in her handlers and stuff when she was right, and we felt good about that.
It hit us pretty much in the paddock, seeing all the other very accomplished colts that she was going to go up against, and seeing the mass of people.
Everybody loved Rachel, you know, no matter where she went, she was popular, you know, but when you come into a race like this, you know, you fixing to hook the old horses, and, you know, they had a little pressure on you.
They had decided to pass on the Travers because they had nothing to prove against 3-year-old colts. She won the Preakness, and she won the Haskell. There was certainly nothing left for her to prove with members of her own sex and generation. The only thing left was for her to go against older males.
And they're off. Steve told me, he said, you know, just go ahead and let her run away from there, and she'll carry you, you know, and she did, you know, because we went fast.
Oh, the first quarter was 22 4/5 seconds. There'll be no free ride for Rachel Alexandra. They're making her work for every step today.
Durkin's amazing call, but when he shouted out the fractions, I mean, you got a little weak.
46-2 was the half mile. Calvin Burrell was able to slow that pace down just a little bit.
When I said a bit of a breather, you know, it was just a bit of a breather. She was still going too fast.
And Macho again is firing.
From the 3/8 pole to the quarter pole, I give her a little breathing. I'll never forget it. I give her a good breathing there. And then when I asked her again, you know, she got away. So I said, well, we're fine now.
And Calvin Burrell imploring his filly for more. And Rachel Alexandra holds on to the lead.
About 40 yards from the wire. It looked like he was going to get by her, you know, but she kept digging in, digging in.
Rachel Alexandra, Macho again. They're coming down to the finish. It's going to be desperately close. Here's the wire. Rachel won. She is indeed Rachel Alexandra the Great.
For a 3-year-old filly to beat older males in a Grade 1 on the dirt here at Saratoga, knowing it's happened, seems far-fetched.
Rachel Alexandra raises the rafters here at the Spa.
And when I stood up, you know, and I looked at Robbie, I said, I don't care if we would have went another round, you would have never got by her, you know. That's the type of horse she was.
I mean, it was thunderous. The whole grandstand was shaking.
All those people in the grandstand screaming their lungs out, all of that air into wooden beams that are 100 years old. And it literally hits them with such force that it made them move. And that's what I felt, literally, in my feet. And that's why I said she raised the rafters at Saratoga.
Afterwards, with a great sense of relief, and watching her leave the winner's circle and walk the length of the racetrack to the test barn with the fans 10, 15 deep. They kind of bubbled as she walked. It was very special.
She's an icon. We have a giant statue of her at the farm. She's happy, and she's definitely retired, but she'll run around the paddock a little bit.
Something as special and unique as Rachel is why we all do this. And be able to relive it, you know, that how blessed we've been to be in her presence, and what a horse like Rachel can do for us that we've never been able to do for ourselves.
We ran out of superlatives a decade ago. And to hear from Tom Durkin, not just hyperbole, Rachel Alexandra literally raising the rafters at Saratoga in those Stone Street colors. Rachel Alexandra, the 2009 Horse of the Year. I wasn't here for that. You guys were. What was it like here on that Woodward afternoon?
I would say that afternoon and that horse was everything that's great about Saratoga and horse racing in general. It was an incredible crowd. It was a gorgeous day. It was all about Rachel Alexandra, who put on one of the most scintillating performances to survive effectively a pace meltdown and beat those horses, older males. But the crowd, the excitement, the race, it was just everything that's great about this game.
It was great to be here. I was swept up in it, you know, having been involved in the game my whole life. I was just such a fan. I was in awe of that effort. She was the last woman standing after taking on all the boys. And two things that stand out, you know, she put together a campaign we will never see again.
I'm with you.
By a 3-year-old filly,
incredible.
right? The Kentucky Oaks, the Preakness, the Haskell, the Woodward. We won't ever see anybody attempt that, let alone pull it off. And then just how great Barbara Banke and the whole Stone Street team has been. She had a few foals. She had some success, but difficulty foaling. And they put her health and welfare first and retired her. And she lives like a queen there. I went to visit her there. She knows she owns the place.
Yeah, no, I agree with all of that. And Tom Durkin's call, the ability of Tom to seize the moment. Because when they turned for home, I'm sure a lot of people thought, oh, Rachel's in front, she'll just draw off. But Tom knew better, and he said, you know, the filly has the lead, but a dramatic stretch drive awaits, and he couldn't have been more right.
Maggie, there are so many special moments during the course of Rachel Alexandra's career as racing fans that we cherish, that we hold dear. For you, somebody brings up Rachel Alexandra, what comes to mind?
Chills.
physically immediate chills when thinking about Rachel Alexandra. I remember being there for the 2009 Preakness, actually the only race I got to see of hers live as a 3-year-old, and Scott Blasi bringing her into school 2 days before, and I was standing in the stall he wanted to go in, and he brought her right in front of my face, and it was just like, it was like you knew you were that close to greatness. And I almost just tear up every time I think about her, because what a show she put on for us. I mean, we were just honored to watch her and be in her presence each and every time she came to the racetrack. And that 3-year-old campaign will, in my opinion, never be matched by any filly in the history, as we have possibly some future stars. So in the paddock for today's 7th race, and we see some short-priced horses. And look, both of 3 Technique and Kowalski look fabulous here for their 3rd career starts and are likely the horses to beat. But let's start by talking about a second-time starter, what was highly regarded number 5 Wayno in his debut, and he did no running at all. He stopped pretty dramatically that day back on August 3rd. But I can say that he does feel as though he is a lot more focused this time. He just kind of walked in, kind of checking out the scenery in his first start. Today he came in eyes intense, focused on the bridle with his handlers. I think possibly we'll see a better performance from him. We're definitely going to have to. He is a very good-looking son of Into Mischief. Physically, it's all there. It's just mentally, he does feel as though he's a lot more ready for this second start. Moving on to some first-time starters. Number 1 is Necker Island for Stan Huff. Now, don't be too concerned about the fronts. Stan Huff always puts front bandages on all of his horses. And looking at him, he is wearing blinkers, which is what he's been working out in the mornings, and he's been holding his own against some older rivals in the morning, and rightfully so. He looks like he's 3 or 4 as opposed to 2. He's huge. This is a big, big horse, so 7 furlongs is ideal for this debut. He does come in here fit, and Stan Huff always scares me. I'm always paying attention to what his horses are doing in the paddock, and we'll see what he can do out on the racetrack. Moving on to another first-time starter, a big long shot in number 6, Mischief Afoot. Joel Rosario gets the call here, but I thought what was interesting was the last workout coming into here, 47-3 over the main track here with Fortune's Fool, who is a pretty accomplished dirt sprinter for trainer Jimmy Toner. And this guy actually, by the workout reports, going better than him. Now, Jimmy Toner not necessarily known for getting a first-time starting dirt horse to win early. But on the other hand, while watching this horse's breezes, he looks as though he wants every bit of the 7, but physically he's actually built a little bit more like a sprinter. So I kind of like that combination for him to possibly run well here. He's been very professional in the paddock, and there's a lot of conditioning to him, so there's a lot of substance, a lot of muscle mass. So I think he's a little bit interesting as a long shot play. Next, we'll move on to another first-time starter, and that's number 10, Tappage for Kieran McLaughlin, a son of Tappet out of Hysterical Lady, multiple greatest stakes winning dirt router. Though she's produced more turf horses, including Lady Montdor, who we'll see a bit later in the Glens Falls. I gotta say, while I like him as an individual, he looks somewhat ready. He looks more like a turf horse, more like that pedigree would suggest. So we'll see what he does here on the main track. Maybe it's meaningful. He debuts on the dirt here for Kieran. Lafitte?
Maggie, thanks so much. Tappage pictured at 11-1. Sam the Bugler calling the field front side for this 7th race. 2-year-olds sprinting 7 furlongs. The purse, $90,000. Terrific racing on this closing weekend. And the Saturday headliner still ahead, Grade 1. Woodward, the race gun winner, captured 2 years ago before going on to win the Breeders' Cup Classic and take down Horse of the Year honors. Yoshida is today's Woodward favorite, looking to become the first back-to-back Woodward winner since Lido's Palace in the early 2000s. The Woodward Race 11. Post time 6 Eastern. Post parade, we start with Necker Island drawn inside with Louis Saez aboard.
You got to be careful to leave out Stanley Huff, first-time starters at prices. And this is a second foal from Madame. Produced a horse that ran okay for the first foal.
3 Technique, naturally, for Bill Parcels, August on Farm, getting crushed 3-2.
Yeah, it's unlucky for this horse that he's a maiden. He ran to a horse that has a good chance to win the Hopeful on Monday and didn't get the best of setups in his first start. This is a legitimately good horse.
Extreme force. He has to learn how to break in the afternoon, Richie.
And that's been his problem. He lunged at the start. First time stumbled at the break. That usually means they're not standing well, but he is by the hottest freshman sire, Constitution.
This could be you, racing fan. Wayno for the My Racehorse Stable and Spendthrift Farm.
This horse was favored after going over $750,000 in debut in a race where the horse that came out of that race ran poorly in the earlier maiden race and didn't do any real running after showing some speed.
Number 6, Mischief Afoot, Jimmy Toner train, first-time starter.
I find this horse very interesting. By Into Mischief, like the work tab, like that they get Joel Rosario to sign on. I think this horse at a big price is going to run well.
20 to 1, Richie says maybe a live long shot. Soviet, 4th in his debut while coupled with the highly regarded Shoplifted last month.
He's flattered by a fast pace that collapsed. Now maybe he'll improve getting more distance, but it's odd that Todd Pletcher hasn't run this one on the turf, given the pedigree, but maybe that's a good sign and shows he still thinks he could be a good dirt horse.
Always misbehaving, also exits the July 27th Shoplifted race.
Took some money that day, broke slowly, was rushed up, was, in a dogfight basically with Shoplifted, and I think this horse really ran well. Just got tired late.
I read Ortiz, what's he looking at? Maybe Kowalski here, loose. Manny Franco. See the rein dangling. What's going on here, Richie?
They just got away from the pony, and they had the strap already connected to him. Sometimes these colts just aren't used to getting next to the pony. He should be by his third start, though.
He's named after the wrestler, actually, and he benefits from drawing outside of Always Misbehaving, who was outside of him last time in dueling 7 furlongs of question.
They can't get him to settle
and
down.
And I actually misspoke, Lafitte. That's who he was dueling with last time, Always Misbehaving, with Kowalski.
7 to 1. See how he acts over the next several minutes and settles down before post time. A Tappage, the Godolphin first-time starter.
Kieran not known for winning with first-time starters, but this horse is well drawn outside.
Yeah, he's not getting bet, but we've seen Kieran win with first-time starters. For Godolphin at big price. I remember one that Dylan Davis rode Ackwick last winter. It was like 6 to 1, took no money, and actually ran very well. So sometimes the board can be misleading, both positively and negatively. I think when Endorse broke his maiden first time out here at Godolphin last year, he was a very square price in that race.
7 to 1.
Yeah.
And, I mean, this horse does have a pedigree. By Tap It out of Hysterical Lady. Maggie pointed out that the older sister's running in the Glens Falls later.
Hysterical Lady, Grade 1 Humana Distaff winner. Naira Bets members, you can earn a $200 new member sign-up bonus to be allowed at the races at Saratoga. Enter promo code LIVE at sign-up. Bet $200, get $200 within the first 14 days of the sign-up to bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app. While 3 Technique is the favorite, we look at Wayno for the My Racehorse Stable, currently 7 to 1, and we check in with Acacia.
Lafitte, thank you. I'm here in the winner's circle with Chris Ransom, the racing manager from My Racehorse Stable. And Chris, we have a great big group of people here in the winner's circle right now. Tell us a little bit about what makes My Racehorse different.
It's exciting, yeah. We have about 75 people, maybe even a little bit more, here in the winner's circle with us today who all bought into this horse for $95 a share. They bought into it on an app, and they're excited. They're ready to watch Wayno run. So,
Wayno already having one race under his belt, coming in to his second start. What's the vibe like? What are people feeling today?
I think people are excited. It's a lot of people who have not had the opportunity to ever buy into a racehorse, and it's a lot of people who've actually been involved in the game for a long period of time. We're seeing a lot of different interest. And that's the most exciting thing to us. It's a one-time purchase. People are kind of trying to figure it out, and they're learning about Wayno. They've been following him since his last race via the app, and here we are on a big race day at Saratoga on a Saturday. What could be better?
I don't think there's anything better, personally. Now, looking at the horse himself, if you had a chance to speak maybe with trainer Steve Asmussen and any changes you've seen from him coming into his second start.
He's had some pretty good works, and I think that the idea of running him back here, running him back in a similar race, obviously a tough race, but, we're excited to see him progress and hopefully move forward. And, I think he's a big horse, and I think he's got a strong future ahead of him, so we're excited.
Chris, thanks so much. Best of luck with the whole My Racehorse group here today.
Thank you so much. Great.
Lafitte, I wish you could see this site here in the winner's circle. Great group of people and a lot of excitement.
How cool is that? Like, try to buy a share of a sports franchise for $95 on an app.
I think it's very cool. The more people get involved, the better. And is it too late for me to get on board with this one?
Well, you know, you can also join Naira Bets and feel like you're a part owner by betting the horse.
It's true.
That's how I become an owner of a horse.
I like it.
I buy a share at Naira Bets.
See, and with those micro shares, yeah, you too can compete at the highest level for a fraction of the cost. Go to myracehorse.com for more details. We check in with Maggie Wolfendale with 2 minutes to post.
Well, as you guys had seen in the post parade, number 9, Kowalski, acting up pretty badly. It took a while for them to get him settled, but once they turned him around to go the right way on the racetrack, he seemed to do so. He dropped his head a bit while staying with the pony, so that's always a good sign for him, but he's fired up as he will likely be on the engine, stretching out from the 5.5 where he had the battling lead to the 7 here today. As number 4, Extreme Force, as you guys were mentioning, has had trouble getting out of the gate, that's for sure. But today, unlike his previous 2 starts, I thought he looked stronger than before, and 2, just moving really, really well out there on the racetrack. And I think that he looks as though he'd give a better showing of himself this time around than what he did in his last start. As we'll move on to number 7, Soviet. Now, I'm still not convinced that this horse is more of a turf horse, because he might be, but the blinkers have made such a difference. And as I've said in the past, yes, I'm a little leery of Todd applying the blinkers, but it's more so with the first-time starters. They gave him a shot without them. He was very green out on the racetrack. Remember, he didn't want to go near the pony. Then Johnny had to turn him around away from the pony, send him, because he didn't really want to go. He was a little bit starstruck out here, I think. And so now he's been working in the blinkers, and by all reports, it sounds as though he's improved vastly with them. He was so much more focused in the warm-up as Johnny took him away from the pony once again, but a night and day. So I think looking at 7-2 on the board, that we'll see Soviet improve from his first start, guys.
A more focused Soviet and John Velasquez looking for back-to-back wins. You had global access in the last race. Velasquez, the winning ride there, trying to do the same with Soviet.
And Johnny Velasquez has really ridden well. Got off to a slow start at the meet, was able to come out of it. And, you know, it's interesting. You watch riders, and as riders age, they might lose a little bit off their fastball, if you will. Well, Father Time has not caught up with Johnny Velasquez yet.
I think John Velasquez looked at the standings earlier in the meet and saw he was 3 for 65. And he thought, I'm a lot better rider than this. Maybe I just haven't been, like, focusing as much, seriously. Because, I mean, his performance the last couple of weeks, he might change his last name to Ortiz. He's riding so well. He's been sensational out there.
Not bad, Serling. 3 for 65. For a rider of this caliber who's had more success at Saratoga than any other in history.
I really think he probably had a moment where he thought, I'm so much better than this. I got to do better than this.
It kind of started in Chicago with Sister Charlie, the one in the Beverly D. He came back. He had a 3-win afternoon here at Saratoga, and then just started tearing things up. And on Travers Day, winning the Boston Spa, he won another Grade 1. I believe the Woody Stevens with Mind Control, and then of course the Travers with Code of Honor.
And not falling onto even money for Todd Pletcher horses, you know?
No, and
really,
delivering rides that helped them to victory.
Oh, he absolutely won the Boston Spa with that ride. He gave a tremendous ride to Mind Control. It was like 10-1 in there. And Code of Honor, I mean, he did everything right. Yeah, Code of Honor was terrific that day, and Richie might have been on him that day instead of being able to win.
Don't get carried away.
But Johnny did everything right.
Not go crazy.
You know, it's not like he made any mistakes. He got off the inside. He got the outside. No. It was a great, great day of riding for him.
You know, but you brought up the Sister Charlie race, the Beverly D. Sometimes it just, even for a rider as accomplished him, one race to kind of get your confidence back, get you back on the beam. And you're right, maybe he just got mad at the same time and said, you know what, I got to show people who I am again. Guys, quickly, I picked the one-horse Necker Island at a huge price.
20-1.
You know, Stan Huff is a guy, knows how to scout young talent. He picks these horses out for Sagamore Farm, and he's in on the ownership. So he thought enough of him to put his own money up as well. This horse is named for Richard Branson's private island in the British Virgin Islands. That, if he wins at 20-1, maybe we can afford to rent it out. It does accommodate 34 people.
Probably not.
If Discreet Cat can win a maiden race in his first start for Stan Huff at 5-1, then a horse can win at any price for him.
And this horse got a very strong work tab. I really like his work tab. He goes to Luis Saez, his kind of go-to guy.
Is.
At a big price, I'll take a stab.
Why not?
20-1.
I chalked out again.
Island.
I'm like a chalk-eating weasel today.
Chalk, sticking with 3 technique.
Yeah, I like Three Techniques So Horse. I was talking to Jeremiah Engelhardt after his last race, and I said, you've been extremely unlucky with this horse. He really is a good horse. And there's some thought we could run in the hopeful, but obviously they're hoping if they win today, they can go on in the Champagne with them. And I think he could be that quality of horse.
Three Technique as Necker Island. Richie's long shot in selection at 20-1 in this 7th at Saratoga. Having issues trying to get him loaded into the gate. What are you seeing here, Richie?
He just doesn't. He's just reluctant to go in. Obviously the gate crew knows him. They've got the front doors open. He's a horse that usually they'll walk to the empty space there, but it looks like they're going to have to pack this horse in. And I give the assistant starters so much credit to get behind a 1,000-pound racehorse who's keyed up to race and push him into the gate. You got to have courage.
So why I get particularly annoyed when I hear people make comments about guys in the gate and something happens. They have people have no idea what these guys do on 10 times a day out here. They are truly the unsung heroes. There are a lot of them in racing, but they're up there.
Right there in that image with the racehorse.
And look at the guy down in front of him.
He's still inside with him.
They close the doors. You're down in front of a 1,000-pound powder keg. And they're the first guys in there to get you out as a jockey if you're in a tough situation.
That's Nick Romano, by the way.
And horses will sense obviously everything coming from you, so you have to keep completely cool while this is all going on.
Not easy.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good right here. I'm good. Filing into the gate, Waino steps forward. Also, Manny Franco has jumped off Kowalski, who's been really kind of a brat since horses were in the paddock. Now he's back aboard Kowalski in the Peter Brandt two-tone green.
Claw. Kowalski's the Claw.
It's a Claw? Thanks for that, Andy. Post time, race 7, Saratoga. Here's Larry Coleman.
They're off. And it's Waino who comes out quickly. Always Misbehaving came out in second. Kowalski is third on the outside. And coming up the rail is Necker Island to be close up to the lead as well as they head up the backstretch. Three Technique taken back to 5th and 4 lengths from the front. Joined on the outside by Tapage and Soviet. And right behind them is Extreme Force. Mischief Afoot, who did not have the best of beginnings, is at the rear of the field, 7 lengths off of front-running Waino and Ricardo Santana Jr., who ran 22.98 for the first quarter mile. Kowalski is second on the outside with a half-mile to go. And then it's Necker Island running in third, moving for the far turn. They're followed by Always Misbehaving, who's going up on the outside. Soviet is 5th, 4 lengths from the front. And then it's Tapage, Extreme Force on the inside. Three Technique is second to last as they make their way around the far turn. And Mischief Afoot just went by him on the outside, so Three Technique is at the back of the pack as they make their way toward the top of the stretch. 46.03 was the half mile. They're into the stretch. Kowalski has wrestled away the lead here from Waino. Here on the outside comes Always Misbehaving. Necker Island is next, and now Jose Ortiz says, let's go to Three Technique, and he comes running. Three Technique just blows by the competition and finishes with a flourish. Won it by 6 lengths over Always Misbehaving, Necker Island, and Kowalski.
That's like converting on 4th and 22. Three Technique was done, completely out of it, finds his best stride late, accelerates, and blows by his competition to graduate in his 3rd career start.
Well, as Larry Colmus correctly said at this point, Mr. Afoot was going by the favorite Three Technique, who was in last, and we were watching. Jose Ortiz was in traffic and shuffled back and just caught the whole way. My God, when he unleashed this horse, did he run. Wow.
He did get shuffled back, and I think a part of the reason for that was he was really resenting the kickback. He's laid up closer before where it wasn't hitting him flush in the face. He backed up. When he got in the clear, he went in the clear. He found another gear. Maybe they found out this is his true style of running. Ran considerably faster than the first division of this race won by Famished.
I mean, two-time Super Bowl winning head coach Bill Parcels with something to celebrate here on this final Saturday of the Saratoga meet with Three Technique.
A little trouble for Richie's long shot, obviously well back. I think maybe third. In the beginning, he got left a little bit, rushed up, got trouble on the inside in the stretch, and he fought through the trouble, but
he was a bit green. He may have been second if he wasn't lugging in so badly.
He should have been second.
Look at the smile on Jose Ortiz's face. Not even in the picture yet. Three Technique, a star on the rise. Only time will tell. But something to celebrate here today. The big tuna, big Parcells, Three Technique graduates.
We have 2 run-happy yearlings here at Mockmer Hall. We have a colt out of Addison Run in Book 2 and a filly out of Sugar Reef in Book 4. The colt is out of a young graded stakes producing unbridled song mare. The filly is a 10 mover, a great walker. They're good doers, they have great minds, they're easy, they're on themselves, etc. Really, really well put together.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Coming on strong.
Minute to stardom. On top, coming down to the final 16th, opening up a 2-length lead.
My love for you.
Wild About Star, shining big here in Berry 1.
Oh, why did I wrong?
Testing 1-2. The Star Guitar filly leads Champagne Diva close to home. It's testing 1-2.
Feel my love for you. Coming on strong.
Flatter. This prolific son of A.P. Indy has sired 6 millionaires, including Eclipse champion West Coast. This year, he's adding even more stakes winners to his outstanding record, including Sovereign Award winner Avies Flatter. In the auction ring, his yearlings have topped the Fasig-Tipton July sale 2 years in a row. Success on the track, success in the ring. Flatter, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Far outside eventual winner, 3 Technique. Pay attention to Necker Island buried on the inside of horses. Look at him trying to find a way through here, Richie.
Yeah, he tried to come out around horses there. I don't think Necker Island was helping Jockey Louis as much. He looked like he wanted to run in, running a little bit green. And you can see even there he had to correct him again. He broke a little slow. He probably could have been second. Nobody was beating the winner, but a good run from Necker Island.
Exciting, exciting prospect, Andy, 3 Technique.
This is some good horse, this horse. Wow, that was really impressive.
And we get to hear from his 2-time Super Bowl winning owner, Bill Parcels, with Acacia in the winner's circle.
Yes, Bill, 3 Technique finally able to break through and get the win today after a couple of unlucky trips. What does it mean to see him get the win today?
Well, you know, Jeremiah told me we had something, and I have a lot of faith in him. Just happy to get a win. Winning at Saratoga is very special.
He certainly has a lot of talent. What did it mean as he started to pull away and coming down to the wire, stretching his lead?
Well, I thought we were done at the bottom of the turn. I said, there's no way he's going to, you know, be able to get in position. But Jose, can't count him out either.
Now, we love to see you so involved in the sport of horse racing. What is that winning feeling like for those that may not be familiar with it?
It's better than anything.
Thank you so much, Coach. A real pleasure. Congratulations. And Lafitte, 3 Techniques, finally able to break through to the winner's circle today.
Saratoga Live is brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net. Another stellar afternoon in Saratoga Springs, New York. Final day of August, closing weekend. Fans here witnessing very exciting afternoon of thoroughbred racing. For those of you just joining us, we just saw a very impressive 2-year-old 3 Technique. He's owned by 2-time Super Bowl winning head coach Bill Parcels. Bill Parcels just told our Acacia Courtney there is nothing better than winning here at Saratoga. Again, this is a guy who won 2 Super Bowls. That's how excited Bill Parcels was.
Yeah, if you're not excited by a horse like that, you can't be excited by anything.
Well, you know, the way he did it, dropping so far back, finishing as strong as he did, you've got to be thinking about bigger and better things to come. Races like the Champagne, the Breeders' Cup, and ultimately the Classics next year for 3-year-olds.
No question about it. He's that kind of good horse. I mean, you're going to see him as one of the favorites in the Champagne, in all likelihood, at Belmont Park. And he could be one of the best horses in 2 years in the country.
So in this interview, for our audience just joining us, Bill Parcels told Acacia that he thought he was through. We thought he was spent. He was the favorite. All of a sudden jumps into the picture, turns it on, and look at that late acceleration. Accelerating on dirt the way a good grass horse accelerates on turf.
And nobody else was closing. It's not as though it was a race that was falling apart. The horses that were forwardly placed in the races were all the ones that did the running. He was the only one picking up ground.
And it was interesting watching him drop back around the turn. Now, I think he was resenting the kickback a little bit. He should learn from it and get better about it. But you could see Jose Ortiz wanting to get him in the clear. Even though it didn't look like he had horse, he knew he had horse, swung him out, and he dropped his head and finished, like you said, acceleration like a turf horse.
And I think you have to have confidence in a horse to do what Jose did, because he said, I'm not going to do anything rash. I'm not going to try to bust through a spot, get in more trouble. I've got to deal with the hand that I was dealt, and he did. And once he got him out in the clear, man.
Bill Parcels, 3 technique, part of what makes Saratoga so special, those exciting 2-year-old performances onward and upward with 3 technique. But today, the story is about older horses and the Grade 1 Woodward, one of the most celebrated, prestigious races for older horses in New York. The defending champ is here. There he is, Yoshida, out to defend his title. The good news, he does some of his best running at Saratoga. Bad news, he has not won since last year's Woodward victory.
Good run from him in the Whitney, though, Andy. I mean, he really finished well that day, and he shows that he has that proficiency for the dirt, particularly here in Saratoga.
I don't disagree, and I'm not going to be shocked if he wins this race. I find it a tough horse to take a short price on, because I don't know how good he is really, and he was the one picking up the pieces. I'm not saying he didn't run well in the Whitney. I'm not going to criticize him, but he was taking advantage of the pace, where Preservationist did so much more of the dirty work than he did, and there are some new shooters in here, and I would argue that overall this is a stronger field than the one he beat last year, even if it's smaller.
Let's meet that field. Of course, it's America's Best Racing Race of the Week, the Grade 1 Woodward. Mile and an eighth with a $750,000 purse as that march towards the Breeders' Cup Classic continues. Let's meet the contenders with Greg Wolf and today's Grade 1 Woodward.
It's the final weekend of the Saratoga meet, and this historic racetrack has saved one of its best for last with the Grade 1 Woodward, a race that's been won by 2 Triple Crown winners and an additional 18 Hall of Famers. This year's cast is led by the defending champ. A Grade 1 winner on both turf and dirt, Yoshida is looking to become the first back-to-back Woodward winner since Lido Palace in 2001 and 2002. On dirt, there's no question Yoshida has been at his best here in upstate New York, rallying 9 wide in last year's edition to post the biggest main track prize of his career. Tom's d'Etat proved once again his affinity for Saratoga in the Aladar, with one of his best performances he's ever produced, while also proving he could sit a more stalking trip and be equally effective. Despite being a 6-year-old, the Woodward will be just his second chance in Grade 1 company. After his powerful performance in the Suburban, Preservationist came into the Whitney as a horse on the rise. But after 3 straight wins, he came up empty in the stretch against McKinsey. The Woodward will be a make-or-break race for him if he hopes to stay in the picture in the handicap division. Then there's Mr. Buff. While he's beat up on state-bred competition, his lone try in graded stakes company, he was a no-show. As his name would suggest, he's a big boy, standing 17.2 hands. While speed is his best weapon, in his last start, his feet got tangled in the starting gate. After finally getting settled, he didn't break well. There went the lead, but it didn't matter. Mr. Buff made it 6 wins in his last 8 starts. As we've come to expect in this prestigious Grade 1, this year's Woodward is loaded with talent and intriguing storylines, and could produce more than just one contender for the Breeders' Cup Classic come November.
Greg Wolf, Gary Stevens, Tom Amos will be on set for the Grade 1 Woodward. Race 11 on the program, 6 Eastern. Another look at the field. Vino Rosso, significant scratch. Vino Rosso last raced in the Whitney. Preservationist and Yoshida exiting the Whitney. And the best news for both of them, they don't have to deal with the likes of McKenzie this afternoon. McKenzie was so good on this afternoon, but both Preservationist and specifically Yoshida did run very well.
I thought that Preservationist, I don't mean this to be critical. I think you have a plan, and I think, Rich, you'll agree with me, aggressive plan. I prefer aggressive plans over passive plans.
Yes.
But I think in retrospect, both Jimmy Jerkins and Junior Alvarado wish they were a little more patient in the race. And I think the aggressive move just didn't work, because the problem was, in making an aggressive move, he ended up getting hunted by McKenzie. You don't want to get hunted by McKenzie.
You don't want to be hunted by McKenzie.
No, and especially when Mike was able to make that clever move to get to his outside. I just think Preservationist is doing a lot better, too, coming into the Woodward. He's a horse that didn't seem like he settled into his surroundings up here in Saratoga heading to the Whitney. I've been by the barn. I've spoken with Jimmy. I've spoken with the foreman, the groom. He has really settled in. I've watched him train. He's trained better this Woodward than he did the Whitney, and I think he gets that stalking trip following Mr. Buff.
Yeah, I think he's going to be in a good position here, and I like his chances. I think there's a number of players in this race, though, besides those two.
Such
particularly Tom's Day Tot. I mean, Tom's Day Tot's performance last time was very good. There's Preservation.
There is Preservation. It's looking good, curious, checking out our camera, and just a big, good-looking horse. And I just think that the fact that he'll be a bit more settled because he's training more settled, I think he's going to get the trip he wants. He's a horse that lays close. I don't think necessarily he wants to be on the lead. I think he likes having something to look at.
Yeah, I think he'll be fine stalking here. So you'll see a much different circumstance. Tom's Day Tot's not going to be far off the pace either, and they're going to have to use him a bit to get position. But think about Tom's Day Tot. The two fastest buyer speed figures he's ever run have been in Saratoga, and last time out, he generally was geared down. He would have run faster if they didn't ease him in the late stages. And I love that he's getting a shot in this race because 2 years ago, he ran that huge prep race, the 106 buyer, and they were pointing to take a shot at Gun Runner.
Yeah.
And he got hurt. And it's
here
taken
he
him a
is.
long time to get back here, but I like those stories in racing when horses get a second chance, and I think he can make the most of that second chance today.
Joel Rosario saved something in the Aladar win for Tom's Day Tot. Rosario, understandably, evacuates. He is going to be riding Yoshida, but Tom's Day Tot 3 for 3 lifetime here at Saratoga, 3 for 5 at this 1 1/8 distance.
Well, you've got to like that, especially the 3 for 3 in Saratoga. You know, we talk about horses for courses up here all the time. This is a horse that obviously enjoys it. I wonder if Tom's Day Tot beats Yoshida, let's say, a neck. Do you think Joel Rosario will regret taking such good care of him last time?
Should have emptied the tank a little bit so he didn't have to worry about him in this
I think he'll congratulate Al I know you're kidding.
Guys, what do we know? Speaking of a long shot, you liked a long shot in the last race, ran third at 20-1. Mongolian Groom, 15-1, coming in from California. Louis Saez in the saddle and how aggressive he may be early on in part of the pace.
We'll see. I mean, it's hard to say. I don't know if he really has the speed to be part of the pace, looking at some other horses. Here's what I don't like about him, and maybe it was the bull ring down at Charlestown, 3 turns. He ran really well in the Santa Anita Handicap. It was sort of similar efforts to P Classic. They shipped the Charlestown Classic 2 weeks later. Same thing they're doing here. And he does no running whatsoever against, I would say, a much weaker field than what he's meeting today. I don't like the same pattern just blew up on them before.
Well, but it is a tricky read because it was, a much smaller a bull ring, as you say, going around 3 turns. And he is a kind of a heavier, bigger horse that generally tends not to handle those kind of racetracks. But it's a good point. I just don't think that he's that fast to be a part of the pace. He's coming out of moderately paced races for California. And even with Louis Saez, who can seem to get speed out of anything.
Right.
Francis the Mule would be on the lead with him. I'm sure he'll get position, but I don't see him on the lead.
I don't think Louis Saez can get this guy to lead. I agree with you.
I
don't even think Richard McLeory could have gotten the lead.
Carried away.
Woodward, race number 11, 6 Eastern, the highlight of this final Saturday of the Saratoga meet. More 2-year-olds coming up in race number 8, going a 1 1/16 on grass with a $90,000 purse. About 11 minutes to post. We check in with Maggie in the paddock.
Hey, Lafitte, and we see favoritism going to number 3 in here, Mr. Jaggers, who I really like, and I do think he is a formidable favorite, but let's take a look at some others, mainly 2 trying the turf for the first time and 2 first-time starters. Number 1 is Get Set, whose dam ran a couple days ago here. That's right. Enthusiastic Gal is still running. She's the one that actually both her and her son were meant to run one day up here at Saratoga on the same card, but his race got rained off. Now, they've been looking for a turf race for him. They finally get it here, and I absolutely see why. Not only does he have the pedigree, especially on the bottom side, but he has a massive turf hoof to him, and he's a bit bigger. He's a little bit keyed up here with that stretch out and distance, which I don't always love, but then again, having some speed from that inside post position won't hurt him. But the turf just looks like an ideal scenario for him, and I'm excited to see what he can do, and it's just such a cool story that the dam is still running. She had a good third here, like I said, a couple days ago. As number 4 is No Word, a first-time starter from the Todd Pletcher barn by Silent Name. So with that being said, a lot of his progeny, they tend tend to be a little bit on the smaller side. I kind of think of Win, and his physical makeup. They're that dark bay, slight kind of build. So that's typical, and that's exactly what I'm seeing here with No Word, who is extremely fit for debut. Love the way he's presenting himself as far as his demeanor, very calm and classy acting. And as far as the workout reports go, he's been working with an older rival, and Extraordinary Jerry working right along with him. As far as the reports sound, it looks as though this horse is pretty good, and he ultimately looks like a turf horse. So finding himself in a very good spot first time out. Number 5 is Gear Jockey. A son of Twirling Candy, there's not much turf pedigree to report on the bottom side, but he does have a turf hoof, and he's a lot fitter for his second start of his career for Rusty Arnold. He just looked a bit on the chunky side at first asking, and he's a lot more sharp and keen here in the paddock as well. He's been bouncing around on his toes. We'll see what he can do on the turf, as number 8 is Lord Byron for Danny Gargan. A horse that, yes, this is what he wants to do, but he just looks like a start will be beneficial. Just doesn't look that fit because he is that heavier body type. Lafitte, as they are making their way to the track.
All right, Maggie, thanks so much. Lord Byron. Not the horse from Let It Ride.
Andy would know
One
better
of the horses
than me,
from Let
wasn't
It
he?
Ride.
I've only seen Let It Ride once.
Really?
You've only seen it once?
Yep.
You can leave the set now, Andy.
Okay. Bye.
Only seen it
Why
once.
did you tell me that an hour ago?
Lord Byron sounds very, very familiar. As we mentioned, the highlight of the program, the Woodward Stakes, race number 11, post time 6 Eastern. Greg Wolfby jumping in the cockpit. Hall of Fame jockey Gary Stevens, Tom Amos on the set, Jonathan Kinchin, Paul LaDuca in the paddock. Maggie Wolfendale reporting for the Woodward, coming up later on this afternoon on Saratoga Live. These 2-year-olds, any strong opinions going in, Mig, before the post parade here?
I don't have any real strong opinions. I agree with Andy. We were talking off camera that the favorite's going to be tough, the 3 Mr. Jaggers. I think the 7 Sham Rocket from the Christophe Comont barn is going to improve vastly with his one run. And I thought he got sent extremely wide, and I thought it was a better race than it looked.
Yeah, I think Mr. Jaggers ran very well. I would use the first or No Word, and I'm against the 2 policy option. I don't like that horse at all.
I'm with Lord Byron. Just because it is from Let It Ride, confirmed.
That's the only place that
Lord
Byron is only from Let It Ride. I'm just checking. You should go. You ever there's Google.com?
I've heard of it.
Yeah, there's a lot of good
I've heard
stuff
of it.
on that.
Good
Yeah,
stuff there.
Yeah.
Right. That's where they tend to
Start
conceal.
using that.
They tend to
You know, as a
conceal
host, that could
this
probably
kind
help
of
you.
information.
See, I'm just trying to help.
Always appreciated, Andy. Post Parade Brewing here for this 8th race. 2-year-olds going a mile and a 16th on a firm turf course. You're looking at Get Set drawn inside. Javier Castellano takes the call.
Well, this is one of the coolest horses racing because her dam, Enthusiastic Gal, is also racing currently, and she had some time off with an injury and enough to have one foal, and it was Get Set, and she's a good turf horse, though more of a sprinter.
Number 2, Policy Option for Chad Brown in the Clarvich Stables.
A well-beaten second, first time out. Took no money at all. Very unusual for a Chad Brown firster, and he would have to improve off his first start.
Bill Mott will saddle Yoshida, the favorite in the Woodward. Also has Mr. Jaggers here, 9-5, 6 minutes to post.
Bill Mott doesn't have firsters get bet the way this one that can't run. Broke 3/4 lengths low, lost ground on both turns. Second horse came back to win. Way the horse to beat.
Number 4, No Word for the Wertheimer brothers, trained by Todd Pletcher.
First-time starter seems to be acting well with the pony. Maggie Wolfendale gave him high marks. That's good enough for me.
Gear Jockey for Calumet, off the board in his debut.
Yeah, he just doesn't have a screaming turf pedigree. Not to say there aren't turf influences, but not a lot of upside in the turf, I think.
Number 6, a scratch. Number 7, Sham Rocket, Dylan Davis in the Donegal. Green and yellow.
Not knocking a price horse that Richie likes. He saw something I didn't, but maybe he'll run better for a trainer having a great meet.
Lord Byron for the Peachtree Stable, pictured currently 9-1. Let It Ride, fans.
Not a great post position for a first-time starter. Danny Gargan having a tremendous meeting, and I like your angle, Lafitte. Let it ride.
You like that? 9-1 if you like him. 9-1 if you're a Let It Ride fan. This 8th race from Saratoga in 5 minutes as our coverage continues on Labor Day weekend from the Spa.
Practical Joke was all business. He won the home.
Practical Joke always showed a lot of ability. He showed a lot of heart, a lot of determination. Right from the first breeze, he identified himself as one of the best in his crop.
Practical Joke down to the wire, the champagne.
Practical Joke took both the Hopeful and the Champagne Stakes, and he's a fast, tough,
precocious 2-year-old, trained on, showed even better form at 3.
It is Practical Joke in the Allen Jerkins.
He's going to be a horse that no commercial breeder can leave off their list.
Go from Railbird to Winner's Circle. With My Racehorse, you have access to top horses and trainers, backside tours, exclusive ownership experiences, and fast payouts to your online account. With shares starting as little as $100, the Winner's Circle is waiting for you. Go to myracehorse.com or download the My Racehorse app today to join the thousands who have already started their journey as a racehorse owner.
Grade 1 winner and track record setter Lee. He traveled the world competing against the best of his generation. Now his progeny are hitting the track. His first winners include Saratoga standout Vast, with juveniles selling for over $400,000 and yearlings bringing up to $650,000. The sky is the limit for this promising young stallion. Lee, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Joined by trainer Bill Mott, who has Mr. Jaggers here. Bill, what did you take away from the first race for this horse, and how's he doing coming into his second?
Good even race. He finished up well, and the best thing about it, it looked like everybody out of that race has come back and won. The horse that finished second won. I think the horse that finished fourth has come back and won. So when you come out of a key race like that, I mean, you're always optimistic, I suppose. And our horses, he's certainly trained well enough since then.
I did see a couple works back. He actually worked in company with Yoshida. How did he handle himself?
Well, he worked well. They might have had that wrong, but he's worked well since. His last work was on the grass, and I thought it was very good. He was into the bridle and finished well enough. So, you know, I'm hoping that mentally he's a little forward from what he was the first time we ran him.
But speaking of Yoshida coming up in the Woodward a little bit later, big performance from him in the Whitney. What did you take away from that race? Very good race. I mean, I guess, you know, if I was a handicapper, I'd probably say, well, I hope he didn't run too hard in the Whitney and he saved enough for today. But he seems as though he's been doing well. I mean, he's come back and trained well. He feels good. His energy level has been very good. And we're, you know, there were a couple of the key players that were in the Whitney that aren't in here today. I mean, one being McKenzie, and then, of course, we had a scratch today, Vina Rosso. So, you know, I think we look good in there. I think we're, you know, on paper, we look as good as anybody. Bill, thanks so much for your time. Really appreciate it. Good luck today.
All right. Thank you.
And, guys, we'll look to see if Yoshida can be the first back-to-back Woodward winner since 2002.
And maybe that's another concern. Did chasing McKenzie take too much out of Yoshida moving forward that Bill Mott just referenced?
Maybe. I feel like good horses show up.
And I'm also of the belief that it impacts closers less than a horse that runs most of the race, a horse that's a pace type.
Agree. Can we talk
Grade
about
1 winner on grass and dirt, Yoshida favored in the Woodward. How about this race? And these 2-year-olds about to go 1 mile and a 16th, crossing over to the turf course. Get Set with Javier Castellano at 8-1.
Well, we touched on her pedigree and her dam. Her dam, Enthusiastic Gal, as I'm sure some people know, is currently racing for these connections. And she had a soft tissue injury, and they used, I think, some stem cells, something to get her better. And while she's recovering, they got her in foal, and this is the foal that she had.
I mean, it's very unusual to see a mare have a foal come back to racing, but in fact, because they get pregnant, it actually strengthens them up behind. Some mares that aren't, you know, they're a little bit weak behind, they'll even race them into their first trimester, and it already strengthens them up because they have to prepare to give birth. And it could actually, in some respect, make Enthusiastic Gal a better horse.
Well, she arguably is a better horse, actually, since coming back. That's what's so remarkable about it. I just think it's a cool story, and it just makes you a little more interested in Get Set in this race.
Get Set for Steve Caceres, Javier Castellano aboard, looking to break through in his 3rd career start. No Word comes in, the first-time starter with a big pedigree.
Yeah, I mean, Todd Pletcher remarkably has a horrendous record with first-time starting 2-year-olds in turf routes, Saratoga, but they're individuals, and you want to take them one at a time. And from a pedigree standpoint, it's a brilliant pedigree. It's a Fultus Silencio, who won about 600,000 change in California, but 3 turf winners from the dam, and there's plenty of turf second family. This horse is bred to be very good on the grass.
Jose Ortiz in the saddle, Saratoga's leading rider. 3-1 currently, No Word. Price continues to plummet on Mr. Jaggers at 7-5.
And Mr. Jaggers is absolutely the horse to beat and the rightful favorite. He was 3rd. Decorated Invader, the horse that was 2nd, came back and won, worked incredibly over the turf course, I think it was yesterday or the day before, working with an older horse, and he might be a really good horse. So he's coming out of a super live race, got the race under his belt. Keep an eye on the first turn, guys. You know, it's always a little tough with these 2-year-olds negotiating the first turn. And Get Set coming out of 2 sprints, a 4.5 and a 5.5 on the turf. Actually looks pretty revved up, and from the inside, you hope he corners well into that first turn.
And I got another one for you. Okay, you ready? I believe, here's the name, Miss Jaggers. The mare is Miss Haversham. Mr. Jaggers was actually Miss Haversham's lawyer in Great Expectations, so that's where the name comes from.
I like that.
Pretty not sharp. As good as Lord Byron, but
better.
Not as good as Lord
Great
Byron.
Great Expectations, man. Dickens.
I don't like Lord Byron. I
try to class this show up a little bit, all right?
Lord Byron. That's, I almost said someone was going to get me in a lot of trouble. Give it to Larry Coleman with the live call. Post time. Race 8, Saratoga.
They'll be followed by No Word. Gear Jockey. Sham Rocket, second last to move into the starting gate. Gear Jockey not quite in there yet. And the last to load is Lord Byron. Lord Byron's in, and they're all in line. They're off. Lord Byron was slow to start. Get set, out for the lead. There goes Gear Jockey, who now rushes up to grab early command, racing for that first turn. It's Gear Jockey to the front. No Word takes second position. Then it's Shamrocket on the outside in third, moving into that turn. After a sharp beginning, Get Set settles back and sits in fourth. Mr. Jaggers fifth. Policy Option is next. Then a break of another 5 lengths more. Back to Lord Byron, who is the early trailer. 23.4 that opening quarter mile onto the backstretch. And Gear Jockey is the leader, on top by 3/4 of a length. Shamrocket on the outside is running along in second position. No Word is third. Mr. Jaggers on the outside, fourth by another 3. Then Get Set, being motivated along there, back there in fifth, just ahead of Policy Option, who's cruising along. And then a gap of another 7 lengths more back to Lord Byron, who's at the back of the field through a 47.51 half mile. Racing for the far turn, Gear Jockey in front. The leader by a length, with Shamrocket running along second. Then comes No Word third on the inside. Mr. Jaggers follows in fourth by another 2. Policy Options making good progress now up into fifth on the outside. Then it's Get Set and Lord Byron. Coming toward the top of the stretch, 3/4, 111.45. They're into the stretch. Gear Jockey still there. One off the rail, No Word trying to come and get Gear Jockey at the 8th pole. Shamrocket is third. On the far outside, Mr. Jaggers is gaining ground from fourth. Policy Option did not go on. They're down to the last 16th, and it's No Word. No Word has grabbed the front and is pulling away to win. Gear Jockey holds on for second, and then a photo between Shamrocket and Mr. Jaggers.
Runs to that big pedigree Andy reference. No Word for the Wertheimer brothers. Todd Pletcher, Jose Ortiz at 7-2 in the 8th at the spot.
Well, Richie, you saw it in the turn. You said to me around 5/16 pole that No Word is really in the bridle. You could see it, and obviously got a perfect trip and an exceptional ride by Jose Ortiz, but he really got it done. And, you know, I know Mr. Jaggers got left a little bit as he did in his debut. He had no excuse. He was very disappointed.
No, he moved up and flattened out, really. He really didn't finish the deal whatsoever. I don't even know if he got by the 7 Shamrocket for third. Very, very professional debut for No Word. For a young horse, sit the pocket, stay in the bridle the way he did, traveling like a winner every step of the way.
I'm going to say we're seeing some good 2-year-olds as the meet is closing up here. We have seen some terrific performances back-to-back.
3 technique half an hour ago for Bill Parcels. No Word for all-world trainer Todd Pletcher. Jose Ortiz, No Word, the acceleration late. Big effort from Gear Jockey at a price, Mig.
Yeah, when it just, once again, shows speed is dangerous. I never understand why guys are bashful to go in the lead. Horses get brave. This horse set legitimate fractions and hung in there well.
Couldn't agree more. It was an excellent effort by him. It wasn't even close to second. I mean, you were right that Shamrock was more professional, but
he ran better.
Not good enough.
You know, and actually, Mr. Jaggers did not get by Shamrocket for third. So at a big price, he finished fourth.
Jose Ortiz, leading rider at Saratoga, trying to shake off his brother Irad and take down a second. Angel Cordero, Saratoga riding title with No Word, and that will wrap things up for us, but the show does continue. Still terrific racing in front of us. Glens Falls coming up shortly for fillies and mares Grade 2 on grass, and the big one, the Grade 1 Woodward, featuring some of the finest older horses on the East Coast. Can Yoshida go back-to-back? For Andy Serling, Richard Migliori, I'm Lafitte Pinkai. We'll see you next time. Greg Wolf, Gary Stevens, Tom Aim is taking over when we come back, and Saratoga Live continues.
What constitutes a promising stallion? Speed? He's still the fastest tappet ever around 2 turns. Pedigree?
There are a million reasons to play Saratoga, but Naira Bets customers have a million more. Naira Bets customers can earn a $1 million single ticket bonus on the Late Pick 5 at Saratoga. Join Naira Bets to play the Late Pick 5 today. Visit NairaBets.com for details.
Storylines we've been following.
It's going to be a star-studded lineup.
They're not going to beat her. Wouldn't spend $1 on her.
And we haven't gotten any argument yet.
Find yourself in the winner's circle here. It's the greatest feeling on earth.
Saratoga Live has you covered every race day, all summer long.
We're gonna go traveling.
Whether you have Derby dreams or Midsummer Derby dreams, this is Tom Durkin to tell you a registered New York bred can take you there.
Diversify!
That New York bred Exact and the Whitney by multimillionaires Diversify and Mind Your Biscuits shows the kind of quality that allowed New York breds to earn more than $93 million on the world stage last year. On-track successes have spurred New York bred sales result. At the March OBS sale, Chestertown sold for $2 million. And this New York bred 2018 yearling brought $1 million at Saratoga. So get with the program at nybreds.com.
Welcome back to a Saratoga Live presented by America's Best Racing. America's Best Racing, for the love of the race. Visit americasbestracing.net today. Paulie, we're back. We're running out of time here. I'm getting a little bit sad about it.
I know, 3 days left here in the meet, but still some great racing. We've seen some great 2-year-old racing and some upsets, you know, like minor upsets here and there, you know what I mean?
It's been great. You know, obviously the 2-year-olds today were unbelievable, obviously, and this was another remarkable one. No Word for Todd Pletcher, a half to Silentio horse. I'm sure you saw a bunch when you were out at California. 9-10. The Chad Brown runner in here. And both Bill Mott were both were kind of nowhere here. I think they were going to run well.
Mr. Jagger's disappointed a little bit, but take nothing away from No Word. Ran very, very well, very professional.
Here we go. We got Acacia Courtney with winning trainer Todd Pletcher.
That's right. Thank you, Jonathan. And No Word, Todd. Very impressive on debut. He's not an overly huge type of horse, but man, he was impressive today.
He was. He'd been training very well for us. We liked the way he worked on the grass and had to scratch him a couple weeks ago. The race came off the turf, but we felt like it was the right decision and hopefully paid off today. I liked the way he ran.
Taking a look back at that performance, what kind of takeaways do you take from that as a first-time starter? Where do you think that puts him moving forward?
Well, Jose said he's acted like an older horse, very professional, wasn't intimidated being inside and behind horses. And, you know, when he said about the half-mile pole, he kind of tested him to see if he had horse, and he jumped right underneath him and just rode him very confidently from there. I love the way he finished and galloped out very strongly as well. So, you know, doesn't seem like distance will be any issue for him.
And this is not the end of the day for you. A couple of runners coming up in the Grade 1 Woodward. Vino Rosso pointing to the Jockey Club Gold Cup, I understand. But Bal Harbour and Wooderson, how would you expect the pace to play out in that race looking at your two runners?
I think it's kind of an interesting race from a pace standpoint. You don't see any horses that really are often on the lead, but yet there's, you know, it appears to be an honest pace. I think Bal Harbour from the inside hopefully can establish, a stalking type position. And just with Wooderson, we just want to get a clean break and let him get into a good rhythm.
10 years ago, Wooderson's half-sister Rachel Alexandra was here winning the Woodward. What would it mean to see him be in the winner's circle today?
Well, it's we're kind of hoping that's a good omen for him. That would be pretty cool to do it on the 10-year anniversary of that. And he's a horse we've always had really high hopes for. I think he's starting to put it together. So hopefully today could be his day.
Todd, thanks so much. Best of luck later.
Thank you.
And a couple of big runners coming up later in the Woodward for trainer Todd Pletcher, but an impressive debut win from No Word to start the day off, guys.
We're going to go on to the 9th race here, and it's allowance race. I thought this race was extremely, extremely difficult. Paul, I'm glad that you have a best bet for us in here, because I'm telling you right now, I used about 5 or 6 in my multi-race bets. I think it's a pretty tough one.
Yeah, I thought it was a tough race. Sometimes you need to take a stand in some of these tough races, and I'm going to say this is the race that I'm going to take a stand in, and I'm going to take a stand with the 3 horse in here, and I hope I'm saying this right. Arafana, I think you're saying that right. This is a filly for Kelly Rubley and Julian Pimentel. First time out, a daughter, Curlin, had an AP Indy mare that was absolutely dominant. She broke okay, but the way she did it, if you watch the head on, she was about 5'6" wide, and Julian could tell, or the trainer told him, Kelly, listen, we got a freak show on our hands here. Just keep him wide and let him do his thing. And he just strides out here without much encouragement by about 10. I like the way he did it. Obviously, when a horse wins by this many. But what I'm trying to say here is, too, JK, is that I think a lot of the Maryland horses don't get a lot of love. We saw one yesterday, Remain Anonymous, a first-time starter. That was dynamite that came in here from Laurel Park. Don't dismiss these horses.
Especially when one wins like that.
Yeah.
That was very visually impressive, and it's a wide-open race. So 3-1 on the board right now. There's nothing wrong with that at all. I went with Yoshida for my best bet. Yeah, we heard Todd Pletcher just now mention that the pace is a little bit murky in the Woodward. I think they're going to invite Yoshida right into the race. He's going to stay connected. Sometimes he can fall out of it a little bit. I think he'll stay connected, and I think his turn of foot over this racetrack at this distance is going to be too much. Now, if someone gets cute and wants to run off, I think they'll set it up for Yoshida. I think Yoshida's going to be extremely tough in here. And 2 other horses with, obviously we'll take some money with Preservationist and some of the other ones as well.
Yeah, Todd, obviously the scratch of Vino Rosso, who's going to be pointed to the Jockey Gold Cup. So it's obviously a 3-horse race. Where does Yoshida lie? Yoshida, to me, has the most talent by far. I'm with you. And I think probably will not really get big, because I think a lot of people go, oh, this horse needs a lot of pace. Sometimes when you're just the best, you're the best.
I agree. And Wolfie and the fellas are trackside. I wonder if they like my best bet in Yoshida.
Yoshida looking to go back-to-back in the Woodward for the first time since Lido Palace did it. We have a stacked field, and of course the final weekend of the meet here coming up, and the Grade 1 Woodward is our feature event. We have a tremendous Saturday ahead for you. Greg Wolf alongside my 2 partners here. I'm going to bring in just a second. Glad you've joined us. It is beautiful weather for this final Saturday of the Saratoga meeting. We have 3 Grade 1s over the next final 3 days of the meet. Hall of Famer Gary Stevens here with me, Kentucky Oaks winning trainer Tom Amos. And for Yoshida, this horse has been a difficult horse to ride. Jose Ortiz told trainer Bill Mott as much, but Joel Rosario seems to get along with him really well.
Well, I think they're both horse and rider, or a combination that they just get along. Joel, very laid-back kind of guy. He lets the horse kind of do what he wants to do, and he responds for him when it counts. And he's going to be a force to be reckoned with this afternoon. He's the honest favorite here. I think Tom Stata will give him a run for his money, though, Tom.
Yeah, Tom Stata on the outside. That is a really good post for Tom Stata, way on the outside, the 9-hole. He's got tactical speed, and that should serve him well. You're watching Yoshida right there. He wants that pace to be hot, doesn't he, Gary? The more pace he can get up front, the better it's going to be for him to finish up in the race, as he did here.
Yeah, and he's only had 2 starts here at Saratoga. Both of them have been very good performances. He couldn't deal with McKenzie last time out, and McKenzie might be the best older horse in the country right now.
Yoshida on dirt, Grade 1 winner, obviously on turf as well, but on dirt, he's been better here than where he's been anywhere else. We'll see if he can follow up that runner-up finish in the Whitney.
do it one better and go back-to-back in the Woodward, presented by Naira Bets. He is the morning line favorite. As we look at the group that will line up, Vino Rosso will pass on this race, going to opt for the Jockey Club Gold Cup instead as his path to the Breeders' Cup Classic, but Todd Pletcher still with 2 runners in the race.
He is indeed. You're looking at Bal Harbor being one of those 2 horses. And for Todd, he's a bit of an outsider in this race, in my opinion. So 2 horses in the race. And how many times he's seen a guy like Todd Pletcher in a big race, maybe overlooked, and he's right there in the winner's circle.
Now the other, is Wooderson. It's the 10-year anniversary of Rachel Alexandra. He is the half-brother to Rachel Alexandra. What a storyline that would be. Of course, a horse who was runner-up to Tom's d'Etat last time out in the Aladar. That's our feature race later today. Track conditions are brought to you by Piranha Fly Spray, the preferred fly spray of Saratoga Racecourse. Piranha on, pests gone. Main track fast turf course is firm for today's action. As we take a look at what we have ahead here, not just the Woodward, we have the Grade 2 Glens Falls Marathon on turf, where Chad Brown should have a strong hand. He'll send out Fool's Gold and Santa Monica. Top 2 choices on the morning line in that race. We're going to bring you the entire rest of what we have remaining here on this Saturday card. We have 12 today on this Saturday program. And you can play along from home or wherever you may be with Naira Bets. Bet $200. You'll get a $200 new member bonus in your account at sign up when you use that promo code LIVE at sign up. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime with NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app. We're going to take a break in the action. We'll be back. We'll set up the 8th when we return. Preservationist. He was a rising star in the division after that win in the Suburban. He flattened out with different tactics in the Whitney. We'll see what happens today. And, of course, Tom's d'Etat. Al Stahl says no excuses this time around for the 6-year-old.
Hip number 43, a colt by champion sprinter Run Happy. Out of a half-sister to multiple graded stakes winner and Grade 1 placed Kitten's Point. From the immediate family of top performers 5-Star Day, High Finance, and Marquetry. Consigned by Claiborne Farm. Selling at Keeneland, September.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
It's been home to some of the sport's biggest moments, monumental achievements, and extraordinary records. At Santa Anita, we'll set another before the first gate even opens, as the Breeders' Cup returns for a record 10th time. This November, the stars will shine, champions will be crowned, and when the unbelievable happens, you'll want to be there to see it. The Breeders' Cup World Championships.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Back on Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. We're getting set for the 9th race coming up. It kicks off the late pick 4. There's over $300,000 in the pool already. Here's a quick look at the field. Current odds at 7 furlongs. First allowance condition, and surprise, surprise, Chad Brown meets leading trainer. Klarovich Stables meets leading owners, and Irad Ortiz Jr. is chasing his brother for the meet lead among jockeys on board. 5-2 with those connections. Let's get a paddock report. Check in with Maggie Wolfendale.
And we'll check in with the 2 favorites here in this race. Going the 7 furlongs, we first check in with number 2, Proximity Bias for trainer Chad Brown. She's second off of a layoff, and that race behind Risky Mandate put her right where she needs to be. She has filled out, even from that start to this one. She's stronger, she's very confident, she's just bowing that neck, framing herself up here in the paddock. So I think she's going to be quite tough here, but she is 5-2, so that's not a bad price on her, as number 3, Arafana, comes in from out of town with quite a performance coming in here, at least visually. It didn't come up as the fastest race, but still, she just looped and scooped and circled the field and easily drew off with this massive stride to her there at Laurel Park. And it's reflective here in the paddock. So the 7 furlongs, once again, for her is an ideal distance. She's nothing but legs. She's very tall and lanky. So you would have to think that obviously more distance is probably well within her future, but I like the fact they stick to what they were successful at first time out. She'll be looking to probably make the same kind of move. She doesn't give me any indication that she's going to be any more forwardly placed than what she was first time out. Now the interesting horse here is number 10, Brucia de la Terra for Barclay Tagg. She came back last time on the turf. I didn't necessarily get it. She doesn't really have a turf hoof whatsoever, but she looks great here in the paddock. She looks fit. She did look fit in that race on the turf, but it just feels as though they kind of used it to get her tighter, and she looks very confident here in the paddock, but some other guys looking pretty confident. Hey guys, I see the back of your head. That's Paul LaDuca and Jonathan Ginchin.
Maggie, who's wearing it better, the back of my head or Paulie's? I got a lot of hair back there. Paul, I thought this race was tough. We talked about it before we got to your best bet. You landed on the 3, Arafina. Tough. I like the Brucia La Terra, the 2-year-old form, how that horse ran in the Frizette. I thought there was an opportunity to improve off of that performance. The turf race last time wasn't terrible.
I thought it was okay, actually.
Now back on the dirt.
Yeah, and I thought they might give her another shot. This is a filly by El Padrino on the turf because I didn't think she ran that bad. I think the blinkers might have helped her. Maybe Barkley, figured her out a tiny bit. But you're right, her 2-year-old form, she was second in the Frizette to Jaywalk, and we all know what kind of filly Jaywalk turned out to be. So if she can run back to that form, she might have to play a little bit of catch-up. But at 8-1, you're getting a good price.
Here's your best bet, the 3, Arafina, who did her debut running down at Laurel. Took a lot of money that day, was bet that day, and ran like it. Drawing off by 10 in a 7 furlong sprint. She'll be going the 7 again here.
Yeah, this filly was just dominant. Now, am I taking a shot? Yeah, the hardest thing to do in racing is to face winners for the first time, but the way she won, she was immediately taken out to the 6-pack path on the backside and just stayed there. And I think that Kelly just basically told Julian, listen, handle with care. You cannot lose first time out. Maybe we're going to point this horse towards Saratoga.
Well, I thought the 2 proximity bias was interesting because this horse wasn't really bet last time when she ran against Risky Mandate, who we saw earlier for Tom Amis. Wasn't bet that day. It was 6-1 for a Chad Brown runner up at Saratoga, Klarovich Stables, and ran 3rd. It kind of feels like a negative to me.
Yeah, it's a tough read, right? 5-2 today, and you're wondering now they finally go from the inside, 2 outside draws, and finally gets the inside draw. And maybe the speed of the inside horses, because when you look at the 1, 3, 4, and 5, there's not much pace in this race. So maybe Irad gets aggressive.
I don't know what he's going to do from down there.
Besides the 10 and the 11, right? Those are 2 other speeds on the outside, right?
Exactly. I think 7 furlongs is one of those distances that, like, speed, people might think that speed is an advantage because you're going longer for some of these sprinters. But the front end in 7 furlong races seem to hold on more often than not.
Post parade coming up here for the 9th. So the favorite, it's Chad Brown, Irad Ortiz Jr., proximity bias, and face, Tom, your filly, Risky Mandate. And we're going to show you what happened. She ran earlier today in that Priorus. But what did you think of proximity bias, who ran in that race against you?
Well, I think Proximity Bias ran a good race, but to make her 5-2 favorite, this is the Chad Brown effect. We talk about it all the time on both sets. Jonathan mentions it ad nausea because, I mean, that's how you get value on other horses, when you can find where he is vulnerable. That is what Jonathan's been saying all meet. I'm paying attention to that. It happened yesterday, and you were able to get a good price on a horse. And I think you're looking at the same thing here for the 2 horse. I think he's vulnerable. She's vulnerable.
Here is Halawala to kick off the post parade. Steve Asmus and Ricardo Santana Jr.
This horse cutting back in distance, 90 cents on the dollar, 2 back. Scares you a tiny bit, but it'll probably be rolling late if it breaks down.
5-2 favorite, Chad Brown, Irad Ortiz Jr., proximity bias.
To Chad or not to Chad, the meet's winding down. This is an opportunity to beat Chad, in my opinion.
Arafana, she was wide in that debut, and she just drew off, and that was going 7 furlongs at Laurel for Kelly Rubley.
Yeah, and she continues to just blaze the training track over there at Fairhill. I feel she's the one to beat.
Goodbye Broccoli, big long shot, 29-1. Struggled on the turf the last couple tries.
13 races in her career, and she's run on the turf 11 times. She didn't like it there. I'm not sure she's going to like the dirt either.
Dating game, another big price here, 40-1. Jose Lizcano for trainer Mark Hennig. Finally put it all together at Monmouth last start.
And Jim Lang would be happy, the old dating game host at 40-1. Come on, Tom. You know I know my pop culture.
Cadeau de Pai, Jose Ortiz meets leading. Jockey's got a couple already today riding for James Bond.
You guys are making me feel young talking about shows. I don't know. I like this horse, the 6, a little bit at 22-1. Should be running late if they heat it up.
6-1. My Roxy Girl, Luis Saez, Linda Rice. A lot of seconds with this horse.
Yeah, you know what? But that last race, this horse finally won by open lengths. I wonder if she finally turned the corner.
Here's our Circle of Love, another one with a lot of seconds, but a big effort before she went to the bench for her 3-year-old season.
That's right. She stumbled last time, so I'll give her a pass. I just worry if she wants the 7 furlongs.
And the 2 on the outside here, Brucha Latera beat 2.5 lengths last start. That was on turf at a mile at the meet.
Let's just pretend that race didn't happen. If she runs to her race in the Frizette back in 2018, she'll win this race.
Yeah, that was a great one. She was second to Jaywalk in that performance in the second start of her career. And then Take Charge Aubrey on the outside. Got to think she needed that last race.
Yeah, I'd like to get Tom's take on this horse's race, because she actually broke sharp, got taken back, made a middle move, and just flattened out.
All right, we'll talk more about that filly and the rest of this group when we come back. We're taking a short break. Late pick 4 coming up. We are 4 minutes to post. Proximity Bias remains the favorite on the board here at 5-2 for trainer Chad Brown. Stick with us. Saratoga Live returns next.
Each year, a new dream begins. To achieve that dream, you could never rest on past success.
Audible, no doubt about it. He won it by 2.5. Yoshida storming home in the center. Yoshida! Yoshida has won the Woodward.
Wake up, little one. It's time to dream big.
Big race atmosphere, you can feel it.
And he's getting ready to take the stage once again. Just let him roll.
That superstar showdown.
He was utterly game.
Dreams come true, and here mine is today. Saratoga Live has you covered every race day, all summer long. The NyraBets app now features picture-in-picture. Place the video where you want while still making a bet, a deposit, or checking out another track. Download it now in the App Store or for Android on nyrabets.com.
We're gonna go traveling.
Tom Durkin letting you know New York breds start with an advantage. At the sales, buyers pay up to 7 figures. And there's over $2 million in stakes money limited to New York sired horses in the New York Stallion Stakes Series, like the Park Avenue for 3-year-old fillies.
Newly minted wins it for fun.
For fun and money. The winner's share generates an additional $55,000 from the New York Breeding Fund.
Funny Guy's gonna do it.
Funny Guys winning the Times Square division generates the same money. So get with the program at nybreds.com.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live as we are fastly approaching post time here for today's 9th race. Interesting, other than, and pleased to be joined here by trainer Kelly Rubley, who will be sending out second-time starter. That is Arafana. And Kelly, what a performance down there at Laurel at first asking. She just circled the field and drew off with these huge bounding strides.
She did. It was a very impressive first start. We were very pleased.
Were you expecting that? I mean, she was bet pretty heavily that day.
I was expecting her to run very well, but that was a little icing on the cake for us.
Since then, she's been training quite nicely down at Fair Hill for you. Talk about the decision to take the step up and ship up here.
Well, you know, we threw around a few ideas, and actually this timing worked the best, avoiding a stake on our second outing, and so this seemed like a good compromise.
Now, it's also funny that you found a race. You worked for Barclay Tagg for 5 years that you're squaring off against him. I know some of the guys on the show, they like his horse at a bit of a price. What's that kind of like facing one of your old and former bosses?
Well, it's exciting. It's nice to be in the same league as him, you know. So it means we're doing well.
That you are. Kelly, best of luck, and thanks for joining us.
Thanks so much.
All right, Arafana looks to build off of that big performance first time out here. Greg, we'll see if she can do it.
And she has become the favorite on the board right now, 5-2 for the most lightly raced filly in this group and the out-of-town shipper.
Yeah, rightfully so, in my opinion. Paul had us watch the replay of her last race. I'd watched it at home earlier today. Gary, for me, a horse that breaks a half a step slow and throughout the race looks rather ordinary and then all of a sudden explodes and wins, and it's visually impressive. You can see her quicken. I think that says a lot about the 3-horse Arafana.
Yeah, and to do it going 7/8 of a mile first time out, that's something special there. It's probably one of the toughest distances for a first-time starter to run at. They really don't get a breather. And she broke, she relaxed, did it. She had a perfect stalking trip outside. She lost a lot of ground, but that's how much the best she was, and it was super impressive. You know, there's a lack of speed in this race, in my opinion. I think the 2 proximity bias is going to show some speed, and Our Circle of Love, possibly the 1 Halawala. But if proximity bias gets loose on the lead, I think she's going to be tough to beat, guys.
You know, we thought a few days ago 46 was out of reach for Chad Brown. He set that record last year. He's got 41 with 2 wins today already. He's got proximity bias here, who's the second choice. He's got the 2 favorites in the Glens Falls, and he's got a heavy 7-5 morning line favorite in the last. Potentially, by the end of today, he could get to 44 wins with still 2 days to go in the meet.
So what are you saying?
That record is within reach when we thought it wasn't.
Absolutely.
If you're not
Yesterday
scared,
we
get
didn't
scared.
Yes. There it is again. So 41 wins and counting for Chad Brown. A record again last year with 46, and he struck early with a couple of wins already in today's card. And then jockey standings, the Ortiz brothers, still a lot to be decided, but Jose with a 6-race cushion on his older brother.
And Irad, he can get hot. He's got within 3 wins in the last couple of days, and now Jose has opened up a 6-lead win on him. But we've seen Irad get on fire and have 4 and 5 win days consecutively.
And these 2 guys going to be very, very busy over the last couple of days of the meet. They are well stocked with mounts that have huge chances in just about every single race we're going to see from here on out. So it's going to go down to the wires. We look at Irad Ortiz Jr. here for Chad Brown, for Klarovich Stables, and second start back. You would expect to see improvement second time off the bench, wouldn't you, with proximity bias, Tom?
Well, you would, but I don't like her demeanor on the track. Irad just put his feet in the irons, and as soon as he did, she got wound up. She is a lot hotter than the rest of the horses in this race. To me, proximity bias is one that isn't mentally right now, and another reason to maybe get off this 2-horse that's 3-1 and find your price elsewhere.
Yeah, she's going to show some speed the way she's acting. The question is, how far can she carry that speed with the demeanor that she's showing right now?
Yeah, her top is wound. There's no doubt about it.
Here she is moving in. So Irad Ortiz Jr. with his hands full. She moves in without incident. Here's the favorite, the Maryland shipper for Kelly Rubley, who you heard from in that interview with Maggie, the daughter of Curlin. So impressive first time out of town. And Connection said, let's go on to Saratoga. We might have a real good 3-year-old filly here. It is the start of the late pick 4 on Woodward Day. On the final Saturday of the meet here at Saratoga. Let's send it upstairs to the voice of New York Racing for the call. Here's Larry Colmus.
Take charge, Aubrey, coming up to the outside stall, and they're all in line. Proximity bias getting wound up here, has gone through the front of the starting gate, immediately grabbed by the assistant starter. Irad Ortiz hops off, and they'll bring proximity bias back behind the gate.
Great job by assistant starter there, Anthony Rodriguez, getting a hold of proximity bias. How did Irad Ortiz Jr. stay on this filly?
I don't know, and a great job by him. And this filly, she's rattled right now. She just showed that, and she made good contact with that starting gate right there.
We talk about it all the time. Behavior in the paddock and behavior on the racetrack carries over to the gate. She brought this behavior to the gate and it cost her just now. And very rarely do you see horses that leave the gate before the exposure like she did, go back in and still run a winning race.
Irad Ortiz, he hops back aboard. Pretty quickly moves back in, so we try again. Here's Larry Colmus.
They're off. And it's our Circle of Love who comes out quickly. On the inside, Halawala sent along Proximity Bias right behind them. And then Take Charge Aubrey on the far outside. In between horses going up is My Roxy Girl along with Dating Game. Break of two back to Arafana, Brucha La Terra, and Cadota Pay at the back of the pack. Up the backstretch, our Circle of Love, quick out of the gate, and on top through a 23 flat opening quarter mile, the leader by 2. Halawala follows in second position. My Roxy Girl is third. Take Charge Aubrey fourth on the outside. Then Goodbye Broccoli. Brucha La Terra going up on the outside. Proximity Bias 6 lengths off the lead. And Arafana right alongside of her. Dating Game drops back in Cadota Pay. Around the far turn, our Circle of Love on top through a half mile in 46.17 seconds. Take Charge Aubrey comes after her from the outside. Then Halawala, My Roxy Girl, a 3-wide Brucha La Terra. Arafana is going to take the far outside route, but is getting going now as Goodbye Broccoli cuts the corner. They're into the stretch. Our Circle of Love to catch. Arafana storming down the center of the track. Take Charge Aubrey is right there too, and then comes Halawala. But here on the outside comes Arafana. Arafana and Julian Pimentel grab the front, and they're pulling away as they come down to the wire. Arafana won it. Our Circle of Love was second, then Halawala and Take Charge Aubrey.
Arafana, she is impressive. She goes off as the 2-1 post-time favorite, takes the overland route around the turn, and she's 2 for 2 now.
Yeah, attractive filly and attractive down the stretch. That's her that's going to go widest of all, Gary. And her kick looked identical to what we saw down in Maryland when she made her debut.
Identical, but take a look at her chest when she makes the lead here coming off the turn. She's covered with dirt. She was in the 3-hole today. She drew the outside when she broke her maiden. Had no dirt kicked on her face at all. She got another education today, and that's not easy to do. So she's passed 2 big hurdles in her first 2 starts of her career, and she's going to have a great future ahead of her.
Yeah, I think she does too, Gary. And you got to give credit to Julian Pimentel. It's the only ride he's had so far at the meet. But listen, this guy can ride. He's been in Maryland riding winners for a long time, and he was very patient, JK. I kept yelling at him, go around, go around, go around. And he kept patient, and never panicked.
Good thing he didn't have a walkie-talkie on him. He did. He sat right in there behind those horses, and it did look a little dicey for a second that he was going to get stuck in there, but he saved ground. He was confident what he was sitting on top of.
No, he really was. And listen, good call by Gary with our Circle of Love. And Johnny V trying to take the initiative, guys. He tried to steal this race. That was the right move because Halawala really couldn't have enough speed to keep up. But this filly's a special filly.
Bright future, it would seem, for this now undefeated daughter of Curlin. As you look at Kelly Rubley, you don't just come to Saratoga with any horse. If you're making that trip from Maryland, you obviously come with one you think has talent.
Amen, sister.
And I'll tell you one thing. When you gallop back on top of one of those that just ran like she did the second out of their career, and they come back and they've got their ears straight up. She's got them pinned right now, but she was galloping back with them straight up, and she's pretty pleased with herself and didn't really want anybody else handling her right now except for Julian Pimentel on her back.
So Arafana with the victory here to start off this late pick 4. She is undefeated. Perfect 2 for 2, and she has overcome adversity to get both of those wins as well. Prices when we come back, of course, the Grade 2 Glens Falls. That is next in Santa Monica, one of 2 in the race for trainer Chad Brown. Multiple graded stakes winner, but beat in this race last year is the favorite. Some unfinished business next.
Eclipse champion Blade was considered by many as the breakout stallion of 2018. His top runners included Grade 1 winner and Eclipse Award finalist Marley's Freedom, plus Grade 1 winner Fault, and graded stakes winners Morale, Beyond Blaine, Miss Kentucky, and Blaine. This year, his 2-year-olds have sold up to $700,000. Outstanding results, outstanding value. Blaine, standing at Claiborne Farm.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Hip 596, a colt by Eclipse champion Run Happy. Out of the well-proven Quiet American mare, Queen of America, this colt is a half-brother to 4 graded stakes horses, including Well-Moneyed, Economic Model, and Your Love. His second dam is half-sister to Grade 1 stakes winner Nanny's Sweep. Consigned by Claiborne Farm, selling at Keeneland, September.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Saratoga Live coming back at you as it looks as though we have a promising 3-year-old filly on our hands, and that is Arafana, who takes down today's 9th race and remains undefeated, as I'm pleased to be joined by her winning pilot, Julian Pimentel. And Julian, you were aboard for the first start, and today it was almost the same exact type of trip.
Yeah, she didn't get away very good, but she's really, really nice filly. When I had so much horse around the turn, I had to go outside and make a wide turn, but I had a lot of so much horse.
It seems like she's a fun horse to ride because she kind of breaks, she settles, and then when you push a button, she goes for you.
Yeah, she is. When you ask her, she goes. She's really, really nice.
Julian, it's fun to watch you because this is your first mount at Saratoga this year, and you win. It seems as though while you're based in Maryland, you can kind of take your tack anywhere, and it pays off.
Yeah, thank God I've been very fortunate to ride good horses, and get lucky.
Well, Julian, enjoy the trip down 95 or the thruway, and congratulations here with Arafana.
Thank you very much.
All right, I know you want to stick with this one, as she seems pretty special, guys.
I would say so after that performance. Julian Pimentel, good for him. Patient ride. And gets the job done on this daughter of Curlin for Kelly Rubley, who, again, as Maggie mentioned in the interview, beats her boss in here, Barclay Tagg. She was a former assistant to Barclay. Went on her own in 2014 and had her first runner in the Triple Crown this year with Always Mining. $6.50 for the victory. Our Circle of Love, Halawala, wind up second and third. Trifecta comes back over $100 there for 50 cents. As we look at the late pick 5 follow along, up at over 700,000 in the pool. No Word kicked things off, who was not favored in that first leg, and now Arafana, who does go off as the favorite, takes the second leg. Up next, it is the Grade 2 Glens Falls. Glens Falls, just 17 miles north here of Saratoga Springs, the site of several battles during the French and Indian War and the Revolutionary War. Name given because of the large waterfall in the Hudson at the southern end of the city, referred to as hometown USA. Beautiful country up there. Just about a 20-minute drive from here as we look at the field. And for Santa Monica, Chad Brown, of course, sends out the 2 Fool's Gold and the 4 Santa Monica. She was favored in this race last year, Gary. She got beat by Lady Montour, but Lady Montour has not been the same of late.
No, but she's had a rest. She hasn't run since, let's see here, June. Nice rest, and she took them gate the wire last year. There's 0 speed in this race. If she liked her time off, she might pull it off again today.
Well, here's a look at that victory last year. You had Tom gate-to-wire win for Lady Montour. This was just her second start in the States for Tom Albertrani, and yeah, it could be, again, pace to her liking.
Well, it will be a pace to her liking, Greg. I mean, there is absolutely no speed in this race, so our 7-horse Lady Montour has a chance to do what she did last year by taking them to gate to wire, make the lead, conserve all of her energy, and those late runners are just not going to catch her if that does occur.
Grade 2, Glens Falls coming up. Another scenario where you got to try and beat Chad Brown not once but twice, with 2 of the top choices on the morning line coming up here in this Glens Falls. We're going to take a break in the action when we come back. Daily Racing Forum photographer Barbara Livingston. She recalls her favorite race, and it came right here at Saratoga back in 1974. We'll have that for you next.
Yoshida looks to repeat in the Grade 1 Woodward today.
Yoshida! Yoshida has won the Woodward.
He's yet to win this year. He finished a game second in the Whitney in his last start. Vino Rosso won the Gold Cup at Santa Anita and looms as a serious threat.
And Vino Rosso at age 4 goes on to win the Gold Cup at Santa Anita.
Watch the Grade 1 Woodward, presented by Naira Bet.
Into the final furlong of the Claiborne Breeders' Futurity, and Classic Empire wins it in style.
Here's the Meyer, Classic Empire. He's a champion 2-year-old.
Here's the champ, Classic Empire. Classic Empire!
Whether you have Derby dreams or Midsummer Derby dreams, this is Tom Durkin to tell you a registered New York bred can take you there.
Diversify.
That New York bred Exact and the Whitney by multimillionaires Diversify and Mind Your Biscuits shows the kind of quality that allowed New York breds to earn more than $93 million on the world stage last year. On-track successes have spurred New York bred sales result. At the March OBS sale, Chestertown sold for $2 million. And this New York bred 2018 yearling brought $1 million at Saratoga. So get with the program at nybreds.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
My favorite race, and of all the ones I've seen, got to be thousands, and it's not close, is the 1974 Spinaway right here at Saratoga, which was won by the immortal Ruffian. I was 13, and she was 2, and she was perfect, and she was magical. Ruffian was so unbelievable. It was just an unbelievable performance that I will never forget.
And Villa. From between horses, Ruffian takes the early lead.
She already was in the lead the way that she was in the articles I'd read about her. And she already was in her own race. She already looked magical to me. She's up by 2.5 lengths already, and she's being pulled back by her jock. She came into the stretch looking like a car, and she began pulling away as if she was in a different race. And the crowd no doubt reacted, and I know I reacted, and I remember thinking, I gotta take a picture of this. But not wanting to, I was so excited. Look at her winning by almost 13 lengths. 108 and 3, not even trying. I don't remember high school. I don't remember much of college. I remember that race.
That was the easiest victory I've seen in some time.
The first time I ever saw her, she was coming out on the track, and she was statuesque. She was black and seemed to be all legs. It was absolutely magical. And so I have her coming out on the track. I have her walking in the post parade with the outrider near her. The next picture I have is her zooming by, completely out of focus, and she was on her way to setting a stakes record by almost 13 lengths. But I remember her coming back to the winner's circle, and the reason I remember this is I have photos of it. You can read about a horse with a lot of potential that's setting stakes records and is gorgeous. But when you're a 13-year-old girl and a black filly comes out there who just looks like she's doing it out of sheer love, it doesn't matter. Any reading will not come close to living up to the magic that was in front of me that day. My stepdad made me 2 11x14s of my terrible pictures from that day, and I hung them on my wall, and in that way Ruffian lived forever for me. And she still is my reminder of excellence and how mythical these creatures can be.
Ruffian in the 1974 Spinaway, arguably the greatest filly to ever run in this sport. She carried 120 pounds that day. She came close to setting a new track record that was set a couple of years earlier by a 3-year-old who was carrying 111 pounds. And she wasn't even trying.
She was a special filly, and that was a great piece that we did on Barbara, and I think we all remember that one special moment that made us fall in love with this sport. And for me, I continue to look for that next special horse or filly that is going to take us to the next stage.
I'm laughing because that's what keeps us going. The next one. We want the next one. We want to taste it one more time. For me, Serengeti Empress, obviously, and we had that piece. But the thing that comes out in those pieces is the passion of the individuals that are talking about them. And that's what makes you fall in love with racing. That's what makes you fall in love with thoroughbreds. And that's what makes our sport so special.
And I think anyone in this game, whether they're a fan, they work in this game, no matter who you are, you have a race like that just grabbed you and that you remember all of it and got you hooked on this sport. Spinaway Stakes, of course, we're going to have tomorrow live on the show, 5:50 Eastern time. You'll see it on Saratoga Live. 7-horse group of 2-year-old fillies lining up, going 7 furlongs. That will be the 11th on tomorrow's card. We got a lot still to come today, though, on Woodward Day. Up next, it's the Grade 2 Glens Falls. Fool's Gold, the other Chad Brown runner. Of course, he sends out Santa Monica as well, the current favorite. We're going to check in right now with Maggie Wolfendale.
I like Fool's Gold in here, don't get me wrong, but I want to check in with actually the 2 Grand Motion trainees, as Grand Motion will look to finally win a race outright in a graded stakes on the turf against Chad Brown, as he has number 1 in here, Empress of the Nile, and she's third off of a layoff, third start for the barn as well. This is by far the most fit she has appeared to me, maybe ever in her career for that matter, and 2, the most relaxed. And I had noticed that with her last time she came through with that performance. I know she's gonna have to improve in here, but I just thought as a outsider, as a bit of a price, I think she definitely deserves a look. Now, of the shorter price Grand Motion trainees, that is the European Invader, number 5, Mississippi. Love that name. Very clever, as she is wearing a hood, as it was denoted in the changes for today. And a filly that you look at and you think, well, maybe, obviously, she does have some American pedigree, and she also has a little bit of Australian, too. So some of her better races have come on the firm ground, and you have to think that's maybe why they brought her here. She's going to get that here today, and I can see why, because she's a little bit of a heavier bone type. She was a little bit girthy, and girthy means when they kind of cinch up the regular girth and the overgirth, they kind of walk out a little bit short, just a little uncomfortable. And sometimes that is a little bit indicative of a horse that might need a little help from behind as well. And getting on this firm ground, that is going to help her out quite a bit. As on the outside is number 9, Get Explicit, who's a huge price right now. I don't think should be. As Fool's Gold last time in the way, I just got the jump on her, and she just kept grinding away, kept kind of dwindling down those margins a bit, as she looks fantastic here as Barbara Minchell brings her back once again. I like what I'm seeing from this filly in the face of both those Chad Brown horses, and she's a massive price, and she did split them last time here. Jonathan and Paul?
Yeah, and Maggie's right. Listen, Barbara Minchell, when she ships horses in, she means business. She went with a 2-year-old. I want to say it was either last year or a couple years ago that gallop. So she is a very good trainer. We're taking a look at the 7, Lady Montour. And I want to get back to what Tom was saying, JK. With the scratch of Knight of England, there is nobody in here that has ever gone to the front end with intent besides the 7 here, Lady Montour, who has won a race gate to wire before.
And she gets Kendrick Carmouche, so if you were ever in doubt of whether or not the tactics are going to be to take back, make one run, you know with Kendrick they're going to go to the front. I agree with you. And in these races, we've seen it a lot in these graded stakes races here at Saratoga this meet. Being on the front end in these grass races when the guys aren't being very aggressive is problematic if you have a horse coming from off the pace.
And we saw a little bit earlier in the card with Fig Jelly, didn't go to the front end, and the one took advantage of it in a 5.5 furlong turf race a little bit earlier. Fool's Gold taking all the money. You a little surprised by that?
Yeah, you know, I think I woke up this morning thinking I was going to be cute by trying to fade Santa Monica a little bit, thinking she was going to take more money. She had a little bit of a trip there, a lot greater name recognition than Fool's Gold, but Fool's Gold is taking money here too. I mean, I think both of these Chad Brown runners are vulnerable in here. I thought that the races that the one Empress of the Nile and Violet Blue came out of were just fine from a figure standpoint, from a pace figure standpoint, from a late pace standpoint.
Yeah.
I thought they all match up, and they're much better prices than the two Chad Brown runners.
The one thing I have, guys, on the other set, a little note on the 5, and Maggie even said it, a horse that probably is going to take a little time to get going and needs a little help from behind. You look at this horse, off slow, off slow towards rear. Usually first-time Europeans break slow anyway. This 5's probably going to break dead last, boys.
No question. She's going to be pretty far out of it early on, but she's got some ability. She was within 2 lengths of the runner-up in the Arc de Triomphe. Sea of Class. She has some nice running lines, and she's currently 5-1 on the board right now.
Yeah, and for her, I mean, look, the worse you are out of the gate, the better it is to go longer in a race. So she's in a marathon race, and I agree, she probably will be last out of the gate, but it won't cost her like it would if you were in a sprint race, Gary.
No, I agreed 100%. And these first-time Europeans, normally you go in the starting gate without a handler in there. They don't have a gate handler in the starting gate over there. You don't want to confuse them anymore and just try and get along with them, get them in the rhythm, and go from there.
If you're going through withdrawal, sad Saratoga's wrapping up. Don't worry, we're back next weekend on Fox Sports 2 with America's Day at the Races. We'll pick things right back up from Belmont Park, so we hope you tune in beginning next Friday on the program. Here's our post parade for the grade 2 Glens Falls Empress of the Nile, one of 2 in here for trainer Graham Motion, 2-time winner of this race. Irad Ortiz Jr. aboard.
And she's 2 for 3 here at Saratoga. She likes this racetrack. I'm surprised. I thought she might be a little bit lower, around 4-1, but 6-1 is a good price.
9-5 current favorite, Fool's Gold for trainer Chad Brown, beat her stablemate and Get Explicit in the way of last start.
The last 2 12-furlong races have been exactly what she wants to do. She got a perfect trip last time. She might get another perfect trip.
Jimmy Toner, he won this race back in 2000 with I'm Indy Mood, sends out long shot Violet Blue.
Yeah, this is a long shot on the win end, but if you look at this mare's races, they compete. So, I mean, at 21-1, I would throw this horse maybe in your triples or your supers.
Santa Monica beat by her stablemate and Get Explicit last start. Of course, Lady Montour beat her in this race last year.
She's always bet. I'll admit, I'll suspect they're going to take some more money here. She worked with Uni last time, which is encouraging. Uni's more of a short distance horse, and to keep up with her, I think is a sign of confidence. I'm going to try to beat her.
Coming in from Great Britain, States debut for Mississippi, the other Graham Motion runner, daughter of Blame.
Yeah, Kentucky bred. Like I said, the worry to me is the gate. I know the guys up there on the other set are saying that it's a marathon race, which is probably right. She might be able to overcome that, but there's some other fillies in here that can run.
Lady Montour, she stole this race on the front end last year. She could be the lone speed again with Kendrick Carmouche.
Yeah, she stole the race from Santa Monica, and I would think that's what Kendrick's going to try to do, this daughter of Dago de Oro.
And on the outside, Get Explicit, Barbara Minshaw, Ricardo Santana Jr. beat at 3/4 of a length of Fool's Gold last start in the way out.
Closed into a slow pace that day. Ricardo Santana hasn't exactly excelled on the turf this meet, but he did win a grade 1 with Got Stormy.
8-1 on Get Explicit. That right there, the one that everyone's going to have to try and catch. She's the defending champ of this race, standing by with her connections. Let's go to Acacia Courtney.
Greg, thank you. I'm here with trainer Tom Albertrani, and Lady Montour won this race last year. Tell me a little bit about how she's doing coming in this year. You told me you ended up shipping her a little bit earlier this year to Saratoga.
Yeah, she trained really well up here last year. You know, we got her down to Florida for the winter, gave her a lot of time off, thinking it might benefit her for the fall season, but her first 2 races were disappointing, less to say. But since we got her up here, she's been training, thriving like she did last year, so I'm hoping that some of that will show today.
Kendrick Carmouche in the saddle once again. We know he's very good on the front end, and she does have that natural speed. Tell me a bit about how you expect the race to play out.
Well, Kendrick believes that, you know, we're definitely probably going to be on the lead the way it looks on paper, so he's going to let her come out running and hopefully slow the pace down, and hopefully we could steal it.
And what would it mean to you to get back-to-back victories in this race with a horse that maybe you've had a couple of ups and downs with her in her last few races?
Oh, well, it's good to win any race up here, but to win double, it's even better.
Tom, thanks so much for your time. Best of luck today.
Thank you very much.
We'll see if Lady Montour can defend her title coming up in a little bit, guys.
We will. Thank you, Acacia. And, you know, you look at her first 2 starts from this year, she's not hit the board in either, but can you find excuses, guys, from those 2 starts? One was a soft turf course. Maybe that competition last time out in New York was just a little bit too stiff.
And it was first race since November. So, I mean, there are a couple of excuses you can give the horse. And when you're watching Kendrick on the track with her, he's not with the pony anymore. He's by himself, warming her up strongly. He's on a mission, and that mission is I'm making the front.
When she started losing her form late last year in November, she went down like hard. And now she's had almost 3 months, close to 3 months off. And sometimes these mares, you give them some time off, let them regroup, and they come back fresh and happy. And she looks pretty fresh and happy out there in the warm-up right now.
And when you're the rider like that man right there, Gary, Kendrick Carmouche, and you know you're on the lone speed in a race, what's your plan as you get out there? Do you try and open up as much as you can? Or you want to keep the horse within themselves too?
No, you've got to keep them within themselves. And look, all these other riders are aware that he's the lone speed. And I was watching Empress of the Nile when she came on the racetrack, and she was on her toes, and she's laid close to the pace before. And I'm sure Irad's not going to let him just walk the dog out there. He's going to keep things honest on Empress of the Nile, one of the Grand Motion horses, to help benefit Mississippi if need be.
Well, Santa Monica, there she is again. So she's the 3-2 favorite. She was the favorite in this race last year, beat by Lady Montour, trying to turn the tables. Her last couple of starts before that weigh here at Saratoga, back-to-back graded stakes wins on a couple of turf courses that had given them. But she's won on a firm turf course before, so that I wouldn't say that's the issue of what happened last time out, why she got beat. Why'd she get beat? I mean, she had some traffic trouble certainly in that race. Do you think she's as good as we've seen her in the past?
I do. I think pace got her beat last time. If you watch Santa Monica finish in the way, she's finishing quickest of all, but it's too late, and she does need some pace up front. I think that's the advantage Fool's Gold, her stablemate, the two, has on Santa Monica, the 4. She's able to position a lot better than Santa Monica, and if that happens again today, it's going to be Santa Monica that's going to be looking to pick up the pieces late against a pace that maybe Fool's Gold is more in control of. I see Fool's Gold laying second behind our obvious pace setter, the 7-horse Lady Montour.
So here's the other Chad Brown runner, 5-2 on Fool's Gold for Wise Racing, daughter of Medaglia d'Oro. She does have a win here on the Saratoga Turf Course, and Tom, you've decided to go with her as your top pick.
I just think she's going to position better than everybody else in this marathon race. And because she's going to have first jump on the pace setter, our 7-horse, I think that gives her an advantage over the rest of the field.
Yeah, he's going to be lapped right off her. He's going to use the 7-horse as his target, and look for him to be putting in the same kind of run as he did in the way-up.
So 5-2 on Fool's Gold. With more on this 4-year-old filly, let's go to Maggie.
We'll take a look at Fool's Gold out here on the racetrack, and if any of these horses really thought she was moving the best of anybody, look, I'm not trying to push over or endorse a horse who's going to be one of the favorites in here, but she does look tough, guys, from what I've seen out here, and she is tactical, where we will see the likely pace setter in here. That's number 7, Lady Montour, as you guys observed. She got a very brisk warm-up from Kendrick Carmouche, more so than anybody else out here, and he gave her a lively gallop over to the backside here. And my complaint with her throughout these past few dull performances is that she's been dull acting. She's been somewhat lethargic in her preliminaries as far as in the paddock and out on the racetrack, and today it looks like Kendrick has tried to light the fire underneath of her and has successfully done so, at least here in the warm-up. Greg?
Well, she loves this race course. She's 2 for 2 here at Saratoga. Some horses just really blossom at certain racetracks. We know that she likes his distance as well, so maybe this will get her back on track.
Yeah, maybe it will. I mean, there's a fine line between making the lead and going too fast on the lead. I mean, obviously these guys are very, very good at knowing how to regulate the speed when they make the lead. But if she does indeed make the lead, which I think she will, a lot of times that heart gets big, doesn't it, Gary?
Oh, absolutely. And, you know, the further they go and the longer they're on the lead, if you can get a breather in there at midpoint during the race somewhere just before you go into the turn, while they're trying to play catch-up, you're giving a breather. They're filling up full of oxygen, and then you can hit the gas pedal again right when they get to your hip, and it'll jerk the heart out of them. So I'm sure that's what Kendrick's got in his mind, is to establish a lead, make it an honest pace, but not too fast, not too slow, to allow the other horses to get involved with him early.
And both of her wins, we're still talking about the speedster here, the 7, they both come on the inner turf. And that's where this race is run today. And you could make the argument, I mean, that's where speed is even more dangerous on this inner turf course.
Yeah, I mean, I think you need a more athletic type of horse on this inner turf course because the turns are sharper. So with that comes more athleticism as a big benefit.
And she has that, for sure.
7-1 on the 1 to catch. Lady Montour. 5-year-old mare, the 7. Everyone's going to try and run her down. She'll be in front early likely all by herself. But the favorite, Santa Monica, the 4, beaten favorite in this race last year, trying to deliver Chad Brown his 3rd winner on the afternoon today. Let's send it upstairs to the voice of New York racing for the call of the Glens Falls. Here's Larry Colmus.
Santa Monica, the favorite, making her way up to the starting gate here, goes in. Here's Mississippi. She steps forward. Just a little hesitant, but now comes up and in. Lady Mondor will be next. And Get Explicit will complete the line. Get Explicit and Ricardo Santana Jr. take their spot. They're all in line. They're off in the Glens Falls. And a good start for Empress of the Nile on the inside. There goes Lady Mondor with her speed and Fool's Gold between those two. It's these 3 with the most early foot as Lady Mondor takes charge early. And Violet Blue sits back and runs in 4th. Get Explicit is next. Santa Monica is second last early, and Mississippi is the trailer as they come to the top of the stretch for the first time, where Lady Mondor leads the way. Fool's Gold is a length and a half off of her, sitting in second through an opening quarter mile of 25.13 seconds. Then a tucked-in Empress of the Nile 3rd, leading Violet Blue through the stretch for the first time. And then it's Get Explicit back there running in 5th. Santa Monica is second last at this stage. She's 8 lengths off of Lady Mondor and just ahead of Mississippi to her inside. So 1 lap to go. Lady Mondor is the leader here by a length and a half to Fool's Gold and Empress of the Nile. The first half was in 49.8 seconds. And then it's Violet Blue on the outside. Mississippi has made progress through on the inside. In a bit of a tight spot there, but has gone up a couple of positions. Get Explicit is next. And now Santa Monica, who is still well in control here at the back of the pack, is racing 7 lengths off the lead. Onto the back stretch they go. Lady Mondor all the way. Fool's Gold pressing her under Javier Castellano. 3/4, 1:15.13 seconds. Empress of the Nile and Around Ortiz 3rd on the inside. And then it's Violet Blue. Mississippi continues to ride the hedge and make progress now. And now she moves all the way up into second. Meanwhile, Santa Monica's going now. Santa Monica 4 wide and on the charge as they race for the far turn. And there she goes after Lady Mondor. Santa Monica, with a rush from last, has taken the lead on the outside. Lady Mondor is second, Fool's Gold is 3rd, and then it's Mississippi on the inside, and they're into the stretch, and it's Jose Ortiz in Santa Monica trying to get by Lady Mondor, who digs in. Mississippi squeezing through with run between those 2, and now she takes charge. Mississippi and Joel Rosario have taken over from Santa Monica. Empress of the Nile is finishing well. She's second and charging, but Mississippi takes the Glens Falls. Empress of the Nile was second, Santa Monica was 3rd, and then Get Explicit 4th.
Mississippi, she was in some tight quarters early on along the hedge. Joel Rosario, when he asked for more, he got it from this 4-year-old filly here in her States debut.
Yeah, guys, she was very strong down the backside, pulling Joel up, and it was a reasonably good spot, but he wasn't one to advance as he was. And here comes Santa Monica and Jose Ortiz, and made that big, bold move going into the turn, picked the pace up. Joel got some daylight between him, some separation. He was actually sitting, waiting until they straightened up.
Yeah, there's a lot going on in this race. For our pace setter, Lady Mondor, stumbled out of the gate. Kendrick had to goose her a little bit. It made her very aggressive. It took him a while to get her settled after that, and that hurt. Made for a legitimate pace. Boy, I sure thought Santa Monica moved pretty quickly unless she was going to be dominant, and she sure wasn't. I think the best move was the last move by our winner.
Tom, you made a great point. Excuse me, Paul.
No,
Tom, you made a great point. And Gary and I have talked about this a bunch of times. I am a horse player that wants my riders to be aggressive. So I think Jose moved early, but I will never knock him because I'd rather him move early than not move like Irad waited, right? And I'd just prefer my riders err on the side of aggressive, and that's what happened with Jose there.
Well, I think Irad tried to make a decision. I think he tried to make the right decision, and it ended up backfiring on him. If you go back and you look at this race, on the backside, he took the 1 off the rail because the 5 was being ultra aggressive. But I think Irad was thinking, okay, I know the 7 is dead. I got to get off the rail. right here on the backside, he takes the one off the rail, and he lets Mississippi go up inside of him. And you can watch Irad start looking around like, oh no, now I'm sort of caught in a spot. But I think he thought, okay, the 7's dead here, the 4 is swooping, the 5's gonna get stopped, and you can see he loses position, and now the 1's got to circle to the outside and go around horses. Meanwhile, Mississippi gets the split, gets a tiny bit lucky to get that split. I think Irad just made a decision that I don't think it was a bad decision, guys. It just happened to backfire just a tiny bit.
Well, Jose Ortiz tried to draw first blood, make that move on Santa Monica. In the end, comes up short. It's Mississippi. Joel Rosario, Graham Motion, his 3rd win in this race. Let's go to Maggie Wolfendale.
And Graham Motion running 1-2, but on the winner, Mississippi, Joel Rosario. And Joel in some tight quarters there. She seemed quite comfortable there being on the inside rail, and she responded beautifully for you down the lane.
Yeah, she did. She handled everything really well, you know. Yes, it's like you said, it's high there, and then it was a little tight for a little bit, but she doesn't mind to be there, and then, you know, I think that helped me to win the race.
For a filly making her first start here in the United States, she sure is classy acting. I mean, even out here, I'm sure she's never experienced anything like this, and she's not turned a hair wrong as she did out in the racetrack.
Yeah, she did. She's very professional, and, you know, she looked like, you know, that she was always there for me and very professional.
Well, Joel, you're on board Yoshida in the next race, a horse you won the Woodward with last year. What are you expecting from him?
We'll see. Hopefully we run a big race and go from there.
Hoping for that pace to collapse.
Sure.
Always playing it cool out here, Joel. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, we'll see if he can go back-to-back here, guys, as he is on the favorite with today's Woodward and Yoshida.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Yeah, we'll see Yoshida next with Rosario. He's been such a great fit for a horse who could be difficult to ride. And Maggie's right. Mississippi, I mean, this didn't bother her at all being in tight quarters early on in this race, boxed in on the fence, and then between horses makes this move in the stretch.
Yeah, you know, the great thing, future Hall of Famer, I say Joel Rosario. Patience is the name of this game. I don't care if you're a horse trainer, a jockey, or an owner. You better be patient. He's one of the most patient riders I've seen throughout my career, and never panics. Not 1 inch of panic in him. He just sits there, and when things develop, they develop in a good way for him.
And in a division that really they take turns beating each other, this new shooter in Mississippi comes in and, in my opinion, becomes the pro tem leader of this group after a win like that today.
3 wins today for Joel Rosario. He's got a chance in a big one to try and make it 4 coming up next in the Grade 1 Woodward. He's all smiles right now after that graded stakes win in the Glens Falls on Mississippi. Wins her States debut. Graham Motion, he runs 1-2 in the race, and he wins this race for the 3rd time in his career, and the first time since 2007 with Rosinka. But Joel Rosario, he'll be aboard the favorite coming up next in the Woodward on Yoshida, looking to go back-to-back in the Woodward coming up after that runner-up finish in the Whitney. And there is Yoshida making his way to the paddock. Grade 1 winner on turf, Grade 1 winner on dirt. That came in this race last year. Looking to go back-to-back for Hall of Famer Bill Mott and Rosario. We'll be back with the Woodward next.
This colt in particular has got a great eye and presence. He's intelligent, he's practically tireless, and just always wants to do more. And I know that when he's in the hands of a trainer at a grade A track, they're going to get a lot out of him. He has a lot to give. Just a really cool horse, always at the top of the pack out there. And I think that reminds me a lot of Run Happy.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com. Sign up now for a $200 new member bonus with promo code SPA at NairaBets.com.
Eclipse champion Blaine was considered by many as the breakout stallion of 2018. His top runners included Grade 1 winner and Eclipse Award finalist Marley's Freedom, plus Grade 1 winner Fault, and graded stakes winners Moreau, Beyond Blaine, Miss Kentucky, and Blaine. This year, his 2-year-olds have sold up to $700,000. Outstanding results, outstanding value. Blaine, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back on Saratoga Live here on Fox Sports 2, Altitude Network, MSG Plus, and other regional networks across the country. Mississippi, I love this name. Daughter of Blame, wins for trainer Graham Motion here in her state's debut. And Joel Rosario, Gary, you said it, ultra patient to get this win.
Yeah, and he's been patient all of his career, and he's thriving right now. He's had a great meet up here, winning a lot of stake races, a lot of the bigger number races, and just continues to win the big races.
Did you notice that hood she was wearing, covering her ears so she can't hear anything? She wears a little hood, no blinker on it, but over her ears are completely covered, so they kind of block out the noise from Mississippi.
She exploded when Joel Rosario asked for more in the stretch and gets the job done. As we take a look at our late pick 5 follow along, and there's a price coming in this third leg, the biggest of the sequence so far, and still 2 legs to come, including the Grade 1 Woodward, where Joel Rosario will be aboard our favorite, Yoshida. Of course, this race named after William Woodward Sr., who was the chairman of the Jockey Club from 1930 to 1950, inducted into the Racing Hall of Fame in 2016. He was the owner of Bel Air Stud, the historic Maryland breeding and racing operation. Bred and owned 2 Triple Crown champions in Gallant Fox and in Omaha. Also bred champions Nasrullah, Nashua, Granville, and Johnstown. And a look at our field for this year's edition of the Grade 1 Woodward, presented by Naira Betts. And Yoshida became a Grade 1 winner on a second surface in this race last year. Now looking to go back-to-back. We'll go through the field. When we return, it's the 66th running of the Woodward in that hardware. Awaiting the winner. We'll be back with our feature race coming up next on Saratoga Live.
There's a power so selfless, it has the ability to heal, to inspire, to unite, to change your life.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
The thing I like the most is he's a nice bay colt with a little bit of white, just like his dad. I really think he's coming through, and he's out of an Empire Maker mare, so we feel like we've got speed on distance, and breeding a son that looks a lot like Run Happy is just kind of what we were looking for.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 4 millionaires, including Claiborne Farm stallion Lee. Recent top runners include Cutting Humor, winner of the Grade 3 Sunland Park Derby, plus 3-time graded stakes winner Sharp Samurai, and international star Shamal Nibras. This year, his 2-year-olds have brought prices up to $310,000. First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
On the final Saturday of the Saratoga meet, this historic racetrack stages one of the most prestigious Grade 1 prizes in racing with the Woodward.
Few and far between have been good enough to win back-to-back runnings. Sword Dancer was the first to accomplish the feat in 1960. Kelso would follow with 3 straight. Forgo, an unbelievable 4 in a row.
Here's Fargo taking over by 1.
Cigar would also go back-to-back, the first win coming during his incredible record-setting stretch of 16 straight wins.
To the cheers of a crowd, here is Cigar, and he wins with a vengeance today. Cigar wins by 4.
Now, for the first time since 2004, Yoshida will try to add his name to an elite list to win consecutive runnings of the Woodward.
Yoshida has won the Woodward.
Next on Fox Sports 2.
Welcome to our live coverage here on Saratoga Live of the Grade 1 Woodward. It is presented by Naira Bet, Greg Wolf, Gary Stevens, Tom Amos. As we take a look at the current odds here, as Yoshida looks to go back-to-back in this race for the Hall of Fame trainer Bill Mott, and Joel Rosario has been a great partner for Yoshida. His run in this race last year, it was a devastating kick. He had to go 9 wide in the stretch to get that win.
It's kind of his coming out party on the dirt as well. He'd been kind of considered a grass horse before then, but that win stamped him as a horse to be dealt with on any surface.
Yeah, and, with his style of running and with his size, he's not the type of horse. He sits back, he makes that run. He's going to lose ground 90% of the time on the main track, just for the fact he's not the type of horse that you want to get stopped. Once they start winding up, get that big stride going, you get him stopped. It takes a long time to get him rolling again, and that's one of the reasons that he, you know, sometimes loses so much ground.
And he really, this year, had not been the same horse. He had not had the same kind of punch in the lane on turf or on dirt until he woke up and he got here to Saratoga, and in the Whitney, runner-up to probably the best horse in the country in the handicap division, McKenzie. Time for the jockey introductions for the Whitney, for the Woodward, I should say. Here's Larry Colmus.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time to meet the jockeys for the Woodward Stakes. Breaking from the rail aboard number 1, Mr. Buff, 3-time Breeders' Cup winner, Jose Lezcano. Riding number 2, Bal Harbor, 3-time Woodward winner, Hall of Famer, Javier Castellano. Aboard number 4, Mongolian Groom, 2013 Travers winner, Luis Saez. Riding number 5, Preservationist, 2014 Whitney winner, Junior Alvarado. Aboard number 6, Forewarned, San Juan, Puerto Rico native, Anthony Salgado. Piloting reigning Woodward winner, number 7, Yoshida, 2-time Belmont Stakes winner, Joel Rosario. Riding number 8, Wooderson, is Saratoga's current meet leading rider, Jose Ortiz. Breaking from the far outside aboard number 9, Tom's d'Etat, Eclipse Award champion jockey Erod Ortiz Jr. Those are the jockeys for the Woodward this year.
Joel Rosario had his game face on. He'll be aboard your current favorite, 8-5, the defending champ in this race, Yoshida. He became a Grade 1 winner on multiple services in this race last year. Let's check in with Acacia Courtney.
And walking into the paddock with Joel Rosario. And Joel, you seem to have a good relationship with Yoshida, having won on him before. What type of horse is he to ride?
He's an easy horse to ride. He's nice to ride. Nice ride. He just, I love him the way he runs.
Where do you expect him to be placed? How do you see the race playing out as far as the pace goes?
Just depends how the pace is kind of going from, and then, you know, he also has some little bit of speed, so he can be up close, you know, and take it from there and see how fast they're going from, and then whatever he want to put his position in the beginning and take it from there.
What did you feel from him in the Whitney last time? Did you feel like he took a step forward?
Yeah, he did. You know, I thought for a second we were going to win the race, and then just McKinsey that he just ran a tremendous race. So, you know, just looking for another big race again.
Joel, thank you. Best of luck today.
Thank you.
Let's head into the paddock and check in with Maggie Wolfendale.
Thanks, Acacia. And horses are set and ready here as I want to begin down on the rail with number 1, Mr. Buff, the New York bred, who's taking a shot here. And I can't blame Connections. Look, it's not as if this is the toughest Woodward that we're ever going to see. We don't see Mackenzie in here. Vino Rosso's not going to participate today. And why not? I mean, physically, this horse matches up just as well, if not better, than many of his foes in here. He's so big. He's just so classy acting, too. I really appreciate Connections putting him in here. The thing is, will he be left alone on the lead? Probably not, but then again, it depends what number 5 Preservationist does. We saw last time he got completely undone in the Whitney Stakes. In the paddock, he did not like being in the close quarters of all the fans, of all the people here in the paddock. Then out on the track, Junior Alvarado said he acted very studdish with the pony. And Junior, when they broke, knowing that his horse was already fired up, did not take anything away from him because he knew if he got in a fight with him to try to rate him, it was going to end up worse than what it did. Today, though, he's very calm so far. I don't want to jinx him by any means, but Connections and Jimmy Jerkin's stable have kept him very quiet today, and he's not hot, he's not washy. I will keep a close eye on how he behaves out on the racetrack. They may not take him with the pony today. We'll see what happens out there, but Preservationist looks back on track, at least from my perspective, to get back to what he ran in the Suburban. Next, we'll move on to number 8, Wooderson, and on the 10th anniversary of his sister winning this race, Rachel Alexandra, wouldn't it be fitting if he took down the Woodward? He seems to agree with Saratoga. Obviously, the family has as well, given Rachel's baby's doing well up here too, because he's put on more weight from that Whitney, in which I thought he looked better than ever heading into that race, Alydar, and he looks better here once again. So he's a long shot player, admittedly, but I think he looks better than what his odds would suggest here, Greg.
Maggie, thank you. The 8 Wooderson, he's the half-brother to Rachel Alexandra, who, as a 3-year-old filly, beat older males in this race 10 years ago, and one of the great performances in the history of this racetrack, and maybe a 4-year-old that's starting to come into his own.
Yeah, and he looks great there walking out of the paddock right now, very composed. And I noticed that Preservationist, once Junior Alvarado got on his back, he started sidestepping, starting to get a little wound up. So Maggie will keep us posted on how he is in the post parade.
Yeah, and as for Preservationist, you see him there in the background. That is the 5 horse for Jimmy Jerkins. They've had to be so patient with this horse as we hear the call to post coming up. Jimmy Jerkins, his trainer, he did not like where Junior Alvarado, Tom, put him in the Whitney last time out.
It was a tough deal. He was from the outside post position. He didn't break all that great. He kind of hustled him along. Next thing you know, it's man versus horse. He was on the worst part of the racetrack on the backside down on the rail. A lot of things worked against Preservationist his last start.
Post parade coming up for the Grade 1 Woodward. We will start with potentially the lone speed and horse to run down on the front end here. He has the inside post. He's been beaten up on New York bred company. Now getting another taste of Graded Stakes company. Mr. Buff for John Kimmel.
Yeah, and the horse to catch here. 10 for 30 lifetime. Loves to win races. And like myself, all of us, all the New York breds are rooting for Mr. Buff.
Bal Harbor for trainer Todd Pletcher. Javier Castellano, he's won this race 3 times before.
This horse is interesting from a pace perspective if Javier decides to go. This one has some tactical speed, is drawn inside. I can't imagine rate sit behind horses as the plan.
Huge long shot, Mongolian groom. Just a couple of weeks ago, he's on the West Coast. He ran in the Pacific Classic 3rd behind Higher Power.
I'm not crazy about this horse, but I will tell you this. This horse has been running fast speed figures on the West Coast. West Coast dirt horses coming east always seem to run well.
Suburban winner, Preservationist. Jimmy Jerkins said he would love to see this horse save ground today.
And you're wondering, I wonder too, Wolfie, at the age of 6, if he just ran such a bang-up race Suburban, he lost a little gas in the tank. Maybe the gas is full today.
57-1 on Forewarned. Of course, trainer Uriah St. Louis, he shocked everybody when Discreet Lover won the Jockey Club Gold Cup last year.
57-1 shots win Grade 1s when they get loose on the lead or the pace falls apart, neither of which will happen today.
The defending champ, Yoshida, sent out by Hall of Famer Bill Mott, Joel Rosario, back aboard this afternoon.
Yeah, Gary talking about Joel in the last race, so patient, and that's why he gets along with this Son of Heart's Cry. Look at the 2 times Joel has ridden him, a win, and last time in the Whitney behind Mackenzie.
And here's the half-brother to Rachel Alexandra, who won this race back in 2009 for Todd Pletcher, Wooderson.
Every time I watch Rachel's Woodward, I get a lump in my throat, so I'm always rooting for this horse being related. I just didn't like the last race. Was sitting right where you wanted to be on the outside.
Tom's d'Etat, he's had a history of injuries and ailments. Al Stahl, his trainer, says those are all behind him now. We have no excuses. He comes off a big performance in the Aladar.
Yeah, he does. Joel goes from him to to Yoshida, but Irad Ortiz Jr. very capable. Will get them out and should be stalking a decent pace.
5 minutes to post, brought to you by Longines. As we get set for the Grade 1 Woodward coming up here, presented by Naira Bets, 8-5 favorite, Yoshida. And definitely have to be encouraged, not the way his year started, that was not encouraging, but how he seemed to wake up in the Whitney, guys.
Yeah, Yoshida's an interesting horse. He's a horse that I fell in love with when he broke his maiden at Keeneland on the grass. Then he's had a lot of wonderful grass performances. He ran well on Derby Day. And then he came up here and he tried the Woodward last year. A lot of people were questioning whether he was going to like the dirt or not.
Yeah.
He absolutely loves it up here. And I think that the 1 1/8 is ideal for him. We've seen him in the Classic last year where he made a big run and kind of flattened out. I think this fits his style perfectly. And one thing about Yoshida that gives me a little comfort in this race, whether they go fast and it sets it up for him, or they go slow and invite him into the race, I think both situations work for him.
Yeah, I guess you can say that. I mean, if you look back at some of his races, JK, like a couple of years ago, he was actually pretty tactical. Now, Joel has sort of loosened him up the older he's gotten, where he makes that one run. But here's the deal. We got a small field of 8, so I don't think they'll be too, far apart or too far removed from each other. So you make a good point. You're going to take the horse with the best kick. Now, I like Tom's d'Etat because I'm thinking, okay, I'm drawing the 8 hole now. I'm in the best form of my life. I get a nice little race in the Aladar. I don't really, truly feel he wanted to be on the front end in the Stephen Foster. Now, does it worry me that Quip and Seeking the Soul went out to California and got blitzed in the Pacific Classic? Yes, it does. But I think this horse is a horse for course. Obviously, 3 for 3 here and should be a player. And to get back to Yoshida, one of the best races I ever saw, Greg Wolf, and I know you remember in the Ari McKinnon, when he beat Heart's Cry, beat Deep Impact.
Yeah, that was pretty incredible. And now he's proved, Yoshida, he's equally adept on dirt as well. We have 4 Keeneland sales grads in this race, the 5 Preservationists, the 6-4 Warren, the 8 Wooderson, the 9 Tom's d'Etat, all have come out of the Keeneland sales. Yoshida still our favorite at 3-2. Let's check in with Acacia Courtney.
Greg, thank you. I'm with Don Little from Centennial Farm talking about Preservationist coming out of the Whitney. What have you seen from him that's different today versus last time?
Well, he's been much quieter in the paddock. He went a little sideways, but that's fine. Schooling him on Wednesday versus schooling him the Wednesday before the Whitney was much quieter, didn't break out in a sweat, seems much calmer. And the Whitney was really his first time in front of a big crowd, first time around 2 full turns, and he's handled the experience and training since then, and he's doing very well.
Don, thank you. Best of luck today.
Great, thank you.
Preservationist coming out of the Whitney. We'll see if he can get to the winner's circle today, Greg.
Acacia, thank you. And this is a horse who connections have had to be so patient with, a 6-year-old who went to the bench for about a year and a half off his debut. He's had some injuries, some ailments along the way, but he was just really starting, Tom, to come along and make himself a player in this division. And then in the Whitney, went to the front, and he had no punch in the lane.
No, but he wasn't right mentally, and that's the difference today for our this horse Preservationist. I like what I'm seeing on the racetrack with him. He seems to be focused. I mean, he's not a soldier. He's not going to do everything exactly right, but he's so much better acting than last time. And as I said, breaking from that outside post, getting left a little bit, having to be rushed, it was just a disaster from the moment the gate opened. Preservationist looks good to me on the racetrack right now.
So 3-1. Yeah, he was wide around that first turn. He had to work very hard to get to the front in there, and then in the end, not a lot left. We'll see if today's a different story. Let's check in with Maggie for more.
Is he better?
All right, well, I just asking Junior Alvarado out here what he thought of Preservationist from this start back to the Whitney, and as Tom was just saying, he is behaving much better. He's gotten maybe a little bit hot, but that's not out of his character. You know, he's a bigger, heavier horse, and those types, well, they do tend to do that once their blood gets flowing, and it's kind of typical of a Jimmy Jerkins horse as well. He always has those big, burly types of horses. So things looking good for Preservationist as he's taking a lot of money at his current 3-to-1 odds. Now moving on to a horse who got a pretty big warm-up. That's number 9, Tom's D'Etat. Now, he actually looks tighter and a little bit lighter than what I had observed from him in that alley dart, to be quite honest. And it just kind of harkened me back to the fact that his trainer, Al Stahl, had said that while he loves racing here and he's undefeated 3 for 3, he doesn't respond quite as well training up here as some horses have. Now, I don't blame them for keeping him up in the month interim between the 2 races here instead of shipping him back to Churchill. But I'm just wondering if he's as good training here and preparing for this race as he was for that alley dart, though I have the utmost respect for this horse. I think he's really, really cool for what all he's overcome, Greg.
Maggie, thanks. So how big a concern is that, Tom? You trained somewhere else leading into that Aladar where he ran so good, and now you've stayed here where he doesn't seem to like training as much in for this spot.
Well, I mean, if that's really the case, then it's not a good sign. But with Tom's D'Etat, I know this horse really well, and I've seen it happen before. I think it's important that we pay attention to Irad Ortiz, who's on him right out of the gate, because he is outside, and if he goes to goose this horse and try to get better position from outside, Tom's D'Etat is the kind of horse that locks on, and it's man versus horse, Gary. That's never good.
No, it isn't. Not when you get in an argument with a 1,000-pound horse. It's never a good thing. I was watching the warm-up on Wooderson and Jose Ortiz, and I've got a feeling he might show more speed back to his starting days than what he has in his last couple of races. He looks like he's on his toes. He's been put on his toes, and if they try and slow things down too much, I think Wooderson's going to keep things honest.
Well, Joel Rosario, he ran down a lone speedster back of the Grade 2 Glens Falls. That was on turf in the last race on Mississippi. He was on board for that 9-wide move around the turn to win this race last year on Yoshida. Can Yoshida go back-to-back with Rosario aboard once again? Let's send it upstairs to the voice of New York Racing for the call. It's the Grade 1 Woodward presented by Naira Bets. Here's Larry Colmus.
And they're all in line. We are ready for the start. Tom's D'Etat very restless here. They're off in the Woodward. And Mr. Buff is sent for the lead, and Bal Harbor goes too. Mongolian Groom is away running in 3rd position. Tom's D'Etat is perched outside of them 4 deep going into that turn. Preservationist sits back off the pace today in 5th. 4.5 lengths off the lead. Then Watterson, followed by the trailers, Forewarned and Yoshida. So the classy New York breds in front. Mr. Buff out there by a length and a half through an opening quarter mile in 23.98 seconds. Bal Harbor is second onto the backstretch. Preservationist is 3rd, racing inside of Mongolian Groom. Break of 2 lengths more back to Tom's D'Etat back there in 5th. And then it's Wooderson in 6th. He's 7 lengths off the lead. Yoshida's alongside of Forewarned, 9 lengths from the front. They continue up the backstretch. Mr. Buff leads them along. Bal Harbor a length behind after a 47.97 half mile. And then comes Preservationist, who's well held, running in 3rd behind the pace setters. Mongolian Groom is 4th on the outside. Then Tom's D'Etat alongside of Wooderson. Yoshida still 9 lengths behind, and Forewarned is the trailer as they make their way around the far turn. Mr. Buff the leader by just a neck. Bal Harbor puts on the pressure, 3/4, 111.49. Then Mongolian Groom, Tom's D'Etat goes wide. Preservationist is in behind a wall of horses, needs a way to get through. Yoshida begins to roll, but he's got 4.5 lengths to make up, and they're into the stretch. Bal Harbor takes the lead. Tom's D'Etat comes after him. Mr. Buff is given way. Preservationist comes to an opening between horses. Mongolian Groom is in tight. Yoshida's closing on the far outside. Bal Harbor, Preservationist, Tom's D'Etat, Yoshida coming. A dramatic finish in the Woodward that will go to Preservationist, defeating Bal Harbor, and then it was Yoshida and Tom's D'Etat.
Preservationist, he was a different horse today than he was in the Whitney as he takes the Grade 1 Woodward for trainer Jimmy Jerkins.
Got a great ride there from Junior Alvarado. He was trying to, horse was trying to get tough down the backside. He made him listen. Said, no, not yet. He waited, he saved all the ground, splits horses right here, and what a race he ran.
Boy, what a tough trip he had, Gary, for the 3/8 pole home. Stuck for a while, gets stuck again here. He's going to come through a very, very tight hole. That's him in the white shadow roll. He's the dirtiest of all those horses. Coming against Tom Statot on his outside. You can see he's still not that comfortable. His head's a little cocked. He's going to have to fight off Yoshida, who makes the late run and didn't have to do any of that dirty work that Preservationist did.
Yeah, I mean, listen, this was a top-class ride. I mean, you guys hit the nail right on the head. And Tom, well, you said he wasn't comfortable at all, and you could see, JK, Irad tried to close the hole with the 9. He did. He tried to get it tight. He tried to do a little race riding, but, you know, Joel just stuck in there, and he's so strong, he's not even using the whip. He never even cocked the stick.
Whether you're a person that watches 5 races a year or 50,000 like us.
Not Joel, excuse me.
Junior, what he did right there with that horse, horses stop in Preservationist's position.
Oh, yeah.
When they're tight like that and they're getting crowded and they're getting bumped around, more often than not, they stop, and he didn't.
Preservationist Junior Alvarado was able to save the ground. 2 instructions this time around. Let's go to Maggie.
And his first win here in the Grade 1 Woodward with Preservationist. Junior, a horse that you have been loyal to. And just talk about first the difference from the Whitney to the Woodward here.
Yeah, you know, like when you asked me in the post parade, you know, you could feel, you can see it too, you know, he was more subtle, more calm, you know, his mind was just right for the race, you know, he wasn't wasted any energy at all, you know, in the post parade like he did last time, you know. Another thing, you know, sometimes you make a mistake, you have to regroup back, and then you have to fix it, you know. I think last time I probably got a little greedy when I tried to take over Mackenzie, trying to take the race over him. And, you know, and I think he's a horse, he likes to have a target, you know. So, like I said, gotta tell Jimmy, thank you so much for letting me ride him back. And you know, like I said, we stick with our plan again, and, you know, it worked out.
Junior, and it was a pretty beautiful ride, too. I mean, there were some anxious moments to the 3/8 pole, too, right before the wire, but you saved every inch of ground. And once you got through, boy, he responded.
Yeah, you know, I knew he was ready for me the whole way around, you know. He was just, you know, I was just trying to save as much as I could, you know. At the same time, I didn't want to be in the rail because it's been a little bit dead, you know. So, you know, I was just, like I said, trying to find a way. You know, it was a little hard, it wasn't that easy. But thanks, you know, to him, you know, I got through it, and, you know, we got it done.
Junior, you're one of the consistent guys in New York, not always on the top, but you're always there. What does it mean to win a Grade 1 here at Saratoga?
You know, it does mean a lot, you know. Thanks to God, you know, I've been for a while off injuries, you know, and that's been helping me, you know, to pick up back business that I keep losing every time I get injured. And, you know, and I got to really thank my agent, Mike Salito, you know, for, you know, he kept digging in with me, you know, through the hard time. And, you know, and he's paying off.
Junior, it is. Congratulations. So pleased to see you win on this horse.
Thank you so much, Maggie.
Oh, Preservationist. What a cool, classy horse. And I got to give Jimmy Jerkins credit as well as Centennial Farm for sticking it out with him. A 6-year-old gets his first Grade 1.
There is Jimmy Jerkins, Don Little of Centennial Farms, standing next to him. And Maggie's right. I mean, they've been so patient with this horse. We talked about it earlier. They've had to wait on him a lot, but it has been well worth the wait.
Yeah, it really has. And they talked about Junior's loyalty to the horse. Well, hats off to Jimmy Jerkins for being loyal to Junior Alvarado. You know, we all make mistakes in this game, and realizing the mistakes we made and getting a second chance to correct that, that's when you ride the best for certain trainers, when you get that chance to repair your wrong from the time before.
Let's talk about Jimmy Jerkins' job he did with this horse. He had 4 weeks to take a horse that really wasn't mentally right in a race and get him to where he not only was right today, but the best of what the East Coast and the Midwest has to offer. The job he did to get him mentally right, to relax well, not only in the post parade, but obviously in the race, in a pace situation that really wasn't all that fast up front. Hats off to Jimmy Jerkins. Great training job.
Won this race back in 2016 with Shaman Ghost. And now he does it again, and you would think Yoshida used this race as a stepping stone to the Breeders' Cup Classic last year. You think that'll be the same plan here with Preservationist?
I think it'll be the same for both. I mean, I don't take anything away from Yoshida's race. There really wasn't that quick a pace up front. I think that hurt his close. He was flying at the end.
He was flying, and he got the tuck in, save ground around that last turn and make that swinging wide move like he does. And no excuses for him today. Just outrun, and he ran a good race.
And what about the long shot for Todd Pletcher? Bal Harbor, who hangs in there for second.
Yeah, I was talking about that, guys, down here. JK and I looked at JK and go, wow, Bal Harbor ran second because it looked like Yoshida was picking up, but he was very, very stubborn on the rail. And like most Pletcher runners, they get a little better with distance. And, you know, mile and eighth last time, a great effort with Mike Smith, got run down by War Story, and today was game as can be.
Yeah, I'd imagine we'll see him come back somewhere down the line, maybe the Jockey Club Gold Cup. Or maybe, you know, he's the type of horse you ship out west to to Santa Anita running like the Awesome again to try to sneak into the Breeders' Cup.
Yeah, and like Gary said, listen, in all sports, when you make a mistake or you strike out, you don't want to strike out with the bases loaded. You don't want for Junior to admit, hey, I was too aggressive last time. This horse needs a target. And by the way, guys, I watched the replay. He got steady 3 times and never panicked. Good on you for Junior Alvarado.
There he is. What a moment. Grade 1 win here at Saratoga for Junior. And, yeah, credit these connections. A lot of times, and Tom, you know as good as anyone, you probably had to make that decision before. And sometimes it's not just the trainer's call. It can be the owner saying, we want to make a change. They stuck with this rider who, tactically, they didn't like the ride he gave this horse last time, but they stick with him and it pays off.
Yeah, in a business that has a very, very short memory for what you've done for them, actually, I have to say, this is out of the ordinary for them to stick with Junior in this spot. Gary?
Yeah, it's out of the ordinary, but, you know, I think Junior's in a place now that he's proven he's a big-time rider when he's called upon. And Jimmy realizes that. He let his feelings be known after the race, and Junior hasn't hidden. You know, he said he was too aggressive. And I think trainers admire that when you come forward. And if they choose to take you off, at least you've been honest with them.
Yeah, fair enough.
Again, second win in this race for Jimmy Jerkins. Let's go to Acacia.
And I'm standing in the winner's circle with Jimmy Jerkins, and very impressive and tenacious run from Preservationist. Given some of the ups and downs with this horse, what does it mean to get this win?
It's incredible. It's huge, you know. We didn't think he'd won I mean, Suburban was really something, but to win a Grade 1 after what we've been through with him for 3.5 or 4 years, it's just incredible.
What were you thinking as they turned for home and he was stuck down inside behind horses?
Yeah, I was really worried. I thought he couldn't get through at a crucial time at about the 5/16 ball. I thought we were in trouble, but he's got such class. He just bullied his way through, and Junior got him to switch his leg over, which it's difficult to do. He's in the mornings he's very reluctant to do that also, but once he did, he really kicked in, and then he started drawing away.
Now, thoughts on the future for him? The Breeders' Cup Classic potentially on the horizon?
I guess you got to think about it, but I don't know. We're gonna savor this for a while and then start thinking.
Rightfully so, Jimmy. Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Certainly a very validating win here for Preservationist, Greg.
No question, just a tremendous job that Jimmy Jerkins has done with this horse. Of course, his Hall of Fame father, the great late Alan Jerkins, provided one of the biggest upsets in this racetrack's history. Prove out, beating Secretariat in this race. That was back in 1973, and now Jimmy wins this race for a second time in his career.
He does indeed. Wow, what a man of emotion he was just now in the winner's circle. That's his demeanor, just like his father. And his father, one of the best I ever got to be around. I see a lot of Alan Jerkins in the son, Jimmy Jerkins. And awesome behind us, Gary, as Preservationist is going back to the barn. He's getting a standing ovation from the crowd here. That's sweet.
The fans are unbelievable here. They've been unbelievable the entire meet. Big crowd on hand today and showing their appreciation for the winner, and that's something that is pretty special about Saratoga.
He beat Catholic Boy in the Suburban at Belmont. That was his signature victory. Tried the Whitney. Things did not go his way that day a few weeks earlier. And now, first Grade 1 win for Preservationist on a big stage. And Junior Alvarado gets another chance, and he gets redemption here on a huge victory. Preservationist takes the Woodward. We'll be back.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 4 millionaires, including Claiborne Farm stallion Lee. Recent top runners include Cutting Humor, winner of the Grade 3 Sunland Park Derby, plus 3-time graded stakes winner Sharp Samurai, and international star Shamal Nibras. This year, his 2-year-olds have brought prices up to $310,000. First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Tom Durkin letting you know New York breds start with an advantage. At the sales, buyers pay up to 7 figures. And there's over $2 million in stakes money limited to New York sired horses in the New York Stallion Stakes Series, like the Park Avenue for 3-year-old fillies.
Newly minted wins it for fun.
For fun and money. The winner's share generates an additional $55,000 from the New York Breeding Fund.
Funny Guy's gonna do it.
Funny Guys winning the Times Square division generates the same money. So get with the program at nybreds.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
Preservationist comes to an opening between horses. Mongolian Groom is in tight. Yoshida's closing on the far outside. Bal Harbor, Preservationist, Tom's d'Etat, Yoshida coming. A dramatic finish in the Woodward. Then we'll go to Preservationist.
Larry Colmus with the call. Preservationist, the best of the bunch in the Grade 1 Woodward. Gary, a race that you won back in 1993. You know what it feels like to win this race. What does this feel like for Junior Alvarado? I mean, for him, this is a huge moment.
Well, at this time of the year, it's pretty exciting because you know what the long-term goal is. Jimmy didn't say outwardly that it was going to be the Breeders' Cup Classic, but that's what is going through Junior's head right now. And I guarantee you, before Maggie spoke to him after the race, that's what he's thinking about. Maybe the Breeders' Cup Classic. I know that's what I had on my mind the 2 times that I had won the Woodward.
And Tom, of course, he faced McKenzie, who right now you would have to say is probably the leader in the handicap division in the Whitney. What do you think about a rematch between these two?
Well, you can bet that Bob Baffert is in California, and he watched this race closely and saw how it played out. And he gets the advantage of having Preservationists have to go out to him should he decide to run in the Breeders' Cup Classic. McKenzie's a very, very good horse. But as far as Preservationist goes, I think Jimmy said it really well. At a crucial time in the race, he didn't have room, and he had to wait. It made his job so much more difficult. He overcame that adversity. He won today. Really, really nice performance by a really nice horse.
Preservationist, what a performance. And again, Yoshida, good closing effort as well. Doesn't get the win today, but it looks like you would have to think his connections, thinking Breeders' Cup Classic for a second time for him.
No doubt. What about it, Gary? I mean,
yeah, absolutely. And I think that there's a question out there. McKenzie, obviously the leader of the older horse division right now, but there's also that question about the 1.25 miles. And with Yoshida, no question about the 1.25 miles for him.
Good point. Another 1/8 of a mile.
Still have one more coming up here on Woodward Day. It is a maiden special weight, 3/4 of a mile. We'll talk more about it when we come back, and we'll tell you the story of Rachel Alexandra when she raised the rafters at this historic racetrack, beating older males as a 3-year-old filly in her Horse of the Year campaign.
Celebrate closing weekend at Saratoga, watching a field of talented 2-year-old fillies duel in the 128th running of the Spinaway.
It's going to be Perfect Alibi over Frank's Rocket.
Now they'll square off again in the Spinaway. Figure of Speech turned plenty of heads in her debut.
It is all Figure of Speech.
Does Figure of Speech have what it takes to win the Spinaway? Don't miss the Grade 1 Spinaway. Watch Saratoga live from every angle Sunday.
Not since Danzig has a stallion seen this much early success. He's not just setting records, he's making history. The best start at stud ever.
Uncle Mo, the momentum continues.
Hip 621, a filly from the first crop of champion sprinter Run Happy, out of a stakes-winning half-sister to Chasing Bubbles, winner of the New York Stallion Series Stakes. This New York-bred filly will be offered by Woods Edge Farm at Keeneland, September.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Kentucky Derby winner Orb. On the track, his runners have scored on both dirt and turf, including multiple stakes winner Autumn Warrior and Sipacan Harbor, winner of the Grade 1 Spinaway Stakes at Saratoga. On the track, Orb continues to add winners. And in the sales ring, his 2-year-olds have sold up to $250,000 in 2019. Classic winner, classic pedigree, Orb, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. Check out their website for all the latest news and happenings here in the Sport of Kings. As the last and final race on this Woodward Day is in the paddock. It is a maiden special weight for the older horses, going the 6 furlongs. And we'll begin with a horse who is coming back off of a 2-year layoff, and that is number 5, Air Touch. So I've seen him once before. That was as a 2-year-old. I liked him that day, and he was narrowly defeated, and then he goes away. It's not as if that was the strongest field that he faced that day, but coming back in here, apparently he's been working with Marconi, I believe, who is a stakes horse for Todd Pletcher. And with that being said, he does look as fit as you can have a horse coming in off of that kind of layoff appear here in the paddock. I mean, he's got a rich, hydrated coat to him. He's very relaxed here. It's not as if he's worried about being back at the races whatsoever. So we'll see. It's a big task, though, to overcome that type of layoff, though he certainly was fast enough as a 2-year-old to win this and beat this field. As number 2 is New Frontier. He was sold at the Fasig-Tipton Horses in Training sale back in July, presumably immediately after that last effort at Ellis Park, to Mike Maker. Sold for $50,000 that day. They gelded him. And watching that 5.5 turf sprint, it kind of felt as though he didn't have the turn of foot to be a turf horse. So Mike goes back to the main track here. And it's funny, they keep him at the 6 furlongs. And I know he has a sprinting type pedigree, but I wouldn't be surprised if he could actually go a little bit further. I know that's counterintuitive to what his PP say, but he's a bigger type of horse. I like him here. I think he's very intriguing, as he will go first time out for this barn. And then finally, in first time starters, number 4, Tolerant for Kieran McLaughlin, son of Distorted Humor out of the Dam Antipathy, who won the Grade 3 Chuvie. She was a very good distance horse. So we're debuting going 6 furlongs here for this guy. I can't say I'm in love with that. He feels like a horse that's going to need this for experience and fitness. He was a bit green, a bit studdish when they were saddling him. He's wearing blinkers first time out, and he's just a heavier type. He's very much that Distorted Humor type of bloodline where sometimes they can win first time out, don't get me wrong, but he just feels like he needs to race into fitness here. So we'll see what he does, though, as we'll throw it over across the paddock to Paul and Jonathan.
Yeah, look, I agree. I thought this horse, the 4, Tolerant, was one that was going to need a race. Just on paper, Kieran McLaughlin doesn't usually have him crank the roll first time out. It's an older horse, a 3-year-old, obviously. Not an older horse, but a 3-year-old, so it's not a baby. And obviously had some issues to get to the races, and there's no reason. You wait till they're 3, there's no reason to really tighten the screws for their first start. You're looking for something more down the line. I ended up finding the Chad Brown runner, the Todd Pletcher runner, the 5 Air Touch, and the 8 Free Enterprise to be the more likely of the 2. How about you?
Well, the bottom line is, JK, right? Like when you look at Tolerant, can he be a good first-time starter? Yeah, he can. He's got a bullet drill. It was left sort of off the comments, but it got great clockings from all the clockers. They loved it. But here's the issue that lies. This horse has got to run an 89 buyer, an 86 buyer, an 85 buyer, which with the 5 and the 8 ran, this horse has got to run whatever sheet number, whatever number you need to run. This horse needs to run a rocket number first time out to beat these other 2 horses. So this is a loaded made special weight for a first-time starter to win the race, you know?
Absolutely. The 8 Free Enterprise for Chad Brown and Klarvich Stables. Notice in the workout report 2 back, this horse worked with Business Cycle, which was a horse that we saw earlier this weekend that was running for a cheap tag, but ran and ran well. So I kind of found that to be a negative to a certain extent. That horse did win, so we'll see what happens with Free Enterprise. Did you like this horse?
Well, here's the thing about Free Enterprise. His first race, right, he loses to Performer, who we know is a pretty good horse for Shug McGahee. Now, his second start, he swoops the field. They change tactics. And my only issue is it's Chad Brown. And how many times have we seen Chad Brown get run down in the stretch? It doesn't happen often, but it happened this day. I don't know if the horse never saw him to the outside, which could have happened because the 7's away from him, but you just don't see Chad Brown horses get run by. Now, the other horses might be a runner too, but this horse has had the lead twice, and that usually doesn't happen with Chad Brown runners. They usually seal the deal.
I will say this. Those were both winning races.
Yeah,
NYC on the outside won a winning race. Free Enterprise won a winning race, but Free Enterprise is also 4-5. I like the 5 Air Touch as well. I was looking through the workout report. Listen to this list of horses that Air Touch has been working with. Marconi, Extraordinary Jerry, who won the other day. Spinoff, who freaked here earlier in the meet. Obviously has had some time off, but if he can run back to that number he ran when he was a 2-year-old, he's going to be tough in here as a 4-year-old.
No, I couldn't agree with you more. And doesn't it seem like the Todd Pletcher barn just started going like about 4 or 5 days ago, really starting to win races, and you got to love the dam. I think it was a putty cat.
We got to replay this horse. I hope we had HD back in 2000. Okay, good. We did have HD.
And it was a good race as a 2-year-old. Like Maggie said, losing by a nose. It was a dirty nose, too, because these 2 horses are ding-dong and down to the wire, and it's just one of those things where you just get out-bobbed. But Air Touch went to the sidelines since this race, and if comes back and runs the same race, probably puts him pretty close to where he was here on this day.
One of my favorite angles in racing is when you have 2-year-olds who have numbers that fit with their 3-year-old counterparts when they come back. It's not very often you get to see this with 2-year-olds coming back as 4-year-olds with numbers that fit with their counterparts. I think this horse could be sitting on a huge race, or I wouldn't knock the horse if he needed a little bit to kind of get back into shape.
Well, it's amazing. You look at the 8 Free Enterprise, 2 huge efforts. The race he ran last time out just decimates this field. And the horse he faced first time out, who he was right there with, Performer, that was a huge effort. That horse ran here at Saratoga for Shug McGahee. He had a 96 buyer speed figure. He beat Payne in that race. He beat T Loves a Fight in that race. And I think for the first allowance condition level, it might have been the most impressive race we saw at that condition this whole meet.
Yeah, look, those races are a big reason why Free Enterprise is such a strong favorite in this race, the 8 horse. But, you know, you and I were talking when we went to commercial break, and we said exactly what Paul LaDuca said. You don't see Chad Brown get run down in the stretch when he makes the lead. Paul repeated that, and I'm with him on that. Yeah,
twice with this horse.
Yeah.
So 3-5. Tread lightly. We'll see what happens here. We're 3 minutes to post. They're just coming out of the paddock, however. He gets signed up, started. Play along, $200 new member bonus. When you use that promo code LIVE at sign up, bet any track, anywhere, anytime with Naira Bets. Go to nairabets.com or download the Naira Bets app. And of course, one of the big storylines that we're following these final few days of the meet, Chad Brown, he's still got a chance. If he gets a win here, he's got 42 wins for the meet. That would put him 4 off equaling the record he set last year with 46 winners.
And you didn't think it was going to happen early on, did you? I mean, early on in the meet, Chad Brown was winning, but he wasn't winning, and now he's just taking over.
I don't think we thought on Wednesday of this week that he had a chance, and he does now.
Oh, heck yeah.
So Free Enterprise for Chad Brown would give him 42 at the meet. But here's the man of the hour, Junior Alvarado. Just took the grade 1 Woodward on Preservationist. Can he take the nightcap here on Soame Sound? Jimmy Jerkins.
Yeah, and I don't think this horse is without a chance. You know, had the complete outside, now gets the rail, gets Lasix. I would think this colt's going to improve today.
Yeah, gets Lasix for start number 2, and he showed speed first time out. Here's New Frontier, Irad Ortiz Jr. for New Barn Mike Maker.
Mike Maker off of Steve Asmussen. I don't normally like playing horses off of Asmussen, unless, of course, Tom Amos claimed him.
Paulie, this is an interesting long shot.
Love
here.
it.
35-1 going for gold. I think you make a case for this horse.
No, listen. Mr. Palucci, Tom knows him very well. He'll take his shots, but I think this horse has got some ability and can win this race.
He's been a great at stakes company. He's on the Triple Crown Trail briefly. Tolerant, first-time starter. He's had some monster works.
Has had some monster works, but Maggie's opinion overrides that for me. Looked a little heavy, she mentioned. I'll pass.
Air Touch ran too good to lose. First time out 2 years ago for Todd Pletcher.
Yeah, this went for Cheyenne Stables. I'm sure they've been very anxious to see this son of Tappet get back to the races.
41-1 on this second-time starter for Mark Hennig, son of Tappet. It was $600,000 at auction.
Exits the number 8 Free Enterprises last race. This horse was buried down on the rail the entire time. Had some traffic. At a big price, I could get interested here.
Kenny McPeak sent out a son of Forestry, Fantastry with Jose Ortiz.
Yeah, and most like Kenny McPeak's first-time starter, he usually debuts them without Lasix, and he's actually got better numbers when they debut without Lasix.
By a mile, this is the horse to beat, but his first 2 starts, he's been run down in the stretch late.
You've got 3 days left, actually 2 days left in one race to try to beat Chad Brown. I don't know if this is going to be the spot.
And Jake Rocks on the outside, 21-1. We've not seen him since January at Aqueduct.
Greg, you sounded like that this horse had a chance in your voice. I'm going to deflect that. This horse has got no shot.
If the long shot you're looking at, I thought the 3 going for gold has a chance to hit the board in this race at 41-1.
I can see it. Here's the thing about Anthony Cordarolo and Mr. Palucci. They take their shots. They went into the Sam Davis after back-to-back seconds and got drowned. They went in the Ohio Derby and got drowned, but the horse did not run that bag. He's actually not a bad sprinter, the horse, but you're running into horses, like we said in here, that are running numbers that the 3 can't touch.
I'm just mad Anthony Cordarolo sat next to us at dinner last night. I should have asked him if he was live at 41-1. Now I have no idea.
Use the horse in your exotics. We will see what's coming up here as we look at New Frontier, Mike Maker. This horse goes turf to dirt. This horse has some good effort sprinting as well, but now this is start number 7, Tom.
Yeah, but it's first time gelding, and sometimes that can make a difference, particularly when you have a horse that's showing only one dimension when they run, and that's what New Frontier, the 2 horses, shown in the past. It's speed and stop every time. Gelding can really change their attitude towards that and make them a better racehorse. So I think that for New Frontier, there's a lot of speed in this race. He's going to have to show a little different tactics, and maybe gelding will help him do that.
By the way, $671,000 carryover in the Empire 6, and we have a mandatory payout coming up on Monday on closing day here on Hopeful Day. Very good chance we will get there with a big pot on the line as we take another look at Up and Onward, Jonathan.
Wolfie, look, this is a great
Wow,
opportunity
you're one
for
up
me
in
and
his
you.
long shot. I love this.
No,
is
we're
great.
going to do a head-to-head. A head-to-head for Shake Shack. You've already got me on one Shake Shack. I got 2 days left to get it back.
I love
Look at
this.
the prices. You're 43-1 with your 3 horse. I'm 48-1 with the 6. Whoever has the better
Give
finish.
us the case for the 6, though.
Like I mentioned last time, the 6 was buried down on the inside, had traffic down on the rail where you hadn't wanted to be for the entire meet. Was a big price that day. I think the horse is going to run much better today.
You taking that, Wolfie?
I'm all in.
Whoa.
Wow.
Whoa. With authority, he said.
For Shake Shack.
Not even a hesitation. I like it, Greg.
Hey, guys, watch the 1 horse today. Look, he's had a couple of good works since his last race. He's fast. I think he's going to show speed from the gate today and try to show the way early.
Well, Gary, he's got no choice,
Are you
right?
getting in on that bet?
No.
No?
No.
You sure
I'm not
you don't
a
want
Shake
him?
Shack guy. I mean, let's make it a drink somewhere.
Tom's working on his figure.
No, I mean a real drink.
They got drinks over there, too. You can get a milkshake, a drink, French fries.
I think Tom wants something a little stiffer.
Thank you.
What time they close that Shake Shack, boys?
They'll be open.
I'm going to go upstairs right above it. That's
3 to 5 on a heavy favorite, and there he is, Free Enterprise for Chad Brown, trying to get his 42nd winner of the meet. His horse has had the lead in the stretch each of the last 2 starts. The last time out was at 6.5 furlongs. Now he shortens up to 6. Will that make the difference? And will the third time be the charm for the 8 Free Enterprise, the son of Curlin? We're about to find out. Let's send it upstairs to the voice of New York Racing for the call with the nightcap. Here's Larry Colmus.
Tolerant moving into the starting gate. We'll leave Jake Rocks up to the outside stall to complete this line. Jake Rocks stepping up to the starting gate, and they're all in line. They're off. Up and onward, Intolerant, slow out of the gate. A good beginning here for New Frontier, who goes out to the early lead with Going for Gold. And then comes Jake Rocks on the outside. Break of another 2 to Free Enterprise, who's away running in 4th early on. Then comes Air Touch, Some Sound to the inside. And farther out, Fantasy. Tolerant is second last. The trailer is up and onward. And they run by the opening quarter mile in 22.23 seconds. Where Going for Gold leads the way on top a half a length. Jake Rocks pressing the pace on the outside. Free Enterprise, third and moving toward the pacemakers on the far turn. New Frontier is 4th on the inside by 2. And then it's Fantasy on the outside of Air Touch. They're coming toward the top of the stretch, and here's Free Enterprise moving up alongside of Jake Rocks. Going for Gold drops back after a 45.03 half mile, and they're into the stretch. Here, too, from the back of the pack comes Air Touch, who's gaining ground on the outside. New Frontier's trying to get involved, too. And Fantasy, Free Enterprise has competition coming from Air Touch on the outside. Air Touch, Free Enterprise, these two down to the line. It's Air Touch to run down Free Enterprise. And then it was New Frontier and up and onward.
Air Touch, 2 years between races. And gets his maiden score in his second start of his career for Todd Pletcher, son of Tap It, with John Velasquez aboard.
Yeah, he was well met today. He was taking action on the board, and again, Free Enterprise caves in late to another good horse, it looks like.
Yeah, but, you know, eventually you have to say enough of Free Enterprise in this kind of a race. He makes a lead. He has a beautiful trip from the outside post. That's him in the red and white silks on the outside, finishing up well. The winner, Air Touch, hasn't run in 2 years. Now is a 4-year-old. That is so difficult to get a 4-year-old back to the race after 2 years and have him ready first time out. Great job by Todd Pletcher. That's him on the outside, finishing up and getting the best of our heavy favorite, the 8-horse Free Enterprise.
Tom, I know that if you were bringing a horse back off a 2-year layoff, you wouldn't be working them with stakes types, and I think that was an example.
I don't have very many of those, so that's not going to happen.
I think the great handicapping lesson here is who they're working with. Todd Pletcher is a Hall of Fame trainer. He's not going to put a horse off of a 2-year layoff in 3 works with stakes type horses. That was what helped me get here, and I got you, Wolfie.
Even though, Jonathan, I did all the dirty work up front, but that's fine. You can have your Shake Shack.
You know, he did a great job. He drafted off the winner, and when the 7 made a big move at 46-1, Johnny V just textbook ride, drafted right off Javier Castellano. And I hate to bring up 666, but at 66-1, the 6 did run fourth, Greg Wolf. So double at Shake Shack or whatever you can get over there for Jonathan real quick.
Sounds like I'm buying. All right, whatever you want. Air Touch, yeah, up and onward, picks up pieces, is Going for Gold. Checked out of it here. Todd Pletcher, worth the wait for this son of Tap It. Let's go to Maggie Wolfendale.
Quite a training feat to bring a horse back off of a 2-year layoff. But Todd, you did just that to get him to the winner's circle. Air Touch here. How's the road been getting back to this?
I tell you, Everett Dobson deserves all the credit. He's been so patient with this horse, and we've tried to bring him back a couple of times, had some minor setbacks, and next thing you know, it's 2 years. And, you know, we always felt like he had a lot of talent, so really, really happy for him.
Really, I mean, wow. And also, second place effort in the Woodward today by Bal Harbour. That was a huge effort from him.
Yeah, that was a tough one. He ran his heart out, and I thought Wooderson actually ran really well in there, too. He kind of got stopped at a critical point, but proud of both horses' efforts.
Well, Todd, you should be proud of this one, too, with Air Touch breaking his maiden off the 2-year layoff. Congrats.
Thank you.
Wow, I'm in awe of Todd getting this horse back to the races in winning form, guys. Quite a performance.
There he is, Todd Pletcher, 7-time Eclipse Award winning trainer, one of the best in the history of this game. And great patience here. I mean, the last couple of races, we've seen trainers do jobs with the preservationist too. Jimmy Jerkins, they've had to be incredibly patient with him. But here, a 2-year layoff to get this horse back just for just the second start of his career.
And what about John Velasquez, the relationship he has with Todd Pletcher? I mean, they go back so far back, and Johnny's out every morning working horses, still working horses for Todd Pletcher. He finished strong. He's finishing the meet strong. Started out a very quiet meet for him, and wins the nightcap here to make his 11th win.
Yeah, these comeback wins, like the one we're watching here, or the preservationist win just now, when we mentioned it's a great job by the trainer, it's a great job by the stable. So it's the Todd Pletcher stable, it's the Jimmy Jerkins stable, and all the components of that stable and all the manpower in that stable that makes these comebacks possible.
How difficult is that? I mean, 2 years between your first and your second start, and to get the horse to run like that again.
Oh, it's extremely difficult. The older a horse gets, the harder it is to bring him back off a layoff. He's bigger, he's stronger, he carries a little bit more weight like the rest of us do when we grow up.
He looked at me too.
Yeah, and it's not easy to do the older they get. So really, really good job by that stable.
I'm buying Shake Shack. I haven't eaten that at all meat. Jeez.
It's the thing that's up
I'll be
above
upstairs.
the Shake Shack.
I'll be above you guys.
Yeah, I'll take a Shake Shack with add bacon, chocolate shake, fries.
You'll get nothing and like it, Kinchin. $671,000 jackpot carryover in the Empire 6. John Velasquez, Hall of Famer, gets the job done. We're going to recap what happened earlier today in the Priorus. Big upset in that race, an odds-on favorite defeated. Stick around for that. We'll be back with more Saratoga Live right after this on Fox Sports 2.
That time at Oaklawn when a home run made for a big night. Bet on your favorite teams at Oaklawn's new race and sports book. Oaklawn, a new level of action, a new level of excitement.
The thermal spring waters our city is named after are known for their legendary healing properties. Their thirst-quenching properties are pretty nice, too. Hot Springs, Arkansas. It's different here. Come see why.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live. Nice little shot there of the Jocks room. Jose Ortiz with 57. Irat's got 51. It's a six win lead over the older brother. What do you think about this one, Paulie?
Yeah, it's going to come down to the wire. I really feel, I understand that Jose's got a 6 win lead, but there's still 2 days of racing here and a ton of mounts. And we've seen these kids get really hot, so I'm not going to put anything that Irat could do it or not, but I just think Jose, is just got too big of a lead. And you look, they have plenty of mounts. Irat's actually got more mounts than Jose does.
So I went through every one of the races tomorrow and Monday, and here's the score I came up with. I have Jose maybe winning 5 and definitely winning 1.
Okay.
I have Irat definitely winning 5 and maybe winning 1. It's going to be extremely close. Irat's going to have to get very lucky, and Jose's going to have to make some mistakes.
Okay, what about Monday? If you look at Monday, you look at the morning lines, they're about the same. Irat's got a couple horses that are, I would say 5 horses that are within 5 to 2 to 3 to 1. And you look at Jose, he's got 1 horse and 2 horses, 7 to 5 in the first race, and then another horse that's 3 to 1. So you can argue Irat's got the better mounts, but listen, with 6 6 win leads is tough to pick up in 2 days.
You brought up a good point before we went on air today that if the weather comes, it can completely change, right? It could be a little bit chaotic.
It could be completely change. It really could. We got a jackpot carryover now at $671,000. We're going to have to give that away on Monday. And we might get rain on Monday, and that might change a lot of things, especially in the jock standings, yeah.
It should be a lot of fun. It's been a race that I've been excited about watching the entire year. I just think those two kids do such a great job, and they're such great kids, great role models. They're always here in the mornings, in the afternoons. I haven't seen them at Shake Shack before, but I know I'll see Wolfie over there in a minute.
You're not going to live that down.
Well, Jose wanted this thing back. Irad took it away from him last year. It's been one of these two brothers each of the last 4 years. Irad started it off back in 2015. Of course, Jose holds the record. The next year, 2016, he followed with 65 winners. But it's been one of these two brothers who've dominated here the last 4 summers, and it looks like, well, it's been that way again all summer long.
Yeah, and I think with the two Ortiz brothers, with the weather coming around, great point. But also, if they do take the races, or if it rains enough, it's going to be up to the riders to decide if they take the races off the turf or not, because it's closing day. And if the riders say that, hey, that turf course is unsafe, we don't want to ride on it, then they'll take it off. But I got a feeling they'll leave them on Monday.
Do you remember where you guys were 2009 Woodward Day?
2009 Woodward Day.
I was right around the bend.
Oh.
It was my first ever trip to Saratoga, and I got treated to one of the great performances I'll probably ever see in the history of this sport. That was Rachel Alexandra winning the Woodward as a 3-year-old filly, beating older males. You could tell us where you were after we see this piece.
Walking over for the race, she really had a race day feel about her. She really exuded a lot of confidence in her handlers and stuff when she was right. We felt good about that.
It hit us pretty much in the paddock, seeing all the other very accomplished colts that she was going to go up against, and seeing the mass of people.
Everybody loved Rachel, you know, no matter where she went, that she was popular, you know, but when you come into a race like this, you know, you fixing to hook the old horses, and, you know, they had a little pressure on you.
They had decided to pass on the Travers because they had nothing to prove against 3-year-old colts. She won the Preakness, and she won the Haskell. There was certainly nothing left for her to prove with members of her own sex and generation. The only thing left was for her to go against older males.
And they're off.
Steve told me, he said, you know, just go ahead and let her run away from there, and she'll carry you, you know, and she did, you know, because we went fast.
Oh, the first quarter was 22 4/5 seconds. There'll be no free ride for Rachel Alexandra. They're making her work for every step today.
Durkin's amazing call, but when he shouted out the fractions, I mean, you got a little weak.
46 2 was the half mile. Calvin Burrell was able to slow that pace down just a little bit. When I said a bit of a breather, you know, it was just a bit of a breather. She was still going too fast. And Macho again is firing.
From the 3/8 pole to the quarter pole, I give her a little breathing. I'll never forget it. I give her a good breathing there. And then when I asked her again, you know, she got away. So I said, well, we're fine now.
And Calvin Burrell imploring his filly for more. And Rachel Alexandra holds on to the lead.
About 40 yards from the wire. It looked like he was going to get by her, you know, but she kept digging in, digging in.
Rachel Alexandra, Macho again. They're coming down to the finish. It's going to be desperately close. Here's the wire. Rachel won. She is indeed Rachel Alexandra the Great.
For a 3-year-old filly to beat older males in a Grade 1 on the dirt here at Saratoga, knowing it's happened, seems far-fetched.
Rachel Alexandra raises the rafters here at the Spa.
And when I stood up, you know, and I looked at Robbie, I said, I don't care if we would have won another round, you would have never got by her, you know. That's the type of horse she was.
I mean, it was thunderous. The whole grandstand was shaking.
All those people in the grandstand
screaming their lungs out, all of that air, into wooden beams that are 100 years old. And it literally hits them with such force that it made them move. And that's what I felt, literally, in my feet. And that's why I said she raised the rafters at Saratoga.
Afterwards, with a great sense of relief, and watching her leave the winner's circle and walk the length of the racetrack to the test barn with the fans 10, 15 deep. They kind of bubbled as she walked. It was very special.
She's an icon. We have a giant statue of her at the farm. She's happy, and she's definitely retired, but she'll run around the paddock a little bit.
Something as special and unique as Rachel is why we all do this. And be able to relive it, you know, that how blessed we've been to be in her presence, and what a horse like Rachel can do for us that we've never been able to do for ourselves.
It was an incredible performance. 3-year-old filly beating older males in a Grade 1 at this historic racetrack. It earned her Horse of the Year honors as well. And how good was she? Her rider, Calvin Burrell, took off the Kentucky Derby winner to ride her in the Preakness.
She was special, and that team was special, and they all had one thing in common, that they trusted each other, and they trusted that filly, Rachel Alexander.
I'll tell you how good she was. She was so good that when she ran the Preakness, some of the owners conspired to put horses in the race that would leave her out of the field because the rules did not play to a filly. But in the end, that didn't happen, and as a matter of fact, she showed them that day, didn't she?
Yeah, if she wasn't around, Mind That Bird would have had a chance for a Triple Crown on the line of the Belmont Stakes.
Yeah, and I mean, to beat 3-year-old colts in the Preakness and then again in the Haskell and come back and beat older horses, that's quite an achievement as a 3-year-old.
Yep, beat males 3 times that year, that Horse of the Year campaign, all in Grade 1 competition. She was just one of a kind, absolutely. Earlier today, we had a stakes race. It happened before we came on the air. It was a Priorus, and Tom Amos was involved in this race as well with the undefeated filly, Risky Mandate.
Right, 2 for 2 lifetime, running against a heavy favorite in Break Even, who makes her living on the front end, and it looked like a race that didn't have a lot of early speed other than the 3 Break Even. Royal Charlotte, that ran in the test last time, her only disappointing race this year, came back as well. That's our 5 horse. We'll see how it played out.
Here's Larry Colmus with the Grade 2 Priorus from earlier today.
They're off in the Priorus. And it is Kept True on the far outside. Break Curfew and Break Even coming out for the early lead together. Now it is Break Even to the front. Break Curfew goes with her. Kept True sits off of them after a sharp beginning. Then a break of 2 back to Risky Mandate, who's racing on the inside of Royal Charlotte. Up the backstretch, 3.5 lengths off of the undefeated filly Break Even, who speeds by a 21.87 opening quarter mile. A flashy first fraction there for Break Even, who leads Break Curfew by a length on the far turn. Risky Mandate pinned in on the inside. Kept True goes up 3 wide there. And in between rivals is Royal Charlotte. She's not far behind either. Break Even on top as they make their way toward the top of the stretch. And Kept True is looming large on the far outside as they turn for home. And then it's Break Curfew in between horses as they arrive at the final furlong after a 44.76 half. Break Even in front. Royal Charlotte, Kept True. Break Curfew and then Risky Mandate on the inside. Break Even trying to get another 16th. Here's Royal Charlotte running at her on the outside. And Royal Charlotte takes the Priorus, pulling away late to beat Break Even for her first loss.
Royal Charlotte, she'd been undefeated until the test. She didn't show up in that race. Chad Brown said after the race, he felt she didn't get over the track that well that day, and he feels it's a very different track than it was 3 weeks ago.
I think that's fair. I mean, when we look at the track as it was 3 weeks ago, it was, I mean, parts of the track, at least to my way of thinking, were not the way you wanted to be, whether Royal Charlotte was on those or not. Today she ran like the Royal Charlotte we saw back at Belmont Park. For my filly, she runs third. She's now graded stakes placed. And I just need to give a little text to Andy Serling and see how the rail was today, because I was down on that rail, and right now I'm looking for an excuse.
And I don't think speed was necessarily that tough today either. I saw horses, you know, faltering in the last 16th of a mile, and you're right, they were on the rail, most of them, the ones that were stopping. I thought your filly set a good trip. She was in a great spot, and she showed a lot of heart and determination coming back to finish third, because it looked at the 8th pole like she wasn't going to hang on and even hit
I
the
agree
board.
with that.
Royal Charlotte, winner of the Grade 2 Priorus early on today. All the stakes action. Here are your winners. Sarinac, Glens Falls, Woodward, Global Access, Mississippi, $14.60. And what a performance from Preservationist in the Grade 1 Woodward for trainer Jimmy Jerkins, and Junior Alvarado getting another chance and getting redemption after a Whitney did not go their way. We are back tomorrow. We'll see you at 12:30 Eastern Time on Fox Sports 2. In the Sarinac, Good Governance had all the hype, but it was Global Access for Michael Trombetta and company. In the Glens Falls, Mississippi, State's debut, Grand Motion runs 1-2, and Preservationist for Jimmy Jerkins takes the Grade 1 Woodward, first Grade 1 win for that 6-year-old in his career. We'll see you tomorrow.
Coming on strong.
Minute to stardom. On top, coming down to the final 16th, opening up a 2-length lead.
My love for you.
Wild About Star, shining big here in Berry 1.
Oh, why did I wrong?
Testing 1-2. The Star Guitar filly leads Champagne Diva close to home. It's testing 1-2.
Feel my love for you. Coming on strong.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com. Sign up now for a $200 new member bonus with promo code SPA at NairaBets.com.
We have 2 run-happy yearlings here at Mockmer Hall. We have a colt out of Addison Run in Book 2 and a filly out of Sugar Reef in Book 4. The colt is out of a young graded stakes producing unbridled song mare. The filly is a 10-mover, a great walker. They're good doers, they have great minds, they're easy, they're on themselves, etc. Really, really well put together.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it,